misfits, one and all, to tonight's episode of Skeptic and Ranting. How God deals with atheists? Dun dun dun. Yeah. That's right, where we are watching a video from the channel Relearn called Romans 1:24 to 25. How God deals with atheists. So won't you join?
At least he admits we exist, which that's step one. At least a lot of them say there's no such thing as atheists. You don't even exist.
Right. Well, in a weird way, I think he kind of does in the middle. But yes, it is kind of the presuppositional route. But at least we just need to get on their scoreboard.
He's at least giving us a bone to start with. Maybe he'll take it away, but we'll see.
But yes, won't you join James W. and myself, Amy Newman, for a good time worth roasting over? What is up, Gizmo? Mwah. What is up, one and all?
Hey, everybody.
Out
good
there
to see you
on
again.
The intertubes.
Been a few days.
I know. We have been finally living up to our premiere side of the channel, which I've been excited for. We released a member-only coming soon trailer preview, the 1/3 of the first episode of our pilot of Skeptic on the Street. Super excited for that. If you are a channel member or a Patreon, go out there and go check it out. However, if you're just a subscriber, a viewer, someone out in Taco Bell,
just Billy Joe Bob,
you are going to get that episode. We're going to be releasing it in November, just working closely with Gizmo.
Thanks, Robert.
To woohoo, what's up, Robert? That is right, an amazing co-host and producer, because we have Gizmo. Woohoo!
He's in the building tonight.
But not only check out that in November, just getting all the theme songs and the intros, but we have a whole bunch of new content. We are going to be taking on an SNL version of the news, a religious version of SNL. I just did some redundant.
Take a religious look at some of the top news stories of the day.
If I may say, an atheist bent on it, because I don't think that it's going to be very kind towards religious. But hey, whatever the news gives us, we're looking to do the headlines. So look forward to the Skeptic Show with Amy Newman and James W. coming soon, as well as Impromptu Debate You. Impromptu Debate You has been... Well, probably me just arguing in the politics and religion server to infinity and beyond, and also watching with popcorn Skylar Fiction just doing fantastic debates on Discord.
He's been doing a lot lately.
And Randolph Richardson has done great shows on both the politics and religion and the politics server. And what I'm trying to say is it's coming here, ladies and gentlemen, because I can't help myself. So James and myself may be doing some impromptu Debate You. And with that, also welcome to our live shows. Welcome everyone there out on the internet.
Hey,
we hope if you enjoy the stream, please don't forget to follow if you are out there on Twitch. We're almost up to our first 100
on Twitch. All the cool people already liked it.
And
liked the stream.
You
don't want to be the last one to like the stream. Come on.
You don't want to be the last. Come on. But we are sending love out there.
Hey, Dale.
To Dale. What is up, Best in Show? What is up, Casey and Randy? And Winston's mom, What is up, Robert? Sending so much love, and we're sending that love right back to Scott Duke and Boba Fett
Scott.
and P-Town and James Wolfe, everyone
P-Town
out there on the interwebs.
Did a stream with Mark Reid the other day, P-Town. That was good. And I don't know if you guys caught that yesterday, that Mark Reid Mack truck that just demolished Ken Hovind again. But that was ugly. That was bloody. I mean, Ken Hovind, he left that debate kind of roughed up. He was, that was ugly. Did you get to watch any of that, Amy?
I have not, but now I want to because, I think that Mark is very good at both the Socratic method, but also taking some shots when need be. And P-Town seems like a nice guy, so I'm sure it went off.
The debate with Ken Hovind, Mark did last
with
night.
Hovind?
Yeah, round 3. Like Hovind got pretty beat up in this one. This was rough on Ken. I mean, and I like Mark. He's a really good debater, and I think he really did good here. I think he even what I like is that he got a little bit slightly irreverent with him, just not taking Ken as serious as some people. I don't think you can take him too seriously.
Well, if I may say so, and was that on Standing for Truth's channel?
Yeah.
Well, sending love out there. You should
on any other channel. I mean, come on.
Well, you should all be going out there and sending love out to Mark Reid. But
check
also,
out that debate if you haven't.
I don't think that Kent is used to people taking pot shots back at him, and so when it's someone like you, when it's someone like even I got a little bit spicy with him, not even major spiciness, but when it's someone like Atheist Junior, when it's someone like Mark, because I think our focus is how terrible religion is, because what he wants to debate is PhD master level people in their field. People who are going to just come
PhD
there.
biologists.
Well, what he wants to do is debate people who aren't going to debate about religion. They're going to explain why evolution is correct. And that is 50% of what you need to do in a Kent Hovind and a debate like him. Any of the, what is his name? He's a flat earther. As Nathan Thompson is all that. Sophistris. He is a rhetoricist. He is someone who says stupid things confidently. And so you actually need to present the science. It's actually please don't get me wrong. Having a associate's, bachelor's, master's, or a PhD in the field is of a great asset when dealing with creationists and dealing with flat earthers and all these people. But you also need to have a little bit of spice. There's a reason that people like Fight the Flat Earth are so successful, is because they present science and they take some shots back. What's up, Rijos? What is up, Kira?
Well, I think it just exemplified the fact that, like, like these debates, he does zero prep. Zero. Somebody schedules him for him. He just shows up and he goes over his same talking points that he goes over every debate. And that's it. Okay, ERVs. God did it. It was designed that way. Do you have... Nope. God did it. It was designed that way. Next. Oh, it has a function. God did it. That's the way God designed it.
And his slides
God did it.
are from like the 70s and the 80s. And let me tell you, sending love to both my brother, who's a Gen Xer, and myself, who's... but you got to use a little bit.
If his slides are down, like, he doesn't literally know what to say if his slides are down. Like the one time when it was Steve and like he couldn't get the slides to work, he was like a deer in headlights. He really did not know what to say without those slides.
But also, like, I just as someone who grades papers, please do not hand in any sources that are older than 5 years old. Okay, actually, I put an asterisk. You can use older sources, but they should be in fields that are relevant to something. Yes, if you're trying to quote Aristotle, well, you may have to go back a few thousand years. However, when it comes to brand new scientific research, if the stuff that you're presenting got presented during the same time that Back to the Future came out, I don't know. Might be a new time to update your slides.
When disco music was popular. Hey, Pat.
Speaking of someone who grades papers
And
has a class. No.
Disco music.
Disco music. That too. But sending love to God equals the square root of -1. Sending love to
hey, Pat. Good to see you.
To Pat. To Pure Aussie Gold, who shouldn't even exist. I mean, I've been trying to.
Mark Reid admitted that they're all paid actors to pretend that
all
they
of them.
live in Australia.
Every single Australian does not exist.
DMZ.
They're probably Americans because that's where NASA is headed.
Most
but
likely.
you know, we employ other people, so
They probably teach them like a fake accent, like it's like a British accent, just a little bit different.
A little bit, yeah.
Some extra jargon.
You add a little rodeo to it. You pretend there's a kangaroo.
You feed them Vegemite like 4 times a day for a year, and eventually something starts to happen, and they get a little different.
They get a little different, and also the somehow you make the toilet spin backwards. But we are in for a exactly. James Wolfe is like
that's true.
Once again. Isn't it suspicious?
Yeah,
so many Australian fans. Once again, we have someone who works for NASA right here.
So, but you know what that means, though? That means that Iron Horse Flat Earth Aussie is controlled opposition. He is an American who's paid to pretend he's a Flat Earth Australian, or just to throw everybody off. Just to
honestly,
make it so we don't.
I feel like there's an entire movement of pantsless creationists that just want to let us know the Earth is flat and young. It's a movement, James. Or there's movement somewhere. I'll tell you. When there's movement, you'll see it.
Bowel movement?
Something like that. But with that, we are going to say and remind you all, thank you out there, and that we are a skeptic channel, including the 2 schmucks that you see hosting. However, after our own opening statements, the opposing view, which will be the chunk of this video with our commentary on top, we will be then opening up the open mic so that all of you out there can tell us what you think about all of the wisdom that we just experienced on the topic. We'll also give everyone a chance to have their own opening closing statements. Atheist or theist, liberal or conservative, come as you are, just out of my sheets.
Human or ape. Well, wait. You're all both.
Can I tell you, it is my new talking point, is just ask them, are we mammals? Because it's the ape part. Like, they're totally on board with us being mammals.
They're fine with us being mammals, chordates, vertebrates,
multicellular.
Not animals, though.
Alive.
Kingdom Animalia. Or animals. They don't like the term animals.
Very specifically, you can't be a primate and you can't be an animal, but mammal.
Can be a mammal.
We can be mammals all day long.
Yeah.
We got fur. We're furry. Little bit more than others. But yes, this housekeeping is sponsored by our channel members. who can be found in the description below,
in Australia,
as well as our Patreons, who can be found at patreon.com/Amy Newman, who help us make even more fun content, including awesome supporters like us from the Atheist Network group. #10gang. A grumpy old Cuss.
Thanks,
making
Grumpy.
us Cuss at Creationist Comments. Diana Smith.
Thank you,
because
Diana
it
Smith.
turns out that 51% of the other species are in fact humans and not Chattel. Pat Lowinger.
Hey, Pat.
Actually doing research, it makes them break out into hives. It's terrible. Like we have to just send them into the ER. They go. It's just the daylight. I think it's terrible. But sending love to Pat Lowinger.
God said it. Also, I believe it. That's it.
That's right. Said so in a book. That's what at least Dale Pastel is trying to examine, and he's saying like, "What is this?" It doesn't really say so at all. I don't really know what you're talking about. We're looking for empirical evidence.
Very suspect.
As well as little sus, as well as Dave Gar. Dave Gar is reminding us we're just kind of, looking at that thick Earth. We look through telescopes and we see round, but this one's definitely flat. That makes sense.
Well, I mean, we also look at telescopes across the ocean. You can see Africa from the United States or Europe.
Exactly.
Because, flat.
Sarah Palin saw Russia. Scott Duke saw the fact that we came from ribs, and then that guy named all animals. That's like a fact, I think.
After God whipped out his famous Poofinator 6000 to poof all the animals out.
I once saw like a recent apologetic was like, well, Adam and Eve, they weren't actually like children. There was a full passage where they were like boom, bam, right there. It's like, okay, but like, did they have knowledge of good and evil?
Well, Adam, he could name all the animals, get married on first day. I mean, he was fully intelligent. He was probably smarter than any human ever alive today.
And
he talked right to God. He talked to God himself.
The direct hotline. I also love like just how easy it is God's plan up. Like
you mean to trick the people who talk to God himself? Maybe that's what they'll say next. Well, I mean, Amy, you're always asking for, Adam talked to God and then he still got tricked by the snake. So,
yeah, he got tricked by the talking snake. Come on, let's give him credit. It wasn't just a snake. I guess if everything, that would be a way funnier story. Like, the snake was not talking at all. Like, they were just screaming at a random snake. Like the snake was just there. There's just two people. Like, should we do it? No, stop it. We won't. Oh, you can't. Oh God. He was so good. Did you not hear that argument?
And they're like, he made us do it.
He made us do it.
He made us do it.
Listen, the woman that came right from here, like, she was convinced. How is this not taught in science class, James?
It's got to be conspiracy.
It's got to be. Something like
conspiracy, yeah. You don't think that's science, but you think long natural processes operating over millions of years could do something. Maybe.
James, let me get time out for you. Let's worship.
Oh, time is the pacifier to the atheists. Yeah, time. Ooh. Long ago and far away, all this magic can happen. Well,
yes,
that's when it happened.
Well, no, it's that we actually have to understand things longer than like our own lifespan. Like, it has to be like science is longer than I can live past 35, which is how old they lived in the Goat Herder's Guide to the Galaxy.
Well, Mark got him Kent yesterday with the thing. Oh, well, we know that the mountains form from the Himalayan mountains, from the Indian continent smashing into Asia. But none of us can sit there and see that happening. Kent's like, oh, I bet if you set up a camera, you could get time lapse photography. You could see it. I bet same thing with like a tree growing. I bet you could put a camera there and you could see that tree growing very, very slowly. Do that with a protozoa. Take time lapse over a protozoa turning into a whale.
Yeah. Once again, the Pokemon theory of evolution doesn't seem to be gaining much ground. However, that's not how things
it happened long ago. I mean, I don't know. It can happen today. It happened a long time ago, though.
But yes, thank you so very much, Scott Duke. Oh my, that's me and Kent's cuddle buddy. That and reprobate. I always find it funny. I get people that Christians. I say people. Some people are
whipped
saying.
out the pacifier last night.
Really? Oh my.
Yeah. Mark got him to whip it out. The pacifier. He probably said, Matt, let me have this for a second. Thank you, Matt. I gotta show it on screen here. Time, the pacifier for the atheists.
The pacifier. Anyway, yes, I will say I did. Someone was like, look, oh my God, Amy, you need to come over here. We have a snake that's attacking. It's out. And they, just had to reach my hands down there, and I wrestled, and it was fighting with me. The more I wrestled, the more it fought. And eventually, I don't know. I think I popped its eye or something. No, I thought that I think I defeated it because I don't know. It wasn't blood, but white stuff.
And then it exploded?
It did. What is up, Poopy Kids?
Amy likes big black snakes.
Listen, we don't kink shame anybody here. In fact, we support it. And randomly, that is like, we're off topic, on topic. Why is sex always on their minds? Like, there was a point in this where, like, early on, I had just listened to a minute of the opposing view.
He gets to it, though.
And, like, I was like, oh, okay, this is going to be about anti-LGBTQ. It's going to be about anti-gay. And I, like, very quickly worked with Gizmo. We found the Sodom and Gomorrah pic. And I was like, all right, we're good to go. LGBTQ in the fucking hashtags and everything. And then, I'm listening to this video, and he's going on and on. And I'm like, he's not being a bigot. Like, he's just not bringing up gays. I'm like, should I change the thumbnail? Should we take LGBTQ, put in sinful lust? And then as we were coming towards that crescendo when we thought that all hope was lost, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
He was a bigot. And it warmed my heart in a way I didn't think possible.
You knew it.
I didn't have to change a gosh darn thing.
You knew it.
Exactly. Like, they can't help themselves, ladies and gentlemen. They really can't. And so can we. We just have to then roast them for it, which is what we're going to do tonight as we talk about the channel called Relearning. And I just have to bring attention to that name. Yeah. Well, it's just like he could have called his channel Re-Education, but maybe that would have been too on the nose. But yes, we're going to be watching a viewpoint from Relearning. Relearning. Poopy Kids says he said there are a bunch of different definitions of the word species.
That's cat.
That is way better than people with no definition of the word kind. Mic drop.
And we can explain why there's species can be hard to define. I've explained it to him before. Other people who would know way more than me have explained it to him before. But that's the thing. He just He does no prep. He just comes every debate with the same exact talking points. Doesn't matter how
Talking
much
points.
you tell him.
He comes every debate. Same. Okay.
Same.
Sorry, there's just keywords. I get excited. Continue.
We know, Newman. We know. Yeah, same talking points, same bullshit every debate. He doesn't learn anything. He never changes anything. He does no prep. He doesn't even half the time read the title. Yeah, it's very evident. Like last debate, because hey, pasta like.
Ramen. Also, normalizing atheism could not be more on topic for this subject because it is just a weird mix. It's like a pot shot at atheists and a pot shot at LGBTQ people. Though if you're straight and you thought you were getting away, ho, he's got something for you too.
Well, give him a chance, Rocket Woodworks. Yeah, watch the video and we'll see where he goes with it.
Supremacist candidates and behavior and other things in bulks. And so humans are individuals, so are Christians. That is true. And hey, we always tell people that we come as they are, which is just because we don't kink shame anybody. But also we go out of our way to make mods of any theist that we think is on Team Skeptic. We cannot, speaking of Pokemon, collect them all because we are an agnostic atheist, sometimes anti-theist channel. However, the pagans, pantheists, deists, the metaphorical theists that wake up in the morning and kiss their cross and then go do science, sounds good to me. They're on our team. We paint with as small a brush as possible. However, that being said, we can't help that just us existing seems to trigger them. The fundies, that is. But sending love, too. We saw him out there, Rejo, sending so much love. And the Twitchosphere is not only growing. If you would like to join the movement yourself on the Skeptic and Ranting Twitchosphere.
Oh, you can join it, yeah.
You can there. In chat, and in a second, it will show up on screen. But sending love to Rejos, sending love to Rachel Holland. Woo!
Rachel,
the amazing, fabulous, and lovely, who is reminding us that not only do they not like, they seem to like the non-consensual slavery, but if two lasses want to get it on, James, well, I think you know what torture is warranted.
Absolutely.
Makes sense. Also,
God burnt Sodom with eternal fire. Eternal
fire. Which is weird. You'd think if it's eternal fire, it would still be eternally burning. Did he take it off the map too?
Well, it's like the Garden of Eden. It's like, well, where is it? Well, I mean, God, he put an angel there to guard it so they couldn't get back, but it's not on Earth today. At what point did God just remove it from the earth? Or, I mean, was it still there during the flood? If God was just going to take and remove it anyway, why didn't you do that right away? It's just, yeah, when the story was written, they never had an idea that we would have every square inch of the Earth's surface mapped and photographed by satellite. So there's always somewhere else it could be, right? I mean, no one's been everywhere. I mean,
yeah, including 2,000 years ago to when Jesus existed. But thank you, Rachel Holland. Thank you, Senate. Lots of asterisks. Hey, and my still hashtag prophets don't exist. Senator Cato reminding us the separation of church and state is amazing. A pinnacle secular society of, I say secular society. I was talking about this with someone. I don't believe that religious governments should exist. Not by force. I just don't think they work well. I think that they should be phased out by the people. But sending love, Senator Cato, and also James Wolfe. We saw him out there sending so much love to James, who is a big supporter of the channel on all of our platforms. You've seen him everywhere. And speaking of a big supporter on all of our platforms, sending so much love to Ian Davenport. Reminding us, speaking of time and watches, does this look like a watch? I get that this is a artificial heart that I get to hug close to my chest at nighttime, but this is our real hearts, and this
a tornado full of blood vessels could go through a blood vessel junkyard and make a heart, sort of, maybe.
Yeah, that's once again though they want to talk about sex, and then every time we're like, well, where did humans come from? They're like, oh, humans? Huh.
The Poofinator 6000.
Poofinator, exactly. Tend to be naturally occurring. But sending love to Ian Davenport. And last, but certainly not least, sending love to Matt D, reminding us
Thank you, Matt.
that we have something, and that is we, because they hate when we use we, us. The people who believe in science, who believe in scientific theories, well, that's the thing that creationists, flat earthers, and basically every conspiracy theorist seems to lack. Because we know how galaxies form, how planets form
we do
with their suns. We do indeed. Have we ever seen?
Have we ever seen gravity? I mean, have we ever
seen a sun explode? No, not in one moment. Well, actually, I say that we may have a definite time lapse, depending on. But have we ever seen some of these massive events like a supernova really expelling everything and then the planet forming from that? No, because it takes thousands
of nebula forming. And
so what we do have is because is that in every stage we have every single stage of a supernova forming and then gravity recoalescing. We have systems where the sun wasn't big enough and it just red gianted. All of these things we have and we see, and you need to understand a time span longer than, I said 35, longer than 100 years, longer than I think most people will be comfortable living past a long time, even in our age. You need to look at things.
How long do we have till the Milky Way merges with Andromeda?
A long time.
But we can see other galaxies merging in various stages of it, even though the actual merger process would probably take thousands, if not millions, of years to complete these massive bodies of galaxies
and
moving together in the great distances that take.
Our sun will not red giant until another 4.5 billion years. So we got a little bit of time.
A little bit.
Ladies and gentlemen, eat an ice cream, write a book, listen to a podcast. We got time. Enjoy your life. Do things. Do spend that answer well with the time that you have. But sending love to Matt Deeg, Ian Davenport, and all of our supporters, our channel members, our Patreons, all the people who send in super chats, and just our subscribers and viewers. It's people like you who enable us to make all of this fun content.
You guys are
and great. With that, are you ready for the hot seat, James?
I guess so.
Mm-hmm.
What are we on, Khalil's channel? Or oh no.
Oh my. That's true. Going into the hot seat. I can't not make comments. I always find just the absolute lifestyle change just culty. I will never.
Yeah.
I can't. I was thinking about that earlier. Now, the religious people will look at me straight in the face, and they'll be like, "A Janny is going to talk to me about a lifestyle change." It's like, well, I have been to delve only into the pocket for a minute of the identity politics. Though, what can I say? Unfortunately, it's the subject of the podcast. They're making me delve into it anyway here.
Yeah, they're forcing it. Strong arm.
Is that... well, and that's my other joke that I was just saying. The people who day in, day out say, and this is a nebulous term, the other side, all they do all day is they want to talk about gender and race and identity politics. Let me tell you where the people who care, let's call it tribalism and gender and sex and all this other crap, who does it come from day in, day out? Let's say it's these people. Spoiler.
And Pavel, that's so true. Like, even if they're all about like numbers and conversions, because I've seen people on that show and they're like, I don't know, I've just kind of read a few verses of the Quran. I don't know if Islam is true or not. I'm just still trying to figure it out. And they're like, well, the first thing, you need to take your Shahada now and then figure everything out. Like, wait a minute, become a Muslim now before I even know whether it's true or not?
But see, he does this great dichotomy now where he's like, it was because of the Kalam, but he's gotten roasted so much by atheists for the Kalam that he will basically be like, well, it's way more than that. You need to understand the beginning. Well, we get that there's apparently way more you can't, God is not in any of the premises or the conclusion of the Kalam. So something else had to do it. However, if you have a faulty foundation.
All these chats are like online. You could see like exactly what they were telling him and what his responses were. I mean, unless they had secret chats offline that they're not privy to, but I don't know.
And I want to put a bow on this, because having a giant lifestyle change is not a bad thing. Okay, I think I don't want to say who this is without giving them away. But I know someone who is a fan, a skeptic, an amazing, generous, kind human being that I believe in their backstory, they've told me they were a racist and a bigot and all this thing. And it took them time to rework their entire worldview and escape. And that's the kind of lifestyle change that I can not only adjacent, the people who escape Mormonism, Scientology, all these, how much the cult has control of you, how it tends to be how far away the religion is. I don't know why, because Yahweh, well, I guess I do know why, in a way we can kind of say Yahweh is a barbaric, non-generous, jealous God, a dick, to use the scientific term. However, the Jews have been doing this shit for so long that none of them believe it anymore, or like giant chunks of them just do not believe it anymore. And just like the younger the religion is, the more fundy they tend to be. And I hate, because it's damn you ancestors. It is my parents. Well, not really my parents, but it's their fault that we are in this mess. And yet I love them because they are like, bacon on a sandwich. And so,
well, the Christians, they're getting that way too, because they don't care about any of that stuff anymore.
Sure.
It's just, it's an evolutionary process.
Can I tell you my favorite example of this? I call it potty training the Christians, and to go right back on subject, I get to is that Christians will often look to me and they'll be like, you should thank us. We don't stone you to death
Right.
at all, like some people out in some random desert somewhere. You're like, wow.
We're willing to ignore that part of our
Thank you.
religion for you.
You are such a generous person that you decided not to murder me in cold blood. Thank you. I don't even know how much sarcasm I should put into this, because it's like, yes,
Thank
we
you
have
for
potty
not killing
trained
me.
it.
I mean, I
Thank
guess
you for
should
not
be
killing
thanking,
me.
Be thanking people for not killing you.
Well,
Yeah.
I've gotten an upturn. It's so funny. As I do more in these impromptu debates, I've gotten more death threats in the past 6 months than I have ever gotten. From more than one, but now it's more than one person from these people. And you try and take it with just a grain of salt, because they're just people that are either out of their mind or in a place that's so horrible that that you want to feel sorry for them. One of the two. The joke is laugh or cry, ladies and gentlemen. Laugh or cry. That's right.
Be sad if it wasn't funny.
Exactly. What is up? What? Excuse me, what? Ellie Brown, Thomas Anderson. What is up, y'all? We're going to keep on saying hi. But we're about to jump into the opposition viewpoint.
That's it. Let's do it.
Oh, no, I wanted... I guess I did wrap up on the thing with Khalil. I go back and forth because I look at his streams. They consistently come up in my feed, and I want to go on there and, like... I used to go on a lot. I've gotten people that have come on because of that. I don't know. It's my own round because I debate people like Ken Hovind, who does gravity experiments on women. I don't know.
Well, I don't know.
Back and forth.
I just think he's like Khalil. I just think he's like I don't know, like
lost
a lost cause. Like you're not going like.
But so is
I don't
Kent.
think he is, but Kent has a wide following. Khalil, I don't think he's in it because at least maybe initially, but I don't think he's so in it because he's just so convinced by the Kalam anymore. I think most of it.
So no, he
converted. He got this massive following. Now he gets up to 100 people in streams, and he's in too deep. I think at this point,
you definitely get
now with
these.
He's with a woman who I guess I don't know if they're married or getting married because of Islam, and it's like his entire life has changed. It's like that lifestyle change, and all wrapped up in that. I don't think he's convinced that it's true anymore, but that's just my.
Well, I would say he's convinced the Kalam is true. I would think he has since gone down the rabbit hole into many different. I've heard his theology. He has a weird theology, which he'll sometimes go to like. I'm trying to think who it is. Not Farrakhan. Maybe it is Farrakhan. Like they sometimes go to like traditional Sunni Muslim, but then every once in a while, like he'll tell me that like we are apes and we came from apes, but Adam and Eve were the first people with souls. I don't know what that means.
When they evolved, God just poofed
put the magic in. Poof. Yeah. The apostasy from atheism tactic. They also call people in Islam reverts. Speaking of, it's the same tactic in Christianity where they believe, or in some versions of Christianity, where everyone, and so in Islam, everyone knows that that Islam is true. And in fact, when you didn't know that Islam is true, you actually knew that Islam is true. That's why you are a revert. Once again, not cult-like at all.
Some Christians will say like, "Oh, God wrote it on everybody's heart, so therefore the people who never hear about Christian, they still have no excuse because they still could have known."
Well, this
Okay.
guy, not only did they say that, but this guy spends like 50% of the video being like, this is written on your heart. And like 2/3 of the way through the video, he's like, an atheist, all you do is follow your heart. And that shit is bullshit. It's like the one time he curses. It's like he's a Christian cursing. And it's like, that's
I don't know,
that's
Pavel.
what you're doing.
I don't know how anyone can find the Kalam convincing, but that's
Oh,
how these thought adventure guys
I
lure you in.
I can tell you how people can find Kalam convincing is if you are a lay person, like a person who knows absolutely no theology, or if you are not within like this debate community, what they do is they play a language game. And it's all about the word cause. And so if they can convince you that everything needs a cause, then they can just really, really sell you on this mechanism. But it is always, without fail, a special pleading fallacy.
But the thing is that they weren't talking to somebody who wasn't aware of these. They're talking to somebody who's on the internet as a professed atheist.
Oh,
so
absolutely.
I don't know what an atheist out there who, most of us were at one time theists who've never contemplated the like, oh, why is there something rather than nothing? Where did all this come from? Why are we even here? All these kind of questions that the Kalam kind of encapsulates. Like, if you haven't gotten over that block, because it is a block, you have to at some point be able to say, we just don't have good answers for those things. But be that as it may, the religious tactic of just proposing any old answer doesn't have any evidence or reason behind it, but we're just giving an answer for it that that doesn't work. That's not a good pathway to truth. If we don't know, we don't know.
And I just want to add, just because I will say I understand the rub of the snake oil, I agree in that it's not a good argument, in that it should not be convincing to anybody because, once again, it doesn't have God in either of the premises or the conclusion.
But it could be convincing, but typically to people who have never contemplated these things before, who have never, they're new to this type of environment, this discourse, the debate community. They're very new to it. They don't know anything about it. So somebody can fast talk you with the Kalam, and it might sound like they're making sense. But if you've been involved with this debate for any length of time, I don't know.
Well, it becomes like Pascal's wager. I think Pascal's wager to any lay person, it's like a deepity. It's like a whoa. And then you get someone who just tries to, you can't run numbers because the probability is 1 out of like infinity, because you can create an infinite amount of gods. And so if you have any sort of understanding of the actual probability of that one god, horrible betting problems. Go to Vegas. Go to Atlantic City. You got better.
There could be gods. There could be other planets out there with life on it, and their gods could be the real god. Yeah. And
what is up, Thomas Anderson? That is true. Kalam is one of the many cosmological arguments. Speaking of which, my favorite.
Not that any of them are good.
Well, I have a new shtick. Speaking of which, the other cosmological argument, the contingency argument, which proclaims that we must be contingent on a necessary creator. And yet I would say, because this is asserted, I would say and assert the opposite, is that God, in fact, I think I actually saw
God is contingent on us. Yeah.
God is contingent on us. I saw.
At least we could demonstrate that.
who was saying in chat? Whatever.
Yeah,
because
it's not
I think
exclusive to Islam.
Oh no, Kalam was created by Muslim theologians
He's
in
saying from Greek
response
philosophers
to skeptics. However, it was inspired by Aristotelian logic and then outported to all of the other Abrahamic religions who use it because they love them the same type of thinking. It's very reworkable within those because they can just go, who cares?
It's malleable. Yeah.
Aristotle didn't believe in any of the gods that we believe in.
It gets you to a god, not specifically a god.
Indeed.
But by that time, you're already partially down the rabbit hole anyway. So.
Well, not, and I would say none of the cosmologicals. I mean, the contingency argument presupposes a god. It asserts that a god is the necessary contingent, and so, and that's why presuppositionalist is just so mind-numbing. This is what I'm going to the hardest thing that I'm going to have to go forward dealing with this impromptu debate is dealing with Darth on a regular basis, and that I may just stick around the counter apologetics channel for a while. Because, he
may stop coming if you're going to be there. He's still very averse to.
I'll give him permission to if he's been a good boy. No, I mean, he'll probably server mute me like he does Skylar Fiction, but I almost see that as a badge of honor. I don't see him as a good faith interlocutor. I could actually almost have a conversation with the Professor of Gravity Experiments, Dr. Gravity Experiments. I can't have that with a presuppositionalist. They don't even make jokes. They're just a-holes. They have this. They think what's funny is they think we're stuck up with our fedoras. And everyone I have met very few, if any, presup that have ever been. I hate to say decent human beings because that'd be a step too far, but not decent conversation partners. Let me tell you that.
I mean, like Mr. Batman, Darth Dawkins. I mean, I think it's just the type of argument that it is. It just attracts these very acerbic, abrasive, brash, belligerent type people who don't want to justify anything. They don't even care. They don't care to justify anything. They just fuck you. It is what it is. Now go to hell. Yeah, fuck you. We don't give a fuck if you believe it or not. It's just true because it's just true. Fuck you.
It's true because I know it. I feel it in my balls. Batman says, can you do a reaction video on Eric Dubai video? He just posted on Tides on a flat earth.
Oh my
he
God.
talks so much. I report his misinformation and hope it's removed. Thank you so very much, Batman. And you bring up a fantastic problem, issue, and maybe a solution, is that I want to do Eric Dubai, first of all, hot. I want to do more of his videos and commentary.
You want to do
because,
him?
I have been trying. I know. I have been trying to find the stem of where all this in flat Earth. We can trace where the nonsense concept of genetic entropy, of irreducible complexity. Eric Dubai is one of the number one outsources of flat Earth misinformation. I hear, the Nathan Thompsons of the world, what the hell is his name? Witsit doesn't get it. Oh, I bet everyone said it's the low hanging fruit. But
you still have to pick it. It's mandatory.
These are the people when they always are like, you don't get me, man. They link me Eric Dubai. And so I should, I guess, just go to the source and the tap.
Like the brain from Ninja Turtles.
Yes.
Where all the shit is coming from.
Kind of like that. Yeah. Maybe the broken, kind of half a brain, maybe. Half a brain.
Half a brain put into a blender, then poured back in, liquefied. We better get to the opposition because we could go.
Yes, well, I know we could, but once again, it's all been oddly on topic. Like
It is on topic.
Like the name of the video is How God Deals with Atheists. It should be You Homos Are Going to Hell. But we're going to do
that's
this.
a substantial part of it. Yeah, that's a big part of it.
Yes. Well, I mean, all you straight people, you're going there too. If you have sex outside of straight, I'm sorry,
You don't believe in Jesus.
I mean, you're coming.
You guys can go too.
Exactly. We want to be included. Listen,
And
James. If there's one word we want to be on this channel, it's inclusive. And I feel like when we're torturing people forever, we need to be.
Even Amy, even if you're straight, you're married, you don't cheat on your spouse, but even if another woman is walking by and you kind of look at her chest or you look at her backside and you think that looks good, well, guess what? You could come along with me and Amy to hell too, because Jesus says that's just as good as committing adultery. No difference in Jesus' mind. So
listen, I'm fairly sure these are equal, but these are just the top 3 worst abominations that I could think against God. That would be sex outside of marriage, homosexuality, and eating at Red Lobster. I feel like, did I get all 3?
Well, I mean, what are the top Islamic clerics of the world doing? Like pork consumption worldwide is going up. I mean, the world's going to fucking hell. I mean, more and more people are eating pork and shellfish. The world basically might implode on itself. I mean, imagine being in a religion where you think that is like one of the top problems in the world is global pork consumption. I mean, Amy getting up and cooking a half a pound of bacon for breakfast is an offense against Allah. He's crying when she eats that bacon.
And yet it feels so good to be bad, if I may say so. This will be the last thing I'll say. And I wanted to bring up the verse. I'll find it. I will say, I know as far as one passage goes, it's literally, it's in the same, it's either on the same chapter or it's like passage to passage. Like, don't be eating shellfish, don't be mixing fabrics, and don't be putting dicks up the pooper. I'm fairly sure that's how it is written.
No pork, no shellfish, no mixed fabrics, no working on that Sabbath, no working on that Shabbat.
Yes, work on the Shabbat.
And the pooper is One Direction. It's out only.
A band?
They are a band, yeah.
Gotcha. I was just excited. I thought we were going to hear from One Direction.
Not this podcast.
But with that, we can't help ourselves. We got to it, James. It's been a little while, though. It's been a week since we were live.
It's been a week.
We had a lot of extra roasty and toasty. And so we are now going to just give our shorter spiels on the topic before we go on to the main course of the opposition viewpoint. With that, I'm actually going to take a sip. And all right. How God deals with atheists. Well, if God doesn't exist, then they don't do jack shit. Because the linchpin has to be a deity existing. However, for many specific theists of the Christian and Muslim variety, think that God has a special plan for us atheists, where the temperature is always 666 degrees, and your balls feel like they're being jammed right up your mouth, while a German dictator shoves pineapples up our ass. Or as I call it,
Godwin's Law.
or as I call it, Tuesday. Because after all, we have committed the one unconceivable crime: wearing white after Labor Day. But also not believing in him. Gasp. I say, a gasp. Yes, this deity is a all-powerful, but also kind of loves hide and seek. The Saw edition. Do you want to play a game? Because if you lose, well, Eternal Jigsaw is going to send spiders out your eyeballs while you lounge in the lake of the damned. Hashtag loving God. Speaking of which, this seems to trigger Yahweh the most is, two guys kissing. Women, sure.
Ew. That's gross.
But butt stuff in your browser history? Heaven forbid. That's worthy of being damned forever and ever and ever. So, how God deals with atheists? Thank this God that doesn't exist. The answer is nothing, because we have no good evidence to think that a God is real. But any deity that has the morality of a mafia boss, even if they existed, not only should they not be worshipped, they should be opposed. Thank you.
Nice soul you got there. Be a shame if it wound up in a lake of fire forever.
Wait.
Oh, that's right, Randolph. You got to see the bat of kindness.
The baseball bat
pumped.
of kindness. That's right, Randolph. Woo-hoo. I'm so excited for this Sunday's fortnight of Convince Us an Atheist Exists. We just started uploading them onto this channel. It was fantastic. You guys should just go check out episode 1 of me joining the panel. And join that panel. And sending love to Randolph. Sending love. What's up, completely deist? What is up, everyone out there? X-Music.
I'm Batman.
I'm Batman.
At least he's not Mr. Lower. Batman, because Mr. Batman's kind of an asshole. But
I'm Mr. Batman. Yes. It's a little bit more Harley Quinn. Let's
going through Mr. Batman's
I've actually been working.
All
Can I just give, and I'm about to hand it over to James, and then
do it to me.
But I've been working on this, and I may have to, but come on, Georgie. I'm just Pennywise the Laughing Clown. There's nothing to fear, Georgie. Oh, don't you know? We all float down here, Georgie. I can't help it. I've been getting Getting
Sure
in.
she
Can you
can.
tell us? I don't know what you're talking about, Randolph. Can't you tell us about your acts of electricity? We all float down here, Randolph. We all do. All right. Sending so much love. And sending love to James W. We are, in fact, Skeptic Ranting tonight on how God deals with atheists as well as Gizmo. I don't know, James.
How he
What do you
deals with
think? We're going to
Gizmo?
find out.
Well, hopefully he plays with him, he changes his litter, and he feeds him regularly. But judging by God, that like how he takes care of his humans in the garden, I don't think he would be that good at taking care of animals, because that's the thing about this God is he just doesn't care. He just does not care. Things just happen. He makes his plans. They go wrong. Other people have to pay the consequence, because at the end of the day, he doesn't give a shit. He's not the one burning forever. He's not the one suffering any consequence. So, hey, I mean, he comes up with his rules. You don't like them? Hey, tough shit. You should not have been born. Well, too bad, because you didn't get a choice in that. And yeah, it really is kind of messed up. None of us get a choice in any of this. We are brought into this world through the actions of others. No one asked to be born. Nobody ever wanted to play this game. But be that as it may, we're brought into the world. And which, by the way, is I've always said before, as a Christian, if I were a Christian, I would think that one of the most evil things you could ever do would be to bring children into the world, because how can you guarantee that all your kids will be good Christians? And you can't do that. So you're bringing somebody into the world hoping that they'll believe like you do, and if they don't, oh well, they go to hell. Because yeah. Anyway, but we're brought into this world, and most of us who were brought up in religious households, almost as soon as you can have the ability to hear, think, talk, you're playing with your toys, you're out running around outside, climbing, you're doing all the other things kids do, and then it's like, okay, all right, serious talk time now. We got to tell you some fundamental fact about the world. There's a God out there, and he just made all this, and he made all this, and he loves you. And yeah, he loves you, and he wants, we're all going to die, and he wants you to go to heaven when you die. But here's the thing, you have to believe in him. And now we can't give you any evidence of him. We can't prove he's real to you, but we'll just all tell you we really do think he's real, and you should too. But if you don't, if you can't think that he's real, then after you die, you're going to go to a place where you're going to be tortured and burned forever. So kind of just want to think he's real, right? Well, of course. I mean, with a deal like that, who wouldn't want to sign up for the deal, right? And yeah, but sooner or later, many of us, we came to conclude that the reasons that we believed, the facts that we were given, the arguments that were made, that everything that we were told isn't exactly accurate. It doesn't exactly comport with reality. It doesn't exactly all make sense. And after a point, we start searching for answers. We start maybe doing research. Maybe you start reading. Maybe you watch debates. Maybe you talk to people that you know, pastors, friends, other people who believe. And what you believe, I don't think is really a choice, because I don't believe in free will. So I don't think that we have true free will anyway. But I don't think what you believe is a choice. I think that what you believe is kind of what you're compelled to believe based on the chemicals in your brain, based on the chemistry going on in there. I think at a certain point, we all had to be honest with ourselves, those of us who are atheists, and say that we just don't believe this anymore. As good of a story as it is, as compelling as parts of it are, well, there are bad parts, but there are parts of it that sound beautiful and loving and compelling. As compelling as those are, and as nice as it would be to live forever in heaven with your family and your friends, and you'll all just be happy because God will make you happy, and everybody in hell, you won't feel bad for them because God will just make it so you won't feel bad for them, and everything will be good. As nice as that sounds, there's just no reason to think that it's true. And until we have reason to think that it is, it's not something I think you should believe in. And same goes on the other side. You know, they made the penalty. They realized they have no evidence to support their claim, but they just made the penalty for disbelief so unimaginably horrible that you can have arguments like Pascal's wager. Well, hey, I mean, even if there's a 1 out of 100 trillion chance it's true, shouldn't you just believe anyway? Because the alternative is you go to hell, and that would be really bad. So they made the penalty for getting it wrong so bad to try to balance out the scales because they have nothing to show for it. But I think most of us, those of us who are atheists, have had to make the decision, the choice to be true to ourselves and say that we're not going to let fear hold us back. We're not going to let our minds be held hostage by this deity that we don't think exists, threatening us with something that we don't think is real. And as the great Matt Dillahunty has said, well, what if you're wrong and you do die and you go to hell? Well, okay, I'll be in hell. What are we going to do at that point? I'll still know that the God that sent me there is a complete asshole for even inventing such a place, and that I will still be a better person than him. So therefore, fuck it. Yes. Thank you. Let's get on with the video.
Woo-hoo.
Gizmo's ready to he's scratching
Our bodies are ready.
He's kneading me in the leg. He's like, come on, get on with this shit. Oh. Right to the business. Look at this deadpan stare he's got right there. That is like, he is like, does that not remind you of like, what was that, Ghostbusters, Vigo the statue? Just like,
I was going to say either a hypnotist, or I was going to say someone trying to pull off a vampire.
I mean,
like,
if you went to like a Starbucks and you saw on the side of the restaurant somebody looking at you like that, you'd either think it was love or you better run.
Fear of flight.
Yeah.
Definitely staring into our metaphorical soul.
Yeah.
Since he's about to tell us our literal one burns. Oh, souls.
Well, Yahweh's got the match. He's got the gasoline. Come on. Have a nice soul barbecue.
You think he could play a good poker face? Okay.
Yeah, if everybody else at the table runs the fuck away.
And with that, we are going to relearn some stuff tonight, because we are coming into Romans 1:24, 1:25. Really, how God deals with atheists. And we're going to have some fun. If this sounds a little bit off to you, it's at 1.25 speed. For most apologetics, however, I find this is the perfect amount of seasoning.
If you guys really can't follow along with it, we'll slow it down.
Tell us in chat, yes. Okay. But we're moving into it. How does God deal with atheists? I'm sure that's the only subject we're going to talk about. I can't possibly think what else would be on his mind. So let's talk to this very well-trimmed man who can't enjoy, James, who cannot enjoy a well-trimmed man with a beard?
Is he approaching, like last time you said, like you gave your comments on beards and the trimming and the limit, and you said the guy in the last video was just approaching the limit.
I'll be honest,
is he within limit?
He is on the limit. So past this, and you start to look like you're a little homeless. A little.
So he's just about at the maximum.
Now let me tell you, some guys can pull off a longer beard. Okay. If you braid it, if it kind of does the triangle thing, and it looks like you're trying to do something at that
Like a
length.
canter?
You know, like a Jason Momoa can pull off a long beard, okay? But like, if it gets to this length and it's also like it's just like boom, like a tower of beard down here, we got a problem. That's all I'm saying. But no, this is great. You know, if he trimmed it a little bit more, I would say it'd be you would have, just like there's the circumstellar habitable zone. I would say we have like a sexy beard habitable zone. He's in the zone, auto zone, but
so he can still get the girl deck. He's in the girl deck.
Still get the girl. James, it's just continuing. I saw someone on Skylar Fiction, like, just he could not get his mind off like gays. Like, and all I don't know if I said it in chat or I thought it, but all I could think was just 9 out of 9 Dennis end up anti-gay Dennis end up sucking dick. And like,
so there
James,
you go.
Maybe
if you send him a message, Amy, maybe
I'm honestly not telling you.
He can get the girl deck. He can get it if he wants it. He could get it.
But this guy, within 5 minutes of talking to Skylar, I'm not sure if it was like a trans, gay, or having some sort of relationship with them, but like less than 100% heterosexual. You figure out. Because it quickly, I'm trying to think how they paraphrased it, because this is why I love the Socratic method. It went very quickly from like, that's terrible and it's an abomination, to this is why I stopped doing it. And you're like,
oh, yeah.
What? I'm sorry. Like, there was a point in your life where like the D's in your mouth, just they couldn't get filled enough, and now you're sitting trying to lecture us on how many D's.
Basically, that's what it comes down to. Like, I like it so much, it was so hard to stop it. Now, since
the
I
dicks
gave
were
it up,
so yummy. They were just.
Since I gave it up, now nobody else can get it, because I can't get it, because I'm afraid that God is going to send me to hell for doing it. Then nobody can get it. Nobody can get it. Yeah.
No one else can get it. What were we saying? Anyway. We're jumping into it. Keep on tagging us.
Heterosexual and like it. There you go.
We're gonna be super heterosexual. We are going to have sex with vaginas. Okay.
Exclusively vaginas.
Exclusively for the purposes of procreation, which means you don't have to look them in the eyes, James. That's what they're trying to tell us. We are moving into it. We keep on tagging us at James W, at Amy Newman. We'll keep on saying hi to everyone.
From this amazing gaze that we still have on the screen from this totally heterosexual, super straight Christian here.
Deletes his browser history every other week, and we are asking how.
He's got that shit. He's got that shit set to delete every time he closes his browser. He knows. He probably set that after his wife, like, honey, why I have all these sites and I got porn bombs and
listen, my better half, do I have an argument for you? I understand what it looks like, but in my defense, all porn is gay porn, and so the fact that I was looking at gay porn doesn't make it any gayer.
I mean, I have to do opposition research. I have to look at it just to see the depravity of like how evil and sick and perverted these people are. So I have to take the hit for everybody, so I can tell all the other Christians how evil it is, to make sure they don't look at it. Yeah,
I feel like I saw this just on another podcast, but you can't just do it once, right? Like, you can't just suck 1D, because if you just suck 1D, what if it was just that D? I feel like you have to suck 2 Ds to know, right?
No, I'm only on Grindr to witness to guys, like to witness to them. That way, like when they're saying how cute I am and everything, then I can just bomb them with this is an abomination and you're going to hell and God doesn't approve of this, and
we're taking back the rainbow, James.
Yeah, you need to stop all this and just be straight, and if you're not, well,
like
you just
this
need to
man
be
right
straight.
here.
Yeah, you just need to be straight anyway because that's what God wants. And
he needs it. Yeah, sometimes on Tuesdays.
all right, let's
with
to
that,
guy
ladies
before
and
Amy ends up
gentlemen,
fucking
yes. Before Gavin and Iron get back to work on me, pantsless down below, we're getting back to how God deals with atheists. I'm sure that will 100% be the topic that
in this episode of Real Christianity, I continue my teaching through the book of Romans, but today we enter part 1 of a 3-part series touching on the matter of homosexuality and sexual immorality. And we're going to show that there's a direct biblical connection between atheism and sexual immorality. So stay tuned to hear the biblical breakdown of this issue and how the church must respond. All that and more coming up right now.
Real Christianity. Real partridge. Raw.
Biblical. Relearn me some stuff. I'm pretty sure that that was used in like some sort of Orwellian novel.
We are finally doing audio
and your mom
and video. If you're watching this episode on YouTube, welcome.
We see you.
Back in
welcome YouTube.
Last week we talked about Romans chapter 1 verses 18 through 23. We learned the difference between general revelation and special revelation. General revelation is sufficient to give humanity knowledge of God's existence. It's sufficient to condemn humanity because they know that God exists, but it's not sufficient.
If you don't tip well, afterwards you need to give 20%.
To reveal the plan of salvation.
If they
this
do
is
well.
Why we need special revelation. Special revelation is the act of God revealing himself through scripture, through Christ, revealing the way of redemption, the plan of salvation. So we need general revelation.
Also, speaking of, and that's funny. Well, I randomly, what is up, Phil? Christ saves. Jesus loves you. I know that when you say that, you're just saying that you love me and I love you back because I love all humans unconditionally. However, if you just think that he's not going to bring up how, sexy and masculine Jesus is while talking about being a heterosexual, then, spoiler warning.
If you think that's just a microphone in front of him, well...
Oh, my. Gotta be careful, though. Sometimes they almost fall out of your mouth, ladies and gentlemen, but you just got to put them right back in. But what is up, Phil? What is up, Big Bad Mama? Partridge and his wife were sued by their neighbor for $450,000. That lawsuit was filed against them at Deschutes County Circuit Court for cutting down 6 juniper trees on their neighbor's property. Listen, we need to live in a biblical society. Said hopefully no one now, because I know lots of people have said that in the past. Woo! Send that love right back to you, Phil. Once again, we love all of our theist brothers and sisters. We tend to be, the skeptics. We can't help ourselves. However, we're going right back into how God deals with atheists.
And special revelation, general revelation allows us to know that God exists in the things that are made. We learned that last week. And then we know that special revelation is the gospel revealed in Jesus Christ.
I think Jesus looked like that.
He remembers. He's not the only one who remembers.
I was going to say, he remembers. I remember.
He may still be cooking that steak, Amy. I mean, that steak was in that pan for a while.
Can I tell you? I think if I remember, that's one of the guys that can also pull off a beard that could be a little bit longer. Also, I'm biased. I think dreadlocks are cute. Now, listen, I get that if you don't take care of your dreadlocks, they can be a pain in the ass. But he was shirtless, tall, dark, and handsome, cooking a steak for a long time. A long time that you would almost think that he was stuck in, how would the Matrix say, a loop?
Strangely enough, though, he never said anything while the camera was on. Like, it's like during that time, it's like he couldn't speak. And then as soon as the camera turned off, he could speak again. So I don't know.
speaking of men who can appreciate another man with without a shirt on, once again, I always appreciate. I think we should have more shirtless men on the camera that join us, but yes, once again, you can't really work with a lot down there with just a GIF, but we're having some fun. He's a fast talker. I'll give it to him. I'll say for on the 1.25.
It is. Yeah, he talks fast already.
I think we're gonna. I normally, but we're gonna go back on because I want to get the juice. We're gonna get all the juice. Tell us if you. Though once again, if you think we're wrong and should go back up to 1.25,
is the volume? What is the volume's on my end? Is a tad low, but
tad low. Okay, it was getting loud on my end, but if it was low on your end, I'm going to turn it all the way up.
Now, these distinctions are important because we learned that ultimately humanity has no excuse for the rejection of God because God can be seen, his eternal attributes, even in the things that are made. We all know. God himself really reveals himself through all these things in the sense the governing of the galaxy, through the seasons, through...
Ladies and gentlemen, Randolph
Tides
Richardson.
Go in, tide goes out.
Go out. You can't really prove that. Randolph makes a good point. If you wish for more shirtless men on screen, please don't forget about shirtless women. Well, equality is extremely important, and we cannot agree more. We should have as many shirtless women on this podcast. Shirtless men, shirtless women. Hey, if you're in between and you're sexy, please come on the podcast and have a good time. Another thing that triggers them, the they pronoun, androgyny in general. However, when it comes to their God, they all of a sudden get a master's degrees in postmodernism, and they're like, well, you guys need to understand that he was once a man, but for most of eternity, in fact, forever and before time, he was actually genderless. And you're like, okay, we get it. So you're saying you're one of us? Is that what you're saying? Okay.
But he definitely has a penis.
Big old sliggy slog. But we're jumping back in. How God deals with atheists.
You know, I said last week, the evaporative water systems, the functionality of our body, all these things can be realized from our brains to understand that there is a creator who is wise and eternal and all-powerful. And as a result for this, there is no excuse for atheism. That's essentially what Romans chapter 1, 18 through 23 tells us, is that there is no excuse for atheism. We also learned that while humanity rejects God, we know that humanity understands that there is a God. And the reason we know that is because of the thousands of religions that exist. And also just this act of worship that we see in everyday life. We see people that are worshiping from, New Age worship to religious worship through also the reality of we worship.
Also, I love this pot shot. It's almost like opposite me. Or I guess James and all. Well, we try to be very big tent and accept everyone. There is nothing more that the Fundy likes than pointing out the wrong faith. It's not enough, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, if you thought you were, if you were gay, you knew once. I mean, you might as well throw yourself into the pits of the hell. But we knew that the sexual immorality, as soon as you stopped having sex outside of marriage, well, James, you might as well just join hand in hands and go into hell with them. But my Lord, James, can I tell you, you're a heterosexual, having sex only for babies. Once again, you're looking to the side, basically thinking of Jesus while you come. And yet, it's the wrong faith, and you still go to hell. Tough luck.
You were in the wrong denomination, or you were a Catholic, so you didn't have the real gospel. That sucks to be you.
Sucks, yeah. You're gonna burn forever now.
Idols. We worship money. We worship materialism. We worship sex. We worship whatever it may be.
Also, the person that's going to spend basically the next a lot of time talking about sex, just to go back to the people who are like, why do we always talk about gender and race after they say misogynistic and racist stuff? Well, there.
That's right there.
And they're generally not doing it in a comedic way that is punching up. Because generally, they're not on the side of women or minorities. Unlike, well, I hate to say, because there's some bad comedians. I was going to pat comedians on the back. There are some asshole comedians, too. But preachers, ladies and gentlemen.
But we worship. We're a worshiping people. See, humanity is not unwilling to worship. We're just unwilling to worship the one true God. That's really what we have to get our heads
One
wrapped
true
around.
God.
And Paul says in Romans...
Also, I like that whole sentence.
I mean...
Not many gods. Not just one God. The one true God. It's kind of big. How can you disagree? If it's the one true God, how can you... I mean, James.
I mean, it's like...
Baked in.
It's like, oh, and the one true God, he just happens to say, like, basically, anything you like to do in this world is evil and it's bad and you can't do it. You have to not do it. And you have to love me instead. And if you can't do that, well then, when you die, I'm going to do mean things to you because you wanted to have fun now.
Why can't atheists solve exponential equations? Because they don't believe in a higher power.
I think Randolph's got competition out there.
Oh my. We got dad jokes and mom jokes. There you go. We got the sending so much love. Pookie says, I worship the one fake God. Nobody does it like Pookie. That's right. Listen, well, that's not only should we, I guess, worship the one fake God, but I am in favor of the old world order. You know, you just gotta get honestly. Now I make that joke, and it's hitting me in the face that's what now I get why they say New World Order, because they're trying to sell us an old world order. Wasn't it great when women knew their place and we owned people as property? Those were the times, James. Those were the times.
Gay people could only fuck in the closet because
Exactly.
Otherwise they'd be killed.
Boop. Or as we call it, morality.
Religion style.
Religion.
Romans 1, 22 through 23 says, claiming to be wise, they became fools. And they exchanged the glory of the incorruptible God for an image in the form of corruptible mankind, of birds, four-footed animals, and crawling creatures. All right, so the next two verses are going to be
Are you afraid of the dark? He's basically saying.
Verses that we're focusing on, which is verses 24 and 25. And he says, therefore, God gave...
Therefore, Toto inspired a group of zombie missionaries. They blessed the brains down in Africa. Puns, oh my. See, now we have mom and dad just sending out the jokes out there. But if you want your question, comment, or one-liner, keep on sending them out into the chatosphere. And we're learning how God deals with atheists. We're such naughty, naughty boys and girls.
Verses that we're focusing on, which is verses 24 and 25. And he says, therefore, God gave them over in the lusts of their hearts so that their bodies would be dishonored.
Once again, the irony of this statement. Like, I am so glad I watched these videos, like, beforehand. Like, sometimes I'm like, should I? It should just be spontaneous. The gall, the balls, the chutzpah of this guy to be talking about hearts. And just spoiler alert, like, and then eventually he's just like, don't follow your heart. What are you doing? Well, right now he's telling us to follow our heart. So maybe we should get like him to argue with himself and figure out who has the right answer. But we'll figure it out. We can't deal with the future until we get there, James. So let's continue forward.
That's good. That's good.
among them, for they exchanged the truth of God for a lie and worshipped and served the creature rather than the Creator, who is blessed forever. Amen. Okay, so this passage really speaks of God's consequences for their rejection of him and their false worship. They're exchanging the worship for the Creator to the creature, and this is speaking of the consequences and the punishment as a result of those things. So we're going to learn of God's response to rebellion. We're going to learn of what God does to those who choose to reject God and worship idols as a result. And we're going to see in next week's
I didn't want to bring up my hug tool.
Where I talk about the content when we get some
you don't always use the tool to hug
for
people,
this passage and the following passages. They're really linked together. That the content of this passage is really the catalyst for rampant sexual immorality. So this passage we're going to learn about today will really be the catalyst of why.
You're starting in slow. Ladies and gentlemen, it's all sexual morality. It's just when you want to, really be prejudiced against people, you want to be prejudiced against as many people as possible.
Preferably so, yeah.
Preferably.
Humanity is indulging in rampant sexual immorality. In other words, you can see the connection between the rejection of God.
We connect the dots. You could even say we go like
lifestyle
this.
Of sexual sin. Now, before we begin, I just wanted to briefly mention a couple things. As you guys know, we're a ministry, and there's a few things that we do as a ministry. One of them is I write books. And so,
I was going to say, and one of them is we grape little, no, you're right. Protestants. Gotcha.
Books, yeah.
Sometimes books.
We burn books. Write books.
James, it's just been weird. I've had a neighbor, and they don't have my number, but they've been trying to communicate with me. It's not cursive, but it's a lowercase t. It's like like they're just doing pot roasts of lowercase t's on my lawn. I don't understand what they're trying to communicate with me, but I feel like it's important. There's probably a good group of people just trying to, I don't know. It's almost cold outside, so I assume maybe roast some marshmallows or something.
Most likely.
Most likely. I assume so. Though I don't know why, once again, I don't know why lowercase and not capital. If they wanted to write out a longer letter, you would think it'd be capital. But
maybe
I don't know. We'll never know.
A dick and balls.
Listen, if it was in that shape, I think we know who would I'd be having over for dinner right away.
There you go.
We just have such a miscommunication. That's the problem. I don't understand. It's something about this on my lawn that I just don't understand what they're trying to convince me. I don't know. I'm going to have to keep... The problem is every time they do this, that I'm listening to 9 Inch Nails, and it's so loud that I don't understand what they're saying. Jesus is the answer.
So this book is brand new. It just came out in the last 30 days. It's called The Manliness of Christ.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we just really hold on this for like a really good how heterosexual moment?
The manliness of Christ.
The manliness. Some would even say it's amazing how manly the Christ is.
Real men love Jesus.
They do. And you know what I love about Jesus, what I think we can all appreciate, is he was a guy who had
a following, a cadre,
5, 6, 7,
small
8,
army,
9, 10, 11. He had 12 roommates. Jesus had 12 roommates. Yeah, you could say so. I don't know what they were doing all together,
a diverse mix
but
of guys and girls.
They went out. It was a diverse mix of guys.
No girls, no women.
Well,
no?
They actually did sometimes interact with women. You see, sometimes Jesus got on his feet and he got on his knees and would just wash anybody's feet. But he did it with all of his 12 roommates. Isn't that
Okay.
nice of him?
He sounds like a good guy.
He sounds like a good guy. All right. With that, how God deals with atheists.
In a world that's absolutely bankrupt of biblical masculinity, this book will really help men
Biblical
restore what
masculinity.
it means to be a man.
That's right, Amy. You
Look
don't
at
have
that,
your
because
biblical
Christ
masculinity.
is the ultimate man. If you hate masculinity, then you're going to hate Jesus, because Jesus is the most masculine man that ever lived
Really?
the earth. You can pick
Once again, can we just hold on to these statements?
Jesus' testosterone level was at like 1 billion. It was like infinitely high.
But like, I
His
don't
balls were
want.
the size of watermelons. He has so much tea pumping around in those veins.
But it's also just funny to think of like him in that vein, because once again, I don't want to like. I can think of very masculine men. I can think of like stereotypical, like if you want to go the bad side of masculinity, I feel like Genghis Khan kind of up there. Once again, not to like name check him twice, but like there's Jason Momoa. Listen,
Is that the
don't
bad
even
side?
think about my browser history. I don't even know what you're talking about. What are we talking about?
We're talking about Bear Night at the bathhouse.
Yes.
I'm thinking about Bear Night.
It is just so weird how, like, I believe in a positive version of masculinity. I don't think that, so, like, I think it's funny that I like to, all those femboys and sissies out there sending love to you. But, like, I also like masculine guys. I like it all, baby. Just do yourself. And there's healthy versions of all of us. It is the 9 out of 9 anti-gay dentists that end up sucking dicks that we just have a problem with. Like, I don't know what else to say. I do know what to say. What does a dyslexic, agnostic, insomniac do? Stays awake all night wondering if there really is a dog. Whew. That's rough. Yes.
Oh, wow.
Also sending love to Ricky Gervais, who just has a fantastic bit on that. He does not believe in God, but he does believe in dog. Just fantastic. Doesn't even own dogs. Just thinks they're amazing.
Speaking of that, where is Dog, the guy that used I haven't seen him in a while.
Sure. Sending love to dog. Sending love to. I just see Randolph sending links of people. We're just going to. You should be checking out Big Mama's channel. You should be checking out Pure Ozzy Gold's channel. It is amazing what happens. Unlike these fuckers over here who are like the bad faiths. Well, it turns out the skeptics don't have any holy wars. That's the great benefit of not being holy. We just keep on growing and growing. It's why, even in religious America, we are the second largest denomination.
pick up a copy of this little book. You can see it if you're watching it on video. It's not that big. It's 4x6. It's about 70 or 80.
My joke, first of all, it's not about the size of the book, James, okay? It's about how you use it. Speaking of which, oh my goodness gracious. King James. No,
that's a beast. That's a freaking beast.
Boy gay.
Boy gay.
Boy gay. No, I would say that we're all in. The penises are all going to touch. We are going to scissor tonight. We're going to have probably both at the same time. And though he's going to show us how straight we should all be by talking about how masculine Jesus is. Please, someone. Like, I used to be in a void because I would get in debates, arguments, screaming sessions with people, anti-LGBT people, who every time I brought up that they generally probably love the D, they'd be like, you just say that. You just want to dismiss all of the points that I have been bringing up and you don't even listen to me. But man, oh man. James, not only do we listen, but isn't it that we just give them like rope and or a microphone, and within like 10 to 15 minutes, like they just explain how many guys in the alleyway that they have met, like how prettier they would be in a dress than me, but no homo.
Absolutely, yeah. Oh, you'll never be a woman, Amy. I would look better. I would look better in a dress than you.
And it just feels like empty talking points. I have to remind myself that these were real conversations. We have them recorded. Well, not one of them. One of them we didn't record. I'm not a snitch or a whatever, and we were offline when one of these stories he told us. But he is included in the statistic of 9 out of 9 anti-gay dentists liking the D.
He's one of them.
How can he not? His teeth are so bright. All right, but don't use your teeth when you're going down there. How God deals with atheists and how how Jesus is masculine. This is being recorded.
Again, this conversation is being recorded.
Pages. You can read it in about an hour. And we also have an accompanying study guide that you can use for individuals or small groups, like a men's group. And you can pick up that as well for
particularly a men's group. Particularly a men's group.
Once again, join a men's group. Hang out with the guys. More guys specifically at reeducation.org/man.
Relearn.org.
Oh my god. You can't make this shit up. I really, if it was just me doing it, they would say I was stereotyping them or straw manning them.
Oh, by both of those at our website at relearn.org/man. Again, that's relearn.org/man.
Man.
All right, let's.
Or /Mr. Batman. I'll be on that site. That's right.
Relearn me. Yeah. Oh. Why don't you tell me how to be a real man?
You need some bear in your life.
Let's start today with verse 24. Let's read it one more time.
Time, in case you missed it.
Therefore, God gave them over in the lusts of their hearts to impurity, so that their bodies would be dishonored among them. Now, the word therefore can be translated as a result.
Senator, I'm going to have to ask you what define the word therefore. Your Honor, I'm going to have to. I'm sorry. My lawyer is now
depends
asking
on what
me.
The meaning of the word is.
Do you know what the first, the second, do you know what the fifth is? I'm going to be pleading it.
Of their rebellion and idolatry, God handed them over to this lifestyle of self-serving, this lifestyle of sexual sin, as we're going to see. Paul qualifies that desire, though. He says that he handed them over to the lusts of their hearts to impurity. And so Paul is saying that because of their rejection of God and their desire for idolatry, that the Lord handed over their hearts to be ruled not by the natural grace of the human conscience and the conviction of the Holy Spirit, but to be ruled by their emotions, to be ruled by their hearts. We know that the heart is deceitful among all other things. It cannot be trusted.
Have any issues with it.
They say,
and we have to, this is a really important part, because like, I don't know why he would say this. This makes no sense to me. But okay, let's explain why someone who's selling sugar thinks diabetes is not going to happen.
By their emotions, to be ruled by their hearts. We know that the heart is human conscience and the conviction of the Holy Spirit, but to be ruled by their emotions, to be ruled by their hearts. We know that the heart is deceitful among all other things. It cannot be trusted. I always tell people when they say, follow your heart, I say that's garbage. Don't follow.
What? No.
On your heart.
That is exactly what you were just not saying at the very beginning of this video. Am I hallucinating, James?
No. They do double speak. It doesn't have to be consistent. The Bible's not. The Bible goes all over the place. The Bible will say one thing in one chapter, one thing in it. They don't care.
Yes. Also, lust, gender. I don't know how to explain this to him, but as Skywatcher says, lust doesn't really, happen in your heart. Your heart may be going faster, but let me tell you, there are other regions that are definitely reacting a little bit more. But, we'll let you figure that one out. I'm sure you have.
Ask Papa Kent about it.
Yeah.
Follow your heart, follow the word of God. That is what we need to be focusing on. Now, this is not saying that God is handing them over in the sense that he is causing them to be more sinful.
Oh, no.
God simply withdrew his grace upon their life. And as a result, and this is a result of their rejection of him and idolatry. So one of the most fearful consequences that God can ever inflict upon a person is
that really bad, I would say the night after Chipotle or the morning after, either one.
Awful
to leave them.
Yes. Dogma is a female dog with puppies. God damn it, Randolph. But yes, hashtag fuss. What's a good emotional name for a lineup death cult leaders? Punchline. I saw Five Finger Death Punch in concert. Good concert. Also saw a concert the other day. What did I say? Iron Maiden. Saw Iron Maiden in concert. That was a good concert. What I learned about Iron Maiden, not being an Iron Maiden fan going into it, was that in my head they lean much harder on Iron, and I think they lean much harder on Maiden, which I kind of liked. I actually enjoyed that they weren't what I expected. It was a good time. They were an amazing show, I will have to say. One of the best shows I think I've ever seen. They do something different in every one of their they do something different in every one of their songs, and every 2 or 3 songs they change sets and have a different shtick that's going on. Something's going on, more than just the song. So it's fun. Had a good time, ladies and gentlemen. Go see Iron Maiden. They're a fun concert.
To themselves. And that's really to no longer intervene in their life through the conviction of their conscience or through, I would say the restraints of common grace, but to leave them to who they are. I think about Jacob and Esau. Jacob, these are, twin brothers, and God allows Esau to be Esau, but he does not allow Jacob to remain as Jacob. So Esau, he allows him to permit him to go and do and seek his own desires, and he pulls his presence away from Esau's life, but he doesn't allow Jacob to remain as Jacob. Jacob is sanctified. Jacob is grown. Jacob is brought further into the truth, into the presence of the Lord. God convicts him of sin. He disciplines him. He shows him that he loves him through his righteous conviction of his heart. And so there's a distancing from Esau and a bringing in close of Jacob. And we see that clearly in the scriptures. Now, we know that we're not going to see this happen to Christians, in the sense we're not going to see an abandonment of God in our lives, because Philippians 1:6 says, and we're
going to get to that quote. I can't help it before the point goes away. I'm going to be one of those annoying people just for see if I can actually go. But just to get a sense of what the hell. Look at that, doing fucking fireworks on stage. I don't want to get a deal. I don't want to get a what it called, but just crazy. Okay, good time.
Crazy.
Go watch Iron Man. A lot of things.
Abandonment of God in our lives, because Philippians 1:6 says, "And I am sure of this, that he who began a good work in you will bring it to completion at the day."
I don't want to give this first kid's name away. Yeah, I guess, but it's been 30 years, how long? But I mean, with this kid, every time he would go up to him, his last name was Shore. He was called Jason Shore, whatever. Who knows? Saying hi, Jason, out there, if we've ever seen. But this kid, relentlessly, every time, for whatever reason, every time he said Shore, throughout his entire life, I think he's going to get this. Everyone would be like, "Oh, I'm Jason Shore." But I imagine he would just go. But it's the same way I grew up in the 90s during the Seinfeld era, and all I would get was Newman. And I didn't even watch Seinfeld. That was really not my market demographic when I was being raised. But I knew it enough to go, Jerry. I still do that every time. I can't help myself. Seinfeld's a pretty good comedian. He's another one that's tends to be a clean comedian, but he puts in the time, the work, and the effort. Can't hate the pristineness.
Of Jesus Christ.
So I will say, because of that, I can't help but say I'm a little biased towards Larry David. I do have to give it up to Larry David, who I think is a genius. Send love out to, I guess, Seinfeld and Curb Your Enthusiasm.
Jesus himself actually talks about this idea when he's in John chapter 10.
He says you need to drink more protein shakes.
Verses 28, he's speaking to eternal security of believers. You know, this idea that he's never going to forsake us. He's never going to leave us. He's never going to allow us to perish. And this is a really great passage of scripture for those people who don't believe in the preservation of the saints, who don't believe that, or who believe that you can lose your salvation or that you can walk away from God. This is not true, because Jesus says so right here in verse 28 in chapter 10 of John. He says, "I give them eternal life, and they will never perish, and no one will snatch them out of my hand." So for those who have rejected God.
Well, so that's a reason that they'll tell us a lot of times that you cannot be a former Christian, because if you don't believe in God now, then you never believed in him, because the Bible says if you believe that you would still believe. So if you don't believe, then you never believed. Even if you think you believed, even if you would have, even if you could tell me 1,000,000 times how much you believed and went to church and what you did, been a missionary. No, you never believed.
You were on your knees every day.
Yeah, if you believed, you would still be one. There you go. That's it. Because the Bible says so.
The book says the thing, James. I don't know if you know this.
There you go. Books say a thing. Bible's wrong again.
Atheistic route. They've traded over to idols. God removes his sin restraining grace from their life. And that being said, God does not ever pull back completely from sinful humanity. If he did, society would cease to exist. Theologically speaking, this is really getting into the idea of common grace. Basically, God, in his love for the church, always made some type of degree of control and order among the lost as a way to restrain evil in the world, to protect his church, and to continue his purposes in the world. Now, for example, you guys may have seen William Golding's famous book, Lord of the Flies. And this is a clear representation and demonstrating the savagery of human beings, obviously shown through children in that specific narrative, without governance. If you have no governance, if you have no restraint, we turn into absolute savages. And that's kind of the same concept that we see in...
Well, It's more just how quickly things can break down when we don't have any sort of system of society. But they would have went through feudal time. Eventually, people would have fought hard to earn their freedom again, and then eventually would be back to somewhere like here. It's a horrible thing. It could happen again. We could be sent back 1,000 years, but I'd rather we not.
Yeah.
Common grace. Unfortunately, self-love is blinding, and people.
Well, I mean, are you laying on your back? That's a problem right away.
Think that humanity is genuinely good, and this is a false way to think. What we don't understand is that humanity is treacherously evil, and that even the good works that are permitted to occur are only happening because of God's restraint of their sinful nature.
Yo, hold me back. Don't let God even start, because he is going to f you up.
Well, see, and this is what
Calm
they do.
down.
It's
Eat a
like
Snickers.
we see no effect of God in the world. We see good stuff happening. We see bad stuff happening. There's no rhyme or reason to any of it. We don't see the hand of God. But this is where they jump in and say, yeah, well, if it wasn't for God, it would be even worse. So I mean, if it wasn't for God, everything would just go to hell, and there would be no order, no government. So you just have to thank God for that. Things are worse than they are. Which, I mean, if this is the best that God can do, I mean, that's not very good for a God, because it just seems like human beings doing the best that we can.
For the sake of his will and for the church in the world through common grace. Dr. Sam Storms once said, quote, "Common grace means God not only restrains the full manifestation of the evil tendencies of the human heart, but also, on a more positive note, enables the non-Christian to perform deeds of relative."
So, okay. You're going to die, but on a positive note, we're going to put googly eyes on your face. So, it's going to be kind of funny.
Yeah, before you're dead.
So, this handing over to the lusts of their hearts to impurity isn't without purpose. Okay, the text says, it has a purpose clause. It says, so that their bodies would be dishonored among them. Okay, he's saying that essentially, I'm going to read this passage to you just one more time so you guys can grasp this. Therefore, God gave them over in the lusts of their hearts to impurity, so that their bodies would be dishonored among them. One theologian said, heathenism always leaves its stamp on the body. In other words, spiritual sin always transmits to physical pain. Our sinful actions are eventually always going to result in physical, painful consequences on our emotions, on our hearts, on our bodies. And there's a reason for the mountain of human misery related to sexual misconduct. Okay, from disease and despair, from suffering and suicide, we know that the dishonoring of the body through sexual immorality is a painful way to live. We know that. And as a
Wow, ladies and gentlemen, a man who doesn't know how to use lube. I mean, if it's painful, just grease it up, baby. Or,
Painful,
turn her on. Or him.
He gets paid for that sometimes.
On good nights.
As it pertains to the forthcoming context of not just sexual immorality, but specifically homosexuality.
Specifically.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are moving in a turning point. Once again, 12 minutes in. 13. A third. Basically, the third mark. He's waiting until you try the demo, and then you buy the product, and then you get a bunch of bigotry. I know, exactly. Come on. Walk it off. Be a man.
Act of God to, again, purposefully permit them to dishonor their bodies goes far beyond just physical decimation. I want you guys to pay attention here. God's withdrawal
Physical
from their lives to just emotional
That's what
governance.
It's hard, James. You get
Is that what you
tired.
would call, Dan? Physical decimation.
You got to get to your physical destination.
Yeah.
A lot of guys have a hard
Destination.
time figuring out a woman's physical destination. However,
Wow,
you know, I'm just not sure. You know, when we were talking to
Walk it
Jesse, he was surprised that women even use that down there. James, did you know
Women?
that women, they put their mouth down there? They're where the pee-pee come out.
Why would they want to do that? Why would they want to do that? I didn't know they did
It
that.
doesn't sound amazing. I'll tell you that much. No.
Why would a guy want to have a woman do that when he could have me do that?
Exactly, James. If all sex is gay, except for procreation, and all porn is gay, a little bit gay, then you must suck off another man. It's kind of not gay. It's amazing.
It's for Jesus. It's for Jesus.
For Jesus. Exactly. That's what we're learning right here. In fact, if you just joined us, we are reviewing a Manscaped commercial. And wait,
Jesus
no,
is
we're
sponsoring
talking
Manscaped.
about how God deals with atheists. Right, yes. And we are getting into it.
To this desire to follow their heart, to this removal of.
Which remember, you should not follow your heart. And remember, this all comes from your heart.
It's written on your heart, Newman. Come on.
Okie dokie.
A common grace, to the removal of the conscience and the conviction of the conscience and the removal of the dictation or direction of the Holy Spirit that leads to sexual immorality and specifically homosexuality, as we're going to see in the following verses.
There you go.
Specifically homosexuality.
Look, listen, straights. You're going to hell, okay? No one said you weren't going to hell, but gays, come on. You're going to top shelf hell.
You guys got a first class ticket.
Exactly.
As Pastor Phelps say, y'all on your way to hell in a faggot's handbasket.
Can add in a little this.
Red Phelps.
You like to add in a little soda sometimes, a little Sin and Coke. And there we go. It feels like a whole bunch of bullshit. Anyway, how God deals with atheists.
He's talking about this specifically, how God's withdrawal is because of their disobedience and their rejection of him and their idolatry. And as a result, he hands them over to the desires of their conscience. He hands them over to the desires of their minds, and he allows them to dishonor their bodies so that there's a purpose there, that their bodies would be dishonored among them. And in a sense, this isn't just physical detriment. This isn't just physical pain that God's inflicting upon them. In a sense, it's a curse of reproductive suicide and really the end of their entire family heritage. That's what you have to realize when we talk about homosexuality, is it's not just.
First of all, the goal in life is not to have children. That can be a goal in life. I think it's a valuable, I would even say honorable, especially to raise your kids to be decent human beings. But even a married person with children will tell you, get a hobby, dude. Like, there is more to life. Your children should be the number one thing if you're trying to raise them. But then eventually they got to leave the nest too. And they got to be their own.
And you'll reach a point where you are not going to be able to keep spitting babies out.
Night, Big Mama.
Good night, Big Mama.
Not only that, but gay people can raise children. Gay people can adopt. They can have surrogate mothers.
They can?
And there are 3 people babies.
Like they can?
Amazing. Yeah, and this guy, unfortunately, What were you gonna say?
Gay people can raise kids. Tell Jesse.
Are you saying that a gay man can raise kids? I say Peter does the best version of that. Comes in.
He doesn't.
We sometimes have a special guest host. Though if I say it 3 times,
Jesse
maybe we'll
P.
have Jesse
Leaderson?
come on. I agree with you on what you said about parenting. My wife and I have 2 kids, and we encourage and support them freely to be themselves. Fantastic, Randolph. Honestly, I wish that I am half as good as my parents. It sounds like you are a fantastic father and your wife is a fantastic mother, and that you should be proud. And it's great to know, once again, secular atheist parents out there, you do not need this. I wonder what his version of tall, dark, and handsome Jesus would be, because might have to be blonde-haired, blue-eyed, as we learned in another video. You never know. Everyone's got a picture difference because the dude was either dead 2,000 years ago, or as you say, didn't exist. One or the other, right?
Either existed or he did.
Can do things. I also, the last thing, and we'll keep on getting to it, but the people who don't like that gay people adopt, they almost always aren't going out of their way to help children. What they do is generally attack LGBTQ people.
They'll just stop you from doing it.
Yes, but they're not
They
going to like...
They see that as protecting kids to stop you from helping them. Then
Can
they're
I tell you why?
going to be the ones that are acting like they're doing.
And you know what? I think
they're
they know.
Protecting them.
Maybe they know. Maybe this is me just saying I hope they know. I think a piece of them in the back of their mind knows that the easy thing is always to attack people for the lowest hanging fruit, something that they think that they could find insecure. And the hardest thing is for them to actually deal with whatever is actually going on. Like, I have consistently talked with people who blame everything on demons and devils, and just, you know, it would be so easy to just say that everyone who has been raped and sexually assaulted and have watched their children die in front of their hands, the most unimaginable things were the crimes of a demon actually convincing humans to do these horrible things. You know what the harder thing is? Actually dealing with reality and sorting through things and dealing with actual either justice or some sort of mercy in which we have to still remove this person and deal with, you know, some people are just disturbed. Hopefully we can get people on lesser levels who are just fallen into lives of maybe crime, but you get them out by, you know, like stealing and stuff, like by not beating them or not cutting a hand off, but by trying to improve their situation and their well-being so that they can make better decisions in the future and be a functioning member of society. That's a lot harder. A lot harder. But once again, it could just be Satan, James. Wouldn't that be so much easier?
Yeah, like, hey, get all the rehabilitation programs out of the prisons. Let's just send the pastors in there, and we'll tell the people, hey, you know, when you steal, it makes Jesus sad, and it's what the devil wants you to do, and Jesus is crying when you steal. And yeah, they'll all go out. Nobody will steal anymore. Hey, it'll work. It'll work. It's cheaper too. It's cheaper to do that than to actually try to rehabilitate people. Because I mean, honestly,
to actually give a shit.
Couldn't God do? God can do way more than we can do. So I mean,
and once again,
just let Jesus take the wheel on that.
Not only Jesus take the wheel, but like, not to get political, because, you know, I support a free market economy, but these people who share the love of God, you would think that they would want to help other people in need, no matter who they would be. That would be my number. Like I said, these people should be at homeless shelters and adoption agencies. But we're here instead because these people are trying to relearn us. We're going to relearn us some things today.
They'll relearn us.
Sending so much love. I forget when I got that, but you have no idea how happy that prop makes me. There are a few props. I showed that to James. I still remember.
It's been a few. It's been about a month
that.
or so. It really did bring joy to your heart.
It does, because they do it. They try. Yeah. Can I tell you that everything that we argue, like with the anti-LGBTQ thing, every single one of them is a first world problem. Not a single thing. Like
the war on Christmas.
War on Christmas, gay marriage, gays in the military, transgenders in the military, transgenders being able to transition and adopt. These are our rights we had to fight for, one of which none of them will they benefit all of society, hurt no one. We had to claw for because of how I hate to say the word disturbed is. The as the kids say nowadays would be triggered, but like Yo, Doorknob Head, what is up? I've been saying that since like the beginning of this. Like the irony could not be any. Like I said, they should have just went straight for it. Just had the chutzpah and just called themselves re-education. It would have just, at least we would have understood what they're trying to sell us here.
Physical pain, physical sin. It's actually really a reproductive suicide and the end of their entire family.
Also, another thing, I would say the gay uncle hypothesis as a transgender is that there's actually a lot of benefit to having LGBTQ people in society. And just because you don't see, I swear they just see biological females as baby makers. Like, it's just a quota. And so, like, there is so much to society. There is so much. I hate to go, like, I hate to go completely Joe Rogan on everybody. But, like, on my DMT trip, my ego death, when I realized, when I should have known, this is like such it's almost a deepity, that it just takes so many people for my life to function. And I don't even mean my partner, who is an obvious person, and everyone else in my family and friends and loved ones. But like, just the look around you. Look at all the objects that you use just in your day-to-day life. Think about the coffee you sip in your slippers that you made to get there as you take your blindfold off. I mean, all of these things, I mean, they were made by people. And so your lives are here because, or functional, I shouldn't say here. Well, your lives are here because of two other people, very specifically. But yes, our lives are made possible because of our society. We should be very thankful for it. It's not religious.
Line. In a very real way, God, backs out of a person's life, eliminating
back that ass
the
up.
Conviction of sin, and willingly allows them to pervert their own bodies and pervert their own sexual acts. And what's happening here as it pertains to homosexuality is really the removal of their complete progeny. It allows the progeny to perish. And for example, if my great-great-grandfather decided to live a homosexual lifestyle, I wouldn't be here right now.
This is extremely silly. Okay, so let's admit what he's really trying to say, because it's really not being. If someone in his line did not have sex to have him, he would not be here. which is an obvious duh. Thank you.
No shit.
That has nothing to do. First of all, I love how it's just like, I am so awesome, and I would not. Yeah, and if there wasn't the second generation star wasn't big enough to supernova, we wouldn't have carbon that would have our solar systems. But it happened. Like looking back and being like, well, if this one chain of event didn't happen, I wouldn't be here.
Because
Cool.
I mean,
that's not morality.
there have been gay people all throughout human history, and
Yes,
they're
gays.
just a thing. They are a factor in humanity, and yeah, it is what it is. It's not going away. It's not going to stop. It doesn't matter if you think they should be straight and be in heterosexual relationships and be pumping out babies left and right. That's not what they want to do.
Like I said, people are not baby factories. Like, if you want to have, I'm not anti having a kid. I'm anti you wanting to have a kid just because you think it's the right thing to do. Like,
or trying to force other people to live that life.
The reason why you should raise a kid is because you think you'd be a good mom or dad. Like, if you think, well, if it happens accidentally, whatever. I hope it happens. I hope that you are the best mom and dad that you are. But if you plan to have a child, I hope you're doing it to raise two little members of society. I love my parents. I am deeply in debt, metaphorically and literally, and the older I get, the more I learn how much wisdom they have been trying to get through my skull. But once again, none of this stuff is religious. It's just human. It's like, oh, okay, you are going through life. It's also the hero's journey. A lot of other ways we can convey this without having to hate gay people.
We need to understand the connection between living a homosexual lifestyle and not just the physical element of it actually affecting us physically or our decision to sin, but it's actually a decision to end your progeny.
No, it's not.
It's to
Really?
remove.
It's not like a decision. It's not like people just wake up one day and say, you know what, I think I'm going to be gay tomorrow. I mean, it's not like a decision that people make. It's where they find what they are.
That is one of the dumbest lines of thought. This is why. So people in the skeptic and atheist debating community, we have this on the DL when we talk about like belief not being a choice and being convinced. Because when we use it in lay conversation, we just say, well, I believe this. I believe this. Are you pro this? Are you anti this? But like when you find someone hot, like that is an instantaneous reaction. You don't have to like have a debate between two people if they're hot. Your brain just goes, I mean, you should choose not to react. Maybe you can flirt, but you should choose to do nothing non-consensual with anyone. But your brain can't not think someone's hot. You can't turn that off. You could try to sing fucking your ABCs or something.
Keep saying,
I don't know.
Jesus.
Oh, you're so manly. God, you have long hair. You're fucking ripped.
Jesus.
Oh, God. Oh, damn it. I'm so sorry, Jesus. I'm so sorry. Oh, it's going back up again. It's like a loop. Jesus, I'm so sorry.
I'm so sorry, Jesus.
Non-existent. What is up? And Shane the Skeptic, what is up? He brought up a point that no one says this. Like, has anyone ever looked at any political meeting, at any Senate hearing, at any Thanksgiving dinner? Have they turned to you and said, do you know what I think the problem with the planet is? Underpopulation. I just don't think there's enough people. I feel like that's the direct problem we have. This doesn't occur to them. Like, yes, that is the problem we have right now. It's going to be apocalypse from us not in each other. No, they don't think about this at all.
They think it's terrible. They think that we should be living the biblical lifestyle, pumping out babies left and right, and that's all we should be doing. And
like a cannon. Boom, 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 boom. Like
God said, be fruitful and multiply.
I also find the Amish so funny because we look at the Amish as old-timey, but they're just an example of cults. Like, I will buy Amish furniture because they put their heart and metaphorical soul into it, but it's a cult. I mean, it's just a dude somewhere in a theology speaking point that said, in the 1800s, during the Age of Enlightenment, it wasn't even pre-Enlightenment. During the time that we were getting electricity, said, shit's all ungodly. Basically, it was one of another version of people saying rock and roll leads to the devil. Extreme edition. We could say Amish edition, I guess, to bring it full circle. Oh, my lordy.
Move all of the future lineage that could come through your reproductive acts. And so when we remove all of our kind of modern takes, our political takes for just a moment, and we look at what happened.
James, we don't want to go political for a moment. We are just trying to say how icky gays are. Can we just do that without having to bring up religion? Anyway, back to the Bible. Okay.
Happens when a person trades the biblical design, the traditional design of heterosexuality for a homosexual lifestyle.
No, that is not the traditional design. I like how it's like it is Bible versus no homo. Or those really aren't the two decisions.
Very real way. They are eliminating the reproductive capabilities. And
did he really say that, Pure Aussie Gold? That breaks my heart. I honestly, and can I just say another point that I've been talking about? And once again, I guess I have to have my social justice warrior talking points all night, while I hold my politically incorrect cards at the same time. But like, race is not real. Racism is very real. Now, if you're asking, how can race be real, or racism be real, and race not be real? Well, because people act as if race is real. Race is a twofold concept. The labels of race are either self-applied, as in I identify as this in the checkbox when the government asks you, or it's applied to you, as in someone tells you. Ask a minority person in most first world countries. They find this out not because their parents treated them differently, their family treated them differently. They get that label applied, maybe on their first day of school or something. And then all of a sudden, racism becomes very real. Doesn't matter that biologically we are 99.90% the same thing. By the way, and I just want to drill this home, not only will I get feminista on you, but to just get really out there in Joe Rogan with my consciousnesses. There are no other species that just sit here and talk to each other like this. You see what we're doing right here? Just to each other? We're really... on a Norm podcast, someone said, we're really having a stream of consciousness. The fact that we talk to each other in the same language, if we are sitting here talking English, let alone another language. That's amazing. Okay. It just baffles me because we really could value each other. This is my last point, and then we'll get back into it.
It's amazing, in other words.
Amazing is that a lot of people, a lot of creationists, some people are saying, a lot of young earth creationists don't like that we are animals. We bring up that animals are gay, all these other things.
Well, just look at the look on his face. Like, he just looks like in shock. Like, that's like
he does.
It's like a Christmas morning, like under the tree, a brand new Bible under the tree. Yay!
Yahweh under the tree. Hold on one second. I have to bring up that because you brought it up, Dan. I shouldn't.
What happened? Did I get demonetized? You'll have to cut it out. You're on mute.
So when we're demonetized later, I just want everyone to know that this is the point where I'm cutting it. And so when it cuts back later, you'll know, and you'll just Google squirrels, Rick and Morty, and you'll get the same thing. I just can't help myself. I can't help it. Because it was like, and we'll probably, maybe I'll try and speedrun this. We'll do. How do you know squirrels aren't having conversations like this when we aren't looking?
Can't find a goddamn zip tie anywhere. All right, it. Zip tie.
So he's doing Ricky's mind blowers. Oh, you know what? I'm going to do this even better. Maybe if I do it on like 1.5, it'll be even. He's making. This is Rick and Morty. Rick is a scientist. Morty is his grandchild. He is doing Ricky's mind blowers, which erases memories. They were so amazing that they had to be erased from Morty's brain. This is one of those memories.
Are you making me do this for you again? Who doesn't wish they could talk to animals, Rick? Most humans. There, I'm done. Just stay out of trouble.
Most humans. Who would want to talk to animals? Come on, the birds. Yeah.
Stop down. The queen needs
That's
food. The babies
beautiful.
need food. The queen makes babies. The situation in Argentina has proven less convenient than predicted.
We'll have to re-destabilize their economy, refocus labor class outrage from upper to middle, foster a coup, and install a compliant regime.
Yes,
but you can never
yes.
We need a quorum to pick a new pope in case the Exxon Monsanto thing falls through.
Yes.
Why not use
Finally.
chemtrails? Put a canopy on Uganda. They're said to agitate any What?
That kid is watching us.
So, we're squirrels. He's a kid.
He's watching us like he hears what we're saying. Hey, kid, young man, come here, little boy.
No.
Tell Daphne to run 199 on a possible Doolittle. Little boy, we'll give you wishes if you can hear us. We can make you fly and get candy.
I love Rick and Morty.
Morty, what did you do?
Don't. The squirrels.
All right, Morty, pack your shit. That's only going to keep him down for a little bit, Morty. You the squirrels, Morty. We got a good 5 minutes before they're backing up on our ass, Morty. We have to pack up and move to a new reality, Morty. You know, I said we can only do that a couple of times. We're over here because of these damn squirrels, Morty.
Yeah. Don't. The squirrels.
Don't
At
tell that
least-
to Ken Hovind.
All right. At least we imparted some actual knowledge. You could say that we go through a lot of stuff, but thank you. What's it called? And with that, if you just joined us, then we've lost chat and we have monetization back thanks to us cutting out Rick and Morty. But back to how God deals with atheists and having fun.
Abolishing their entire
Squirrel.
family line. And so this is something that is happening here when God hands people over to their own desires. And as a result of their own sinfulness, they result into a lifestyle of sexual sin or homosexuality. It is not just a sin against them, but it's actually a sin decimating
Against
the
God?
rest of their family line. So yes, God walking away will cause pain to the body. That's
Hashtag God walk away, as in be an atheist.
absolutely sure. It's going
Jason,
to cause
sure.
disease and emotional despair and suffering and depression, all those things.
Whoa. Yo, I don't even know. I'm like joking, not joking. I love this entire path. You were theistic, deistic. You're a Buddhist, which in my opinion, some would argue could be considered an atheist religion. I completely Buddhist. Welcome, my brother.
Totally.
Happy to have you.
Things. But the most painful result is the multi-generational destruction that devastates not only themselves, but the many generations that will never follow as a result. So we have to see the sin of sexuality.
People will never be born.
James, you need to see the sea of sexuality, the sea of sin. At Las Vegas, hopefully. That's where I'm going.
Hey, should do a convention there one day.
Oh, let me tell you. I know this is pie in the sky. We're going to have to earn it. Can I also tell you, let me tell you, this is the some people ask, and by some people I know because I Googled it myself. Like, does it become easier once you become monetized? The answer is not at all. Not at all. It is the exact same. And which is great. It keeps high quality content. It keeps us keep on having to push our A game, always trying to deliver more fun. And we hope one day to be on tour. Gizmo and I have talked. You know, we look at this as much as it has my name or whatever. This is a channel of a skeptic, non-religious variety, and we're going to be having a whole sorts of fun new shows of just like hopefully a different varieties. Even like I said, I am so excited to be doing more street epistemology debates. We're going to be doing our SNL version. I have never been more excited to. We're going to have an opening thing for that. Ladies and gentlemen. In fact, what I'll even say on that tour, I'm so jelly of a live audience. That is the one thing.
Live audience.
I bet we could emulate that.
Studio audience.
I bet we can emulate that.
Bring Gizmo on tour.
Well,
yeah.
I bet if we did recordings, live recordings instead of just live airs, where we had a panel just for laughing, like just for jokes of atheists, I bet you we could get like I'm trying to think, real laughs, like actual laughter. Maybe we could get ourselves invite like an open house, live and recorded, because I do plan on editing them because I want to add graphics. Gizmo's working hard doing Photoshop, so
he's a good Photoshopper. Yeah, edit our trip because we really need to go to Dinosaur Adventureland and take a video. Documentary of that trip, and then the art park. And even though if you're an atheist and they know you're filming, they'll like
100%.
Yeah. Broadcast 12 hours a day full time. Like
but
have a camera, put cameras all throughout the house. Yeah.
Well, what? That is so funny. That's a. Rachel was basically said like, hey, you just gotta tie up some cameras, and we got some camera. But no, I would love to do. I've said this before. I want to produce other atheists as well. If you are an agnostic atheist or an anti-theist, any of those labels, it also apply if you're a theist. But we're looking for those. I want to produce you. I know Peter does production. I do production. And the goal is to build a community. We are replacing the one that we had. I think we do it better. I think we can make funny content while also doing tough subjects. I think that's the peak irreverence is by taking all of this stuff that they find holy and kind of just seeing how silly it is, because this man is trying to sell us on how not to be gay and how manly Jesus is at the same time. So
he'll relearn us. He'll relearn us some better stuff that we knew before.
And I also wanted to bring up one last thing, because speaking of which, I showed it in the community. I forget, Doorknob Head, someone said it. But ladies and gentlemen, coming soon, all over you. That's right, baby. Skeptic on the Street is coming out. I love how that came out. Could not be happier.
Trademark.
I'm going to be, and I know. So the person put that on there, but I'd feel like a nag to even say.
It goes with it.
Yeah, it's funny that you said it. I thought it, and then you're like, no one will say anything, and then it's like, no, that's. I like it though. It came out great. I am going.
It looks great though.
Thank you. I think it really did. It incorporates everything that I want. I've noticed that Anthony Magnabosco is the only other Street Apologist. I've looked on YouTube. I haven't found. Now, shout out to Oz. Oz has done a few on youtube.com/the Atheist Network group. Shouting out to Oz and Jena, Shane the Skeptic, all people out on there. Biddy Buddha. And I see some people who do online street epistemology, which is, I mean, that's online epistemology to me, but you know what I mean. I'm not gonna hate. Don't hate the player, hate the game.
The internet's becoming the new town square.
Yeah, so I love
social media.
From what I've seen, it's good content, and so that's great. But can I tell you something? Maybe not everyone has the personality for it, but I love it. I did one episode. I went out with Rachel, and I think we both didn't know what we were gonna expect, and we were both teasing each other back and forth to kind of it's like breaking that V card, baby. The first stranger you walk up to saying, "Hi, would you like to talk about what you believe in and why?" But can I just tell you, all three conversations were great. You get a lot of people that are like, no, or I'm jogging or stuff like that. But then had three people that are great. They had smiles on their face the whole time. I'm sure I'm going to have some spicy conversations that will go back in my, back and forth. But all three, two, an atheist,
Tennessee,
and someone in between.
Your part of the country, you'll be okay. You go down, you start coming down a little south, things will get a little bit spicier.
A little bit spicy. Yeah, I agree with that. Not
look at his,
send it out there.
His hand gestures here, like he's doing Tai
Magic
Chi.
Trick? Tai Chi.
Yeah, he's doing Tai Chi. EGOT.
Yes, that was Rachel filming. She was all blushing. Because she was like, "Are you going to show me?" Like, it's a good angle on there. We had a great time on there. Yes, for at least a good second on the very beginning, because she's setting up. It's just me, but every once in a she is filming there, and so every once in a while, a guest I think says something to her, and she says something back because it's kind of that's there. Can I just show off? Sometimes you need to have a three-way. Can I just show off? She's using a camcorder, but on this, but we're getting ready to use. So I'm using the GoPro. The GoPro goes on the center of my chest, just like what I think people are used to. That shot that Anthony Magnabosco gets is a GoPro angle. It works fantastic. But then because he does his things on college campuses, he was either a student, a professor, took some classes. He got permission while being at the university to set up camp. And he has cameras on different posts or whatever that he can shoot to. But I don't have that, especially when you're in the middle of the cities where I am. And so we had a camcorder. Well, I think actually I'll show you the camcorder that I have. I like show it off. I can't help it. I have way too much equipment. But
Thanks,
this is the
upside down.
yeah. Oh, it's upside down.
Don't even worry about it.
But this is the camcorder that Rachel was using. The GoPro is out over here.
Oh, I don't know. That's going to be hard, doorknob head.
What's doorknob?
He wants to know how you bring your props.
that's yeah.
Like
it is. It's hard.
Like the violin.
Can I tell you though? I am a natural mime. I mime everything. Some people I have to fight it sometimes because I know people can find it annoying, but I can't help myself. Here is the lovely GoPro I have. I have a rule with technology. I like to go with the most 5-star best thing that you can get, and then I get like a generation or two below whatever the current gen is, because you get the best and just basically almost half the price, if not cheaper.
So it was top of the line like 3 or 4 years ago.
Yes, it's a GoPro 8, and I think like a GoPro 9 or 10 is out, and so.
Well, that way, a lot of times the newer things they have bugs to work out, but by the time it's like second generation, third generation.
It's a third generation Apple iWatch, and they're on number 5 right now. I do this, but it works. They're all amazing, and the great thing is that I never had an Apple Watch before this generation, and so it wasn't like I was like, oh my God, why am I only getting this generation? It was completely new to me. I never knew anything else. But I should have shown my crown jewel. We're going to be using this. I bought this as a documentary camera.
Upside down guy with the spice. Don't worry. She'll show you how to. She'll show you. She can help you do your makeup though, if you wanna learn.
So this is my documentary camera. I think this is what people mostly expect in the industry. It's great. It's not actually heavy. It's actually fairly lightweight, because this is actually a camera you would use in war, in the news, in the media. It shoots at it only shoots in, I believe, 30 frames. So a film camera would only shoot in 24 frames a second. It will match up, I believe, with the GoPro and stuff. Most things, your phone probably takes 30 frames a second as well. And so a fantastic little thing. It's got everything. It's got a hard drive. It's got HDMI slots. It's got an SD card right in there. Got it all. Got your boom microphone on top.
Boom mic.
Boom mic, yes.
Big time.
Because that's what those things are called.
Yeah.
And boom, and yeah. Oh, I love it. I can't help it. This is my field. I kind of fell in love with it.
She's has that thing cradled like a baby. Like they're looking at
Listen, this is a $2,000 camera. Of all the things, this is more expensive than
a baby.
Than the GoPro, than a baby. Yes. And so that's what's going to be out in the field probably in the coming days, as we want to do it once a week. I would like to record, maybe not release once a week because there's got to be some post-production and stuff. But I want to make it if you are a Patreon, if you are a channel member, either one of those have access to our first little teaser episode of Skeptic on the Street. The first interview is out. You can get them both on the channel member page or download it from the Patreon page itself. But if you are a subscriber or a viewer, You're
You'll
going
get
to
to see it
see
all.
the entire
It's all
show.
coming.
You'll see maybe three interviews at a time in one package with sound and music and fanciness. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, with that, we're going to jump back into the subject. Alrighty then, because we're talking as the cat, we're talking how God deals with atheists, and let me tell you,
With
I didn't expect you to have such a big camera. I know.
He also wants you to help him with his makeup. Upside down guy does.
Did he?
Yeah.
Well, hey. Let me tell you, we can get something going on. It could be a girls' night out. And all right, we're gonna have hot God how God deals with atheists.
Is going much further than just the individual. I think of Psalm 34:16, which states, "The face of the Lord is against those who do evil, to cut off the memory of them from the earth."
Oh, yeah.
Psalm 37:28. Again, these are not direct references to this, but this is kind of the general principle. Psalm 37:28 that says, "For the Lord loves justice; He will not forsake His saints. They are preserved forever.
Oh my God.
But the
James,
children of the wicked shall."
I finally know who God is. God is Batman.
Abcdeig?
Yes, that too.
Oh.
But no, God loves justice. It all makes sense now. Okay. All right.
Be cut off. So again, we often look at homosexuality as this sinful, simple.
Rebel spotted, Amy.
I say I look at homosexuality as often as I can. Is there a rebel? What's up, rebel? Our favorite shirtless friend.
Vision that affects only the individuals that are partaking in it. But the Bible sees it as one of the consequences of God's desertion from a person's life. Truly, it is an affliction of absence. Did you hear that for a second? Sexual sin, lifestyles, and specifically homosexual lifestyles, is
not
really
that God's doing anything.
It's worshiping of self and worshiping
not
of idolatry.
doing something.
God,
so therefore, yeah, bad stuff will happen because he's not doing something.
Okay. See, I see that. When you say I mock homosexuality as much as possible, do you see how hard of a not straight statement that is? Like, I make fun of gays all the time. I go out of my way to find gays and tease them. I tease them relentlessly. I believe you. No, really.
Hot black, yeah.
Bite into it.
Lean into it.
That's true. Like Batman, instead of using his willpower fixer, he just goes beat up some individuals. Yeah, basically. I'll be
like Mr. Batman.
Sir, I am a sir. You better call me a sir. I'm a heterosexual man. You better.
I wear Speedos.
Only. He's another one. Mr. Batman is another one. I'm sending love to him, but like he's another ex-gay. No longer needs the D.
Totally.
Totally.
It's totally like Milo Yiannopoulos. He's as straight as Milo.
Exactly. James, it's like some of us, sugar's not good. Sometimes you drink too much soda. They just haven't sucked a D in a while. They love Ds. Who doesn't love Ds? Norm Macdonald used to have a joke. He'd be like, who doesn't love cock? Women love cock. Gay men love cock. Straight men love cock. Who doesn't love cock? And he'd wait for someone to challenge him.
Yeah.
Which straight man among you doesn't love dick? All right, including this fine young. Back to our Manscaped commercial.
Pulling away so that there would be a dishonoring of their bodies, and not just their bodies, but it would actually as a result of their own sinful choices, this isn't God doing this, but it's God's pulling away, they would be decimated in their entire spiritual or their entire physical lineage because they sacrifice their reproductive capabilities when they go into a homosexual lifestyle rather than a heterosexual lifestyle. So
they're being punished because they won't have grandkids or great-grandkids.
He wouldn't be alive. What? Therefore, it's immoral for anyone to be gay.
Stuff here that we can't pass over. So Paul again tells us that they will be left to the state for a particular reason, which gets us into verse 25. It says, because, so this is the ground, because, the cause, the causal clause, because they exchanged the truth of God for a lie and worshiped and served the creature rather.
You know what's so hard about dicks? It's just you're on your knees, and it's that length. Like, they're right there. What are you gonna? You're not gonna be a friend?
You trying to say it was intelligently designed that way by God?
Jeez, it just seems that way. That when you're on your knees,
it's right.
You seem to have an increased amount of flexibility and talents available to you. That's all I'm saying. A range, a wide variety.
Fall to your knees and
than
worship.
Creator who is blessed forever. Amen. Now, if we turn just for a second over to Romans and we look at that passage, I'm going to read it in the ESV. And we read because again, you want to have that context of the homosexual stuff that I just spoke about. If you read
we got the context,
and 27, I'll read them for you real quick. It says, for this reason, again, it's this line of causal clauses. So it was therefore, because, for this reason. So we're getting this connection here. In verse 26, it says, for this reason, God gave them up to dishonorable passions for women, for the.
Okay.
Was this the title of this video, How Bad Gays Are, or was it How God Deals with Atheists? But the only thing he's talked about so far is how much God doesn't like gay people.
And this brings me to my thesis. I mean, the people, we'll keep on saying it, the people who will tell you that race and gender and yada, 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 that's all the social justice, all the media sends down our throats day after day. Well, it turns out a lot of things have been down their throats, but it's not that.
Their women exchanged natural relations for those that are contrary to nature. Ooh. And the men likewise gave up natural relations with women and were consumed with passion for one another. Men committing shameless acts with men.
Shameless.
And receiving in themselves.
I'm a freaking prophet, see?
Shameless.
The due penalty of their error. Now, we're going to talk about that next episode, but that is the context this is all kind of connected to, and you need to understand this is what the Bible teaches. Again, verse 25, totally. But they exchanged the truth of God for a lie and worshipped and served the.
See, now we're starting to understand. He deals with atheists by me. See,
I guess so.
You're starting to understand his logic.
Rather than the Creator, who is blessed forever. Amen. He offers really three reasons for God's exodus from a person's life. Number one is they exchange the truth of God for a lie. And these people who have been handed over to sexual immorality and sexual impurity, they've substituted the evidence of God that's so plainly seen in creation for fiction. Okay, they gave
and the last thing we want to do is believe in a fiction, something mythological, something not real. That'd be terrible.
It would be. Where's Ken Hogan when we need him?
He does have a very clean style, though, for a man. Very tidy. Like his, just as an accessory type of person as well, just like me.
He's well accessorized, like he's got like 45 pairs of shoes in his closet.
He just has a keen eye for men's fashion, I think.
Yeah.
Who knows?
All the magazines.
Maybe he has a roommate too.
What was due to God to idols. They gave their worship to the things that were made, including themselves, including their own desires, including different carved images and natural creation. And it was not only that they did not. So one thing I want to make clear, because it says here,
and no, too clean doesn't mean he does butt stuff. But like, we've been sitting here, like, you didn't see www.reeducation.com/man.
Jesus.
Yeah, he was talking about how Jesus was the ultimate man, like
the manliest man,
the manliest man,
the most masculine.
It's just 9 out of 9 dentists. 9 out of 9 dentists. Who knows? They could be anywhere. These dentists.
Jesus was chiseled. He was jacked. They were
jacked. They were Jack Daniels.
In verse 25, it says they exchanged the truth of God for a lie. So this means that it's not that they didn't know the truth. You can't exchange the truth if you don't have it. No, they had the truth. They knew the truth.
Here we go.
And they exchanged it anyways. And this is what the whole 18 through 23 is talking about. They know that God exists. The world yells and screams that there's a creator. But they knew the truth of an eternal and all-powerful God, and they rejected him anyway. And this is why we have no excuse for atheism. But namely, they preferred lies.
Did you hear that? I feel like that was like he talked about atheism for like a sentence. So I hope that was as good for you as it was for me.
Yeah, that's all we're going to get, huh?
They preferred lies because serving lies permits them to maintain their sinful lifestyle. And this is what we know because John...
You guys just want to sin.
Jesus
that's that
tells
argument.
Exactly why people don't come to Christ and they don't come to a theistic view.
You guys,
God,
you just want to sin.
God.
That's why
they
you don't believe.
love their sin. And why? He says here in chapter 3 of John, verses 19 through 20. This is the judgment, that the light has come into the world and men loved darkness.
Men love dark, tall,
Don't they have
handsome.
those nights where they turn the lights out? Like dark night?
Yes. The Dark Knight.
Rather than light, for their deeds were evil. For everyone who does evil hates the light and does not come to the light for fear that his deeds will be exposed. Okay, as a result, we get to point number 2 of that 3-point list I was talking about. So they worshiped the creation, or they worshiped the creature as point number 2. The first thing is they exchanged the truth of God for a lie. Number 2 is they worshiped the creature. Okay, humanity has within itself this intrinsic.
I'm just not convinced that God exists.
But, this is the thing. This is all they do is point to the world and say, basically, assert it's a creation, requires a creator. That's it. You have to believe in God. That's really is all that they have. That's all Ken Hovind will say. Oh, it's obvious. There's a creation and needs a creator. There it's obvious. No, it's not obvious. But that really is all that they have.
They really have nothing else. I do have to say, it feels so good to be bad. But yes, I always find the concept of sin funny because in a colloquial use, they'll always be like, well, who doesn't sin? But then the actual definition is offending a God. Like,
who never does something bad that they regret or that they think to be immoral? Nobody's ever done that. But yeah, like you said, the concept of sin is that there's this God with this arbitrary standard who decides what it is based on his whim, and that's a strange concept. We don't.
That being said, if sinning is offending a God and we are offending a God, good.
He should be offended, yeah.
Yeah. Baby murderer.
Seems like an asshole.
And by specifically, I mean drowner of planets. Like, if you kill people in the planet full, you're the supervillain. Anyway, we're talking about how God deals with atheism. We are in the last third now, and so we're moving up to it. We'll go up until where he ends with a
ready
prayer.
To climax.
Oh my, I know, I can feel it.
Intrinsic impulse to worship. You can go all over the world and you're going to find churches and
Carmen
synagogues and
Sandiego.
worship and temples and places because we have an intrinsic desire to worship. This is the reason why there's thousands of religions in the world. We have an intrinsic desire to worship. The impulse of worship is given to us to maintain our relationship with God, yet we have perverted it in our sin, but that is why we have that intrinsic desire to worship. Now, people worship all types of things. People worship money, people worship self, people worship their emotions, people worship comfort, but people also worship other things. And
that's like just this notion that's just redefining worship as anything that you like is what you're worshiping. Oh, if you like good. If you get up in the morning, you like your cup of coffee, you're worshiping that cup of coffee. If you like to listen to the music, you're worshiping that music. It's just to try to make it sound like we intrinsically engage in this activity of worship, which would be no, that's not worship. Would be some type of reverence to some type of divine being or some magical being. That would be an act of worship. I would not consider just anything that you like to be worship. And that's the thing is that these Christians, like, so assuming this guy is a regular heterosexual guy with a wife and he's in a happy marriage, then none of this other shit applies to him, right? He doesn't care. It's not affecting him. But when there are Christians who want to keep on to their Christianity, yet they are gay, well, they adopt a reinterpretation of it. They don't necessarily have to leave the faith. They just adopt an alternate view of it. It's not like everybody who's gay or lesbian or what. It's not like they all become atheists. They don't. As we see their churches all over the country, all over the world, and this is what I told Ken Hovind, there are dozens of Christian denominations that affirm LGBT people as valid. They don't have a problem with it. They are open to it. They don't care. It's not a problem to them. And, of course, there are no institutions of higher learning, accredited institutions, that teach young earth creationism except in the maybe the mythology department, but not in terms of like the history or natural sciences.
But can I also ask Rebel? He says drowning people is merciful compared to the torture, genetic manipulation, and perversion of the sickos in those antediluvian days. Can I ask, what were some of those perversions? Because they're very vague. Like, is there something very specific? Like, is there something very specific that you're just that maybe? What were they doing?
Giants ruled the world, Amy, and the giants. They were messing with people's DNA. They were, because the human and the angels, they made giants, and the giants were. That's why God had to wipe them all out, even though it says there were giants after that. So, I mean, it didn't work because God flooded the world because there were. I guess everybody was an asshole, so there were giants, and even though it says, well, there were giants after that too, so, and there are still assholes, so I guess it didn't actually achieve anything. But you know what? God had just a lot of fun drowning all those people. He, Jesus, the Holy Spirit, they were all just sitting up there above the dome, watching popcorn, dumping the water. Maybe they were dumping the water in by themselves, bucket by bucket, just because they were having such a good time enjoying it. Maybe Jesus took his thing out and took a leak down there, and that was like a waterfall. Yeah.
And I just have to say, a philosopher once said, don't go chasing waterfalls. Stick to the mountains and the rivers that you are used to. Anyway.
This guy's used to.
Exactly.
They've rejected the truth of God. They've redirected their worship toward the creation,
toward
created things. Now, I live here in Sedona, Arizona. If you don't know, this is the New Age capital of the world. And there are people here that are worshiping the moon and worshiping the sun and worshiping the
I like how he just completely ignores just things like California, New York. Well, okay, that's fine.
universe. And they're praying to the rocks and they're making sacrifices at temples.
Not that New Age is
probably
good. It's really just more pot shots at different faiths. We're kind of the skeptics.
Closest thing you can get to international ministry in the United States is here. in
you mean all the same stuff
Now,
that
if you go
happens
with the
today,
Indian
Rebel,
people
right?
Actually bowing down.
Sexual perversion.
All the same shit, except for the supernatural stuff.
Well,
that's
like
not happening
I
today.
feel like the first one is always like that's the eye catcher, but then you're supposed to not read past it because like necromancy, they were doing. First of all, what do you consider necromancy? Like resurrecting someone from the dead?
Oh, like seances.
Because that sounds a little. Mixing animal and human DNA to create chimeras.
Yeah, they weren't doing that.
Abortions, because you're gonna mix that in with raping children, necromancy.
Well, even though doesn't the Old Testament instruct something about
cannibalism,
bitter water, Amy? I mean, if that was a problem, why would God be telling people how to do it according to him?
Well, the human sacrifices. What the hell, my man? Like necromancy and human sacrifices, that's Christianity. What are we talking about?
It's okay
here?
when God does it. It's okay when God does it, but yeah.
Don't go making phone calls. Please stick to the 7-digit numbers you're used to.
And what's the last 7 digits?
Oh my, 1-800-69.
Before things that were carved with human hands. And so people do this stuff.
Use your hands.
They absolutely hand over their worship to created things. So ultimately, people have fabricated a God for themselves, a God that they want so that they can worship without the responsibility of sin. And that's what they want to do. They want to be able to live without sin. They want to be God themselves. They want to dictate what is right and wrong. But addition to this, Paul says,
God just happens to say your lifestyle is fine, right? Your lifestyle is good. So lucky you that you happen to be a straight heterosexual dude and you have a happy, loving wife, and you just get to be happy and do you. I mean, imagine if God came along one day and said, okay, now you can't do that anymore. Now you have to be basically be alone for the rest of your life, because that's just what I said, because I changed my mind. I don't like heterosexual sex anymore. It's disgusting now. I mean,
did he say Fabricate? Really? If he did, that's amazing.
Oh, hey, Ian. We got Ian Davenport.
Oh, well, no, I was actually going to say, well, 2 things. So, so Ian Davenport, what is up, Ian? Say hello to James, myself, and the entire chat, and Gizmo, our producer. But also, we got Rebel invading Twitchosphere, saying atheism is dead. Oh, snap. Though there are atheists, and so I feel like it'd be hard for me to say. I believe
we're still alive. Yeah. I mean, maybe God's going to kill us any moment now. But
still a pulse.
Creatures. They didn't
okay, hold on. I mean, we got him.
Sin. And that's what they want to do. They want to be able to live without. They want to be God themselves. They want to dictate what is right and wrong. But addition to this, they don't just worship. They actually served the creatures. They didn't just worship the creature. They served it. And this is this is interesting because they worked for these things, these creatures. They, instead of the creator, they worked, they labored, they slaved for these things that were created.
Mr. Slave.
Which makes no sense. This is essentially full-blown delusion, and it tells us
full-blown delusion
that has been done to us in sin.
I mean,
that's how delusional
James,
people have got.
If you don't believe in the talking snake, I really don't understand why
you're
accept any other science.
Full-blown delusion. It's
exactly. What is up, Mark Reid? Served with vegetables and gravy. So what is this guy talking
Big-sided
about?
Vegemite.
I think this episode is about atheism. He talked about atheism, right?
For about 3 minutes. Mark, you didn't get to see this at the beginning. I just wanted to shout out that your debate with Ken Hovind, I thought you did really well. That was, I think that was the best one that you've done so far. I think you absolutely wrecked him. I liked your mixing in a little bit of the irreverence, that just kind of refusing to take him seriously, because he's not a serious person, but you absolutely you bloodied him up. He just looked bad, and he was running out of that debate at the end. Like, he's like, I'm tired, I gotta go. Yeah, he was running out there, but you did really well, Mark.
And Rebel, like, there's multiple things wrong here. First of all, okay, actually, let's do the elephant in the room. I was figuring which to go first. You can only offer $10 million if you have $10 million.
You have that in an escrow account? I mean,
that James Randi's $10,000 prize was a thing was because he had $10,000 to give
in escrow. Yeah.
And
it
so,
run by
like,
an attorney in a legal escrow account.
So that is what makes that, like, I can say, like, I offer $10 billion to any flat earther. You know what? Why go billion? Why go trillion? I offer $10 million to anyone who can send a rocket.
Why have billions when you can have millions?
Have millions. I mean, you're just making the number up. I mean, and that's just the elephant. I have to just put the elephant. But then, like, it's not up to. You're basically saying, prove me wrong, when the scientific consensus is against you. And so
you need to look in the mirror. You need to
prove us wrong. You need to send a rocket up and hit the dome. Like, it needs to go like, boop.
And not just, oh, look at that. Do you kind of see maybe something if you look at it, if you look upside down and you shake your eyes back and forth, maybe you saw. No. It would be fucking clear as day if something hit a dome. Yeah.
Yes.
It would be
not like a YouTube and not a YouTube video, not like not the low bar that you would not expect us. Like, get video. It kills me that you guys use the same tactic of like a Ken Hovind or a creationist young out there that will like, well, where's all you have is CGI. All you have is
it's lines
cartoons and stuff like
lines
that.
Lines on paper.
But like
lines on paper between all these animals.
For a photo of the flat Earth, we don't get anything. We get quips like all photos are flat, which is yes. If I take a photo of a 3D object, the photo is flat. You still need to take a photo of the 3D or flat object.
Well, you can't go to Antarctica. I mean, come on.
But we love you, Rebel. Love you, Rebel. Love you all the theists out there. I know Upside Down Guy is
Call the Rothschilds. Oh, yeah, Rebel. Call the Rothschilds.
Where's the photos?
Maybe Amy can put you in touch with them. Can we get Soros on the line and see if we get the Rothschilds to give Rebel a loan? CGI, not real. It's fake. Composite. Of CGI. Now, it's funny because I used to have. I know nobody has it because everybody has something else. But I used to have Dish Network television service, and they don't run it anymore. But for the longest time, they actually had a camera on their satellite that was pointed at the Earth, so you could actually see like a live photo of the Earth from a camera mounted on their satellite. The thing with that is nobody even knew about it. Nobody even knew about it. So if they were if it was like CGI fake just to say it's up there, but actually nobody even knew about it because again, like 15 people in the whole country had the service, but yeah.
Can you hear me? Not good.
No.
But yes, we're going to keep on gliding into how God deals with atheists.
They used to have a channel they used to call Dish Earth. It would run 24/7. You could get a view from their satellite of a camera pointed at the Earth.
I could show a live feed of the IS. I was thinking like I don't want to get even more stuff. But they're streaming it 24/7, 365.
Worship things that they've made with their own hands. They will worship a rock. They will worship a sun. They will worship a moon. They will worship the universe. All these things are created, yet we are.
But you should be worshiping your partner.
Yet all those things that he's mentioned, though, we actually do know that they exist for a fact. You can look at them. You can hold them. You can touch them. You can see them.
Oh,
you can feel them. His God that he worships, you can't do any of that. You just have to believe. The one thing that we can't see, we can't feel, touch, taste, smell is what he wants to worship.
You could almost say you just have to believe it. Yeah.
Worshiping them because we are delusional and we love our sin. So we're truly, when we see this, we're truly
so
unable
he worships the one thing we don't know is
that
real.
Special revelation,
and we're delusional.
Sending that love right back to you, James.
Because at least the ground that she walks on is real. You can verify it. You can see it. You can worship it. You can.
True.
You can sodomize it.
Oh, the things you could do. I don't know. I just don't feel like I'm being bought.
He my upside down guy. He probably does worship that podium.
Oh my. Listen, it's not about the size of the podium. It's about how you shove it up your ass.
Is real, you're delusional, right? Oh, come on, upside down guy.
It hurts. It really does hurt. There's a piece of me.
You know, there was a space station before that, like the Soviet space station Mir that they put up there. You think obviously the Soviet Russians, communist Soviet Union was all in on the conspiracy, right, Amy?
Oh yeah, no, everyone knows that everyone who hates each other is always in on it.
The United States and the Soviet Union both had nuclear missiles pointed at each other 24/7. We still do with Russia, but at the time it was the Soviets, ready to obliterate each other. But we at least came to the table to agree that we're going to keep this this round Earth conspiracy going, right? Is that the ISS?
Yes.
A lot bigger than the Mir was, and the Mir by that thing was up there long after its expiration date. That thing was like held together with duct tape and bird droppings by the time it collapsed into the ocean because the Russians didn't have the money to keep it up there anymore.
So this is fake. That's what we're.
Obviously.
By the way, if you guys think this is off topic, I wish it wasn't. Like, we're only talking about this because of like Christianity and Islam and stuff like that. Like, seriously, there's both of the flat earthers that we're speaking to right now
obviously,
are fundamentalist Christians.
What did the Mir look like? Can you pull that one up?
Also, the reason why you can't see stars in the background is because of how things absorb light when you're taking photos.
Like
you realize that, right?
Camera,
you need to either get the
settings on
the foreground or the background.
Right.
Like, this is
their
what
light
I mean.
is so insignificant compared to the light of the Earth, you're not going to be able to see them. What does the Mir one look like? Because that was a much older one.
And Rebel, if you could, please, just like a single picture of the flat Earth. Not like a picture and say like all pictures are flat. Like a zoomed out, if I might need to use that word, a zoomed out picture of the flat Earth so that we can see the whole Earth in the disc shape.
Hearing by the word of Christ. We need the gospel. Sin has really utterly distorted and destroyed and perverted the minds of the human and our hearts, and really our souls are dead. We're dead in trespasses and sins. We see that in Ephesians 2. Now, secondly, and more importantly, the point Paul is making here is that God's will is that his creatures worship him.
And hey, upside down. I mean, I'll send this. I say this to you with a lot of love. I say it with Rebel. I hope you guys escape one day. I think James feels the same way. We think you guys are stuck in a cult. Like, not an insult. Like, please understand there's no animosity when I say this. We think that you are stuck in a mindset in which conspiracy theory thinking.
You've surrendered your minds over to this cult like belief system, and will do anything you can to reinforce itself.
I mean, it is
even inventing all these crazy conspiracies to try to make it all make sense.
But it's a ritual human sacrifice. It is blood magic.
Golem spells of creation
and
of
it is all
mankind.
of this in lieu of science. Like, the flat earthers would not be a thing if it wasn't for this brand of fundamentalist Christianity. Like, I don't mean to pick on Christians because everyone's always like, don't paint me with that brush. Don't get that stank on me. And yet it's Christianity. It's the reason that we fight over this. The one contrarian atheist that we have ever come across comes on our side, who doesn't believe in Big Bang, in evolution, in fucking Taco Tuesday. He still thinks that he was offended that he thought that he was a flat earther. He basically thought, you probably say that to everyone. If only he knew. Save us, Adam. Come. Hey, I'm Big Ted. I accept all atheists out there. It's just the fact that I would have Ken Hovind and Adam War on the three of us versus that flat earthers. That is like the Avengers Endgame I think I needed. All right. We're going into how God deals with atheists. Apparently, we've been talking about so much dick tonight, and it's thanks to this very heterosexual
the focus of
gentleman
conversation.
Here. It has been,
Super
but who
straight.
doesn't love a good dick?
Him alone. We know that
straight.
He does. He looks so straight that he's transcended straightness, doesn't he? Once again, if you think we're just making fun of the way he looks, he's not a weird-looking guy. It has nothing to do with that. It is that, and I never want to be one to punch down. It is just, I will continue to go. There are many people that we come across, and every time that they have this singular focus that everything goes back to the eternal D, it just seems like they got some issues to work with. Listen, I sure hope so. I don't want it to be the focus every time, but I feel like we have a quota that we should be filling. And that quota is normally my mouth.
It's got to be filled.
And no, I mean, I would always say you'll find identity politics streams are very rare. I feel like we're almost due for a tranny stream because I haven't
done
one for a while.
Since
It's not really our wheelhouse, and you would say It is my wheelhouse because I'm thrust into it because that's who is thrusting
She
into
said
me behind
thrust.
me. Exactly. And so like I know what I am. I'm happy. I enjoy being bisexual, trans, and all the trimmings. It's just that
Oh, that's right. 33 likes.
theology
Illuminati
is
officiated. We
just
got
that's
the
right.
approval.
Is it okay? Are you sure?
It's okay.
Okay. Yeah, no, Soros is gonna let us continue. Sometimes he shut us down. He's got to shut the whole thing down.
He might. Yeah.
But we're instead Dick Dogma. I love the movie Dogma.
Trust Jesus.
I will have to say that like a lot of my inspiration. He writes a book. I write a book. My joke is everyone's writing a book. I like to think a lot of my dialogue from my angels is very much like the dialogue that the angels in Dogma have. I just love that type of mentality where they're two just fucking guys and they're like, God sent us down here. We need to kill people. We're trying to bring on the end of the world. It's those goddamn Wingles.
Fuck the
Can't help them, James.
Wingles. Yeah, fuck them.
Jealous God, Exodus 34:14, which reiterates the first commandment, which is no other gods. But he says, "For you shall worship no other God, for the Lord, whose name is jealous."
Why did they bring this up? I don't like this. This to me is always mind blowing. How they use this as like a compliment, and so just to make sure that it's a name.
Yeah.
Here's.
He gets pissed if you worship other gods. He hates it. By the way, they don't exist. He still hates it if you think that they exist.
Oh my! Well, that really just came out.
Is that why there's a hole? In the book?
That's right. Gotta love Buddy Christ. That's right, baby.
Is a jealous God. So God is jealous. He's unwilling to share his worship, share his glory with another person, with another being, or with anything. So he alone is worthy of our worship and our servitude. So which leads me really to the conclusion of this episode here. So I'm going to offer you just
and there you go, ladies and gentlemen. We're heading really into the end game, and we're going to stop when he heads into a prayer. When he heads into the prayer, that will be when we know that we've hit it. Do you want to go through the prayer? I'm open either way.
How long is it? I
don't remember. Well, we're moving forward.
A handful of points to be as we close out here. Number one, humanity is not unwilling to worship. We actually are willing to worship. We're just not willing to worship the one true God. That's really the lesson.
Really, is that because
the rejection
think Christianity
of God
is one of the biggest religions in the world? Huh. I guess nobody's willing. Nobody's willing to worship the Christian God, I guess.
Did you guys not know that it said so in a book? I don't know how many times we have to say this.
Of God will lead to an abandonment from God. Not fully, but again, there's always some sort of restraint, but God pulling away his light from your life as a lost person, and an onslaught as a result, of sinful desires will flood into your life, and you will have no more your conscience will be seared. The conviction of common grace will move away, and an onslaught of spiritual desires for wickedness will come upon your life. Number three, the manufacturing of a version of God, whether, again, physically a carved shrine or an emotional,
Can't help it. There was a political debate recently where a gentleman tried to name 3 things in law security that he thought were wrong. And he went number 1, blah, 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 and number 3, blah, blah, blah. Now, that wasn't even the funniest thing in the debate. To give you to name check this person without name checking them, they showed a prop badge during the debate. I've never seen that. That is fucking as funny as SNL. The opponent called the person out for saying that you fake being a police officer, and your response is to hold up a fake badge.
A fake badge? Oh boy.
Live on TV. I guarantee you, anyone just
taking badges.
Just don't. I guarantee you, if you Google, I have to. I now have to do this.
It's mandatory.
I mean, we are the mainstream media. We're basically paid by Soros and everything. So I just think this is very funny.
One thing I have not done, I've never pretended to be a police officer, and I've never threatened a shootout with the police.
Well, and now I have to respond to that.
We are moving on,
I have
gentlemen.
to respond to that. And you know what's so funny? I am with many police officers.
I ask you to put that prop away.
Well, it's not a prop. This is real. And he said I have a problem. I never worked with law enforcement.
It is. Mr. Walker,
Yes.
excuse me, sir.
Yes.
You're very well aware of the rules.
This is a real hammer. This is
Oh,
a
no
real
props, Amy. So
no props.
You would, yeah, no props, Amy. Come on.
Sorry.
You know the rules.
Know the rules, and so do I. A cold commitment. Okay. Any other guy? How God deals with atheists. We're coming into the end game.
Definition of God that you wanted to produce is idolatry.
Yeah,
Jesus says that we must worship God in
too.
spirit and in truth. And so
I just think it's funny because I'm sure I have my leanings, but I'm apolitical for the most part. I really just care about debunking religion and conspiracy theory and superstition. But that shit is so funny when that stuff goes viral.
It was pretty funny.
America.
Perversion or production of a God that doesn't
basically the
align
same
with the God of
person.
Scriptures is idolatry. And it's not going to lead to a presence of God. It's going to lead to the withdrawing of God.
And that is that's the non-joking part is like if he did that as a so I have never done a day of military service in my life, but I know that stuff like stolen valor and shit will get it's a good ass to get your ass beat, and that's a good ass to just be a shitty human. You got nothing else in your life going on that you need to take. I hate to say honor. I really do feel like these words, I'm trying to take them back from the fundies sometimes. You can hear my points because they're always like, why don't liberals talk about family? I just said family. There we go. We're done. Can we stop talking about why your God is judging people who have gay relationships? But yes, that's like the non-funny side of how hilarious that shit is. But this is our politics. I swear this is the alternative timeline somewhere.
Upon a person's life and handing them over to their sin. Point number 4, and I want to make this point clear, is that while I do believe that the Lord will not permit this to occur in a full extent to a Christian to be completely abandoned because he knows that he will preserve us and sanctify us for those who are his, I will say, I do believe the Lord permits Christians to experience a form of God's absence from their lives as a way for the consequences of their sins to cause them to come back to the way of their master. And so I'll give you an example of this.
Master.
If a Christian is walking in rampant sin, God will maybe pull back, allow them to experience the consequences of their sin so that they will springboard back to him as a result of the conviction of the Holy Spirit. And so this happens all the time with our children. We come walk back away from our children and let them experience the consequences of their foolishness. And then we know that we will hopefully see the conviction and bring them back in. So again, a born-again believer is going to be guarded from complete abandonment, but we are still capable of bringing upon ourselves significant and painful consequences.
He is saying a lot of words, but they're empty. They're like eating celery.
is when we follow sin instead of following Christ. William Barclay once wrote, "There is a redemptive purpose that stands behind the wrath of God. By letting men and women go their own way, God is not just punishing them, but is also
go your own
allowing
way?
them to see the emptiness
It always sounds so happy, but then I just realized he's quoting an apologist.
of life without him," end quote.
You can
So
go
ultimately,
your
guys,
own-
we
It's a
have to
horror
be
show.
vigilant. We have to be vigilant over our own
We must be Batman.
lives. We have to be
super
careful in the way we walk.
super
We have
vigilant.
to be pursuing a holy lifestyle that
so
really is
How
quick
holy,
to
Andy?
repent of
Well,
our
I would
sins.
say
We
it's
should be
a
hating
whole
sin.
of glories.
Romans
You need a lot of
12:1
glory
reminds
in
us,
holiness.
do not be conformed to this world.
Do not
but
be tickled. Ticky, 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 ticky.
Be transformed by the renewal of your mind, that by testing you may discern what is the will of God, what is good, acceptable, and perfect. So this is our
Perfect.
way. We are to
Cheesecake.
walk in a way that we are constantly vigilant over our own life.
In
And also,
fact, I'm pretty sure it was another philosopher that once said you need to walk this way. I'm pretty sure.
I've heard
this
that
gives us,
before.
again, an understanding of how the world is so lost. Why is the world so lost? Why is the world allowing to get dark, or these sinners to get
because a woman ate fruit from the wrong tree, so God just made it that way.
James, it always has to go back to
It's not,
Applegate.
God, it's not God's fault. He told her not to eat the fruit, and she ate the fruit. So what was God supposed to do? After that, he had no choice but to let. Okay, you guys don't want to follow my rules. You guys can do your own thing. Which is basically what he's saying here. The whole thing. We reject God's rules. So hey.
So you go down to the burning place.
Yep.
and darker and darker. Well, we know that when people reject God,
Taller and
when
taller and
people
handsomer.
trade the worship that is due to the Creator to the creature,
We seem
that
to
God
know where it is, and we have GPS in case we get lost. That's pretty good.
hands them over to a convictionless
positioning service?
lifestyle that leads into sexual immorality, that leads into a way of life that that produces sexual lifestyle sins like homosexuality, which is not just a.
And no, you see, I love Jewish people. I love my parents. We just don't think Judaism is true.
Right.
That's
the
just
one.
that.
Remember that the
Well,
smoky saint
caveat.
trope, the wispy one. He's like, you guys just hate Jewish people.
Just
don't
say
think-
Jews.
You don't think Christianity's true because Judaism's not true.
And yes, no, I would say that I despise the prejudiced people, and Judaism isn't true. You should be kind and loving, and
It's no
Yes.
more wrong than any other religion. They're all wrong.
yep, all wrong.
Equally so.
Homosexuality. Thanks, Obama. They always try and make fun. I never know if it's true. Like, they always make jokes about Michelle that they try and make transgender jokes. I almost always make Mel jokes back to them, which also triggers them. They can't take what they give, even though I think all our first ladies have been stunning. I don't this. But I never tell if it's just them trolling, wish fulfillment. They really believe it, because sometimes you hear things that are so stupid. You're like, are you making fun of them, or do you really believe? Because once again, I've met so many flat earthers lately. So many. One of the people who sent me a death threat, I recently learned was a flat earther. And I'm like, you could not go anywhere. You couldn't. You had to go. I don't know what this Kanye brand of anti-Semitism, this version of Farrakhan and all this. I don't know why it's been trending, because maybe we're just cleaning our closet. Cleaning out our closet. Because, bigots are just assholes. They hate when we call them racist. It's the way they hate that word. Nothing triggers a racist more than the word racist. Not being racist, but being called a racist. And so you have to talk with them about, why they shouldn't be a racist and not just that word. Ha ha ha, that's right. Get to talk with the FBI. Now, I've had two people, and it's so silly because I hear, when you hear that, when other people say it, it always sounds so cheesy. I hate to say cheesy, but it's not until like someone really says they're gonna find you and they're going to kill you. I've had basically someone that basically said if they ever find me on the street, it is their mission to kill me. Now, I think this person is deeply disturbed. I think this person wouldn't actually, I hope, wouldn't actually do this. I'm torn because I'm a realist. I know these, people around here. I've been very naive and very sheltered throughout my life, but in the past decade or so, that has taken hard cracks. But with great armor with this community, it's been really great. So although you have many chinks in the armor, because I do believe that you must wear everything on your sleeve, I do see the society is just overall getting better. Better for the people. It's better. Even the people are even LGBT nowadays, even have it better, and I'm young, even better than I had it. Way better. It just keeps on getting better. And so
better than even it was 10
years
years ago or 15 years ago. Yeah.
Oh my God. I was pulled into I remember in Applebee's, I shouldn't even name check it because sending love. I love your food. But, into like the manager's thing and told I was hired as one gender. You will work as that gender. I get a feeling that wouldn't be the corporate view right now.
Can you imagine that today? Yeah, that would.
No. So yeah, and it really was over 10 years ago. It doesn't seem that, which is crazy to me now. But yeah, sending love. We won that culture war. We keep on winning most of the culture wars as long as like the theocrats don't have this, their own type of uprisings or revolutions or what. Our type of liberal societies keep on gaining. Yeah, see, I struggle with labels and stuff. I sometimes say moderate, centrist, apolitical. Sometimes I always say I have I almost have scientific views on some things with abortion and things like that. One driver's license is one. It does. My driver's license and my birth certificate, I do believe, say female. Because we won that culture war. You could say, well, did it originally say that? No, it did not. But
okay.
What can I tell you? Amy is a librarian. She's all about the books. That's right. And wearing a librarian's outfit.
A present painful issue and decision of that individual, but really a decimation of their entire family line. This is
He's still getting over. We are like almost done, and he is still talking about how being gay won't make you kids.
Yeah.
Whole video.
Not have
whole fucking
great
video.
great grandkids. They'll never exist.
Sans was a scary Holy Land. No. New York has a great slice of pizza. I like everywhere. Everywhere has their ups and downs.
Holy Land.
I'm a suburbanite, but I also like the city and rural. Like it all, baby.
Spiritual, theological, anthropological issues that are going on behind the scenes that the Lord permitted us to see partially in this passage that we find here in Romans.
Oh, I see it partially.
So, on that note, thank you guys for listening to this episode of Real Christianity. I hope that you guys are enjoying these episodes, especially.
Thank you. There we go. That's my ending right there. Thank you so very much, all of you, for joining us on how God deals with atheists. where we looked
turns
at
us gay.
the channel
He turns it-
Relearning, where we, I think he turned us, I think we now all want to be super gay. Real
Mr. Batman
Christianity.
level gay.
That's right. Not that fake Christianity. Not that hippie stuff where he's loving everybody. See, look, you can't even do it. I was sitting here, and you're like, oh, make fun of a guy because he looks, but you can't help it. This guy, it could be that this man loves vagina. All right? It could be. All day, all night. He has his face buried in there.
He can't get enough of it.
But even the religious people who say that they hate gays, they're like, there might be a something for this queer. I'm straight with benefits, baby. Oh, I don't know. I like this, and I really do feel like this video had everyone. It doesn't matter if you're straight or gay. I really do think that if there's one message we can send, it's that we can all go to hell, right? What a great time to be alive.
Let's all go to hell.
Yeah, I lost vagina. For tax purposes, yes. Once again, you don't have to look her in the eye when you sign the document. You're doing good.
At the girl dick level.
It's just like another Norm MacDonald joke. Not there's anything wrong with that. No, perfectly fine. I mean, this guy just probably is gay. Not that there's anything wrong with that. It's just that he's probably sucked a lot of dicks. Not that there's anything wrong with that. I'm just fairly sure that he likes his face like palm level into another man's ass. Not that there's anything wrong with that. At the girl dick level. Yes. I can't
Fun
say.
fact, thanks, Rebel.
Fun fact: everyone goes to hell when they die.
Wonderful.
What? Okay, Rebel. All right, I'm biting. Give me your theology here. What is your heaven to hell pipeline? What happens? You live, you die, you go to heaven, and then you live, you die, you go to hell, and then heaven. You live, you die, you go to hell, and then that's it. You live, you die, you go to hell, and then Arby's.
Arby's here.
Finally, you're stuck. Listen, just because a man sucks another man's dick doesn't mean that he's gay. All right? I feel like you got to try it once. You got to try it twice. By the third or fourth time, it's probably a little gay. Not like you hugged.
A little bit?
A little bit. Oh, Jesus Christ. In spandex. But yes, that was us watching how God deals with atheists, and I hope you enjoyed all of the wisdom. It was jam-packed.
Was it?
It was. Something was jam-packed. Exactly. Don't kiss. Actually, I love kissing too. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a good thing to be a slut. Men are sluts, and it's okay to be a slut as a woman. So our message is: be a slut, ladies and gentlemen. It's okay.
So you've done it for
be a
both
slut
ends,
with your partner.
for both sides. There you go.
I like to think so, James. I like to think so.
There you
Every
go.
other weekend, I like to think so.
I don't know. Mark, we'll ask Kent about that one.
When in Rome.
We'll ask Kent about that one.
Oh man, and American jails are so funny to me. They're because of just how horrible they are. But just Not that he may not. Once again, anyone who does gravity experiments on women probably deserves to be there. Sending love out also to just an
Oh, boy.
adjacent, because I don't want to tie her to anything like that.
So
But
he's,
Cindy Lincoln, you should check out. She's an amazing human
he's gone with
being.
the Abraham's bosom thing, where everybody goes to the same place until the resurrection. At that point, the wicked will go to hell, and the righteous will go to.
So you're telling me that good people are burning right now?
They're not burning. There's a part of hell.
Okay,
that,
hell is
yeah,
comprised.
they're not burning.
Okay. So already a very different hell. So you're telling me it's a waiting room? Isn't that just purgatory?
It's kind of like the doctrine of purgatory a little bit. But the thing about purgatory is they'll all go to heaven at some point, according to Catholic teaching, whereas hell is like there's no hope.
Isn't it just better to say we die? And that's probably all that happens, is that we're mortal human beings.
We need to motivate people to, to keep on believing, and we got to do something more than kill them.
Speaking of keep on believing on, we are sending the YouTube stream. Oh, wrong one. Okay, we should check out our Twitch. But we are also sending out our StreamYard. We will go up to about an hour of Girl Deck level if you would like to join us for the open mic. If no one does join us, then we'll close out on the topic. We'll keep on ranting. But if you do, theists, want to join us, now is the time. We are skeptic and ranting on how God deals with atheists. And it was hellfire. Dude. But yeah, we already have Shane the Skeptic behind stage, which means we're about to head into the open mic. I will show one more time.
Reid.
I see Mark is joining us. I will pin it. However, atheist or theist, come one, come all. We are talking how God deals with atheists. And James, our bodies are ready. Let's jump right into it. We are open up the open mic.
Let's go.
Woo!
Hey,
What is
Shane.
up, Shane? Lovely to
Good
have
to
you on
see you.
board. We are skeptic and ranting, and we want to know, how does God deal with atheists?
Well, God deals with us by not saying anything to us. And, I just have this tendency to, when people don't say anything to me, assume they don't want a relationship with me and leave them the fuck alone. Because I figure that if I want a relationship with somebody, right, I let them know that I want that. And, if somebody isn't saying anything to you or doing anything, then you kind of got to come to terms with it. And it's a really big character flaw in you if upon being ignored, you continue pursuing somebody. So that's why I don't do that with God personally. So yeah, how does God deal with us? I don't know. He ghosts us.
Indeed.
Woohoo! Thank you so very much, Shane. Yeah, he is the #1 hide and seek champion of the world, if true. So doesn't seem to be a lot of communication. But thank you, and stick around for the open conversation. Welcome on board. Just have one more person to get on, but keep on joining us. It's right in stream.
Hey, wait, Doorknob Head said there's no globe. The globe is right. Let me point there. I got it. There's a globe.
There we go.
I'm the real Shane, and I have the globe to prove it.
And all right, thank you so very much. Welcome on board, Shane and Mark Reid. What is up?
Hello.
You're skeptic and ranting on how does God deal with atheists. What are your thoughts? That's right. You survived home.
Oh, how does God deal with atheists? Badly, apparently. So atheism is the largest growing belief system, I guess, if you want to loosely call atheism that, in the world. And like my country's just passed sort of 40% atheism, which makes it a secular country. Christianity has dropped below 50%. Christianity is falling in America, and the weirdest thing is, well, atheists don't have a lot of children, so they're gonna. No, that's not how you make an atheist. You make an atheist by reading the Bible. That's how you make an atheist. That's how you do it. But yeah, like the whole idea God's going to deal with this somehow. I love what Shane said. That somebody that wants a relationship actually, contacts you. Yeah. I love it, Shane. I really do. Because I haven't heard anything from God. If he's going to deal with me after I'm dead, well, there's nothing you can really do about it. Even scientists that are Christians sort of say, well, they sort of say God gave you your rationality, so why would you, dump it to believe in flat Earth or young Earth creationism kind of thing. I think Francis Collins, who was a Christian part of the Human Genome Project, said that, and it's a very good point. If God gave me a rationality and then made the world to look like it didn't exist, and sort of did do a game of hide and seek, it seems weird that he blames me for not finding him when he's capable of hiding so well. It seems kind of odd. All I can really do is go off the rationality that I have, and if there is a God, say, hey, well, I saw no reason to believe. Maybe that's the test. Maybe they're wrong about, you have to believe, and maybe you have to be skeptical and rational enough to not believe. Maybe that's the big test. Maybe there is no test. Maybe we just die because no one's coming back to tell us. But yeah, great to be on the show. I thanks for having me as well. I felt in mixed feelings about that last debate. Actually, I saw. I don't know if you caught it. It was Pologia's expose on Hovind with Atheist Jr., who did a fantastic job on it. He was amazing. That came out. Yeah, that came out 24 hours before my debate. I kind of watched it in the morning before preparing to debate. So one part of me was like, well, I was a bit mean to him. But then I think back to that expose and I was like, yeah, screw him. He doesn't deserve people being nice to him, quite frankly. So that absolved me a lot. But I was sort of in a, well, I'm gonna pin this guy down and give him a bit of a treatment, because I'd watched that documentary and I'd gone, wow, what an absolute ass. So yeah, and thanks for having me on. I don't know, that guy was weird. That guy's a little bit strange. It seemed like, yeah, he was kind of skirting around the bigotry he quite obviously wanted to focus on. You find that a lot. They give all these reasons and then it's like rampant, anti-LGBTQ. And it's like, oh, that's your problem.
We didn't see that one coming.
Okay. Yeah.
Saw that one coming.
Apparently so. Thank you so much, though. That's all I've got to say. I didn't really see most of it, so I do apologize.
No, that's okay. I think we watched all of it, and he didn't say anything except for no homo.
Oh, wait.
Thank you so very much, Mark Reid. And all right, we are at a
wait. I gotta know, was he straight into the no homo, or did he edge a bit around it and then unload the? Oh, really? Wow.
Well, it was if it was a 3-part video, it would be like the first third of it. It was all about just how we're gonna go into why just sex is bad, sexual perversion, and at first I was like, I don't know if he's gonna be a bigot. I don't know if he's gonna be terrible or an undecent human being. And
if you were a betting woman, if you had to place a bet.
And I just have to say, I'm so happy he fulfilled my prophecy. I didn't have to change my graphic or anything. And then the just last 2/3 were just, oh man, he could not think about anything but the D.
Oh, wow. Yeah. Well, yeah.
Did you know, Mark, they won't have kids? I mean, go figure. That would be the worst thing in the world, right?
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, I don't have kids and I won't have kids. So does that make my lifestyle?
their great grandkids won't exist because they never had kids. So I mean, that's a punishment from God.
Yeah, I've got to do a video response to this random guy. He was asking questions to atheists, and part of it got into the, there's more disease among gay people and stuff, and it's like, oh, come on. There's segments. There's more heart disease among men. There's more, people dying of misfortune or accidents among men. There's certain races that have a predilection for disease. It doesn't make them wrong.
I actually think it's also the case that that's only the case for same-sex relationships between men. I think I've actually heard that for women, you have a lower chance of getting STDs if you're lesbian.
Yes.
So really, if this is the logic we're going to be going by, then we're really telling women, y'all got to go. I'll just be lesbian now, right?
Yeah.
So
that's
they're
a
not
good
thinking about
point,
that.
Shane.
They're thinking about guys with guys because that's usually what's on their mind.
Yeah, it was an Islamic guy, so I think he was, the guys and guys kind of issue. I don't think they're particularly opposed to same-sex female relations.
Male virgins when he goes to the afterlife.
But thank you so very much, Mark, and welcome on board. And then James Wolfe, what is up? We are Skeptic and Ranting on how God deals with atheists. Hope you're doing well. What are your thoughts?
You're on mute?
Oh.
You're on mute, James.
Oh, sorry. I was a bit early for that.
Oh, good,
mate. Yeah, hey, everybody. Thanks, Amy, James. Good, awesome job, Mark. Yesterday, I really liked your sass in that debate.
Just the right amount.
In terms of the video, I didn't get to see all of it, but I guess there's just a couple of points I wanted to make. Okay, well, the way God deals with atheists, there's one thing that sort of sticks out in my mind. Is one answer I could give from a devil's advocate position is, well, he shows himself to you. He shows himself to you in a way that cannot be denied, that is beyond reasonable doubt. I remember one incredibly vague platitude that a preacher once said was that God weaves God weaves the gospel into reality and into the universe in a way that in a fashion so compelling that it can't be denied. So that's one response to it. I remember to certain people, God reveals himself by to everybody, regardless of their exposure to the gospel. The gospel is intertwined into the nature of reality to an extent that it can't be disputed. And also, just wanted to touch on what was it? It was the thing with why is it I know that was really a peripheral thing that he was talking about. It was mainly just a lot of homophobic stuff. I'm wondering, why is this the hill that so many Christians still want to die on? And why is it still such an ongoing thing?
Question.
When so many biblical teachings have been abandoned by Christianity, why are we clinging on to this one? Yeah, that's about it, really. I don't have much else.
It's always on their mind,
Thank you so very much, James. And I agree. I'll say this, and I'm going to open it up to the panel for the open discussion. I hate it to be just a thou dost protest too much, but we just have a common joke on this podcast, and 9 out of 9 homophobic dentists always love to suck a big D. We have no idea why, but I know. Sodomy is disgusting and a sin, which is why you will never do it again. Sending love, and we are
in
going
the next
1, 2,
5
3,
minutes.
In the next 5 minutes. Da 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 da. And with that, I'm just sending love to all of our atheist and theist brothers out there, brothers and sisters. But we are Skeptic and Ranting on how God deals with atheists. This is the girl deck that we're working with tonight. However, if you want to join us,
on the girl deck level.
That's right. We still got 40 or 50 minutes, and so come one, come all.
Sorry, just want to touch it. Just what an upside down guy just put down there. It kind of made me think of something else. Is it just because a lot of people have this yuck reaction, if that's what you want to call it, or they're trying to, dare I say it, suppressing their own tendencies with certain belligerence? Is that why we use
in that case? Definitely the latter.
Hold on. Did you see the more recent comment? Because that's a little bit more.
Yeah.
But like upside down guy, you're not like I can't tell. Like I get you're making that joke. I can only say to you, how else would you know that? I guess that I'm not in the bathhouse scene. So I guess as someone in the bathhouse scene, I'm glad to learn something today.
I don't know what to even make of that comment because I feel like I have questions but don't want answers.
Shade, I'm gonna keep on telling you. 9 out of 9, Dennis. Like you're gonna ask them, why do you hate gays so much? And you're like, because I cannot get enough dicks in my mouth, and so I feel like I need to hate them. You're like, what?
Why just dentists though? I mean,
no. It's just every anti-LGBTQ. It could just every anti-LGBTQ person that seems to come on here and that I interact with, they all end up with some story. Like I sometimes I tell James, tell me I'm not hallucinating. We had a guy come in here to convince me that being transgender was wrong. And one of his key arguments was that he would look better in a dress.
You'll never be a woman because I
and
would look
so,
better in a dress.
Like, I hear these things and I'm like, you need to be telling this to a therapist, not me.
So basically, he would look better than you in a dress, therefore your gender identity is invalid.
That's why I should be doing it.
Talk about entailment.
And I'll go one further than you, Amy. I'll say there seems to be a correlation between how much they want the D and how emphatic they are that it is wrong to want the D, right?
Yes.
That seems to be a. I mean, I must admit that's purely anecdotal from my own experience, but it seems to
Mark,
be.
you need to understand. That's why it's just so good that you can't fight it. You got to understand. All straight men secretly love dicks, I imagine, in their mind. You just have to fight it.
Oh, it's like Fred Phelps said, oh, they want that fag sex. It's so good. Oh,
it's so good.
It's so good. They just want it.
My favorite interview, and I wish I knew who, it's a long-haired atheist but liberal debater who talked with amazing, only within the past year. I need to find him, but he's gay. And he spent the entire time.
Well, so is Jesse Lee Peters.
Well, it turns out, but yes, masturbation. You're a rabbi anti-dentite. That's right. I am a rabbi anti-dentite. Listen, I like to think that it's all in the fluoride. What?
Don't mention fluoride around Rebel Nazarene.
It's turning the frogs gay.
Oh my. It's literally fluoride's the only thing, just on my own personal tangent, that makes toothpaste actually work. And so, like, there's a million good tasting toothpaste out there, and then they don't put fluoride in it. And I'm like,
that's what makes them prevent cavities. I mean,
listen. All they need to do is put fluoride. They need to make chocolate toothpaste with fluoride, but they don't do it, ladies and gentlemen. One day when I have real money, the real
chocolate toothpaste, I feel like that's just gonna ruin chocolate for you.
See, but you're thinking mint. I'm going the flavor of chocolate.
No.
Mint free, just a fluoride, chocolatey.
No.
No, come on.
I guess I don't know exactly what the fuck fluoride taste like?
Oh well, if fluoride's
doesn't taste
right,
like
it
anything.
shouldn't be tasting anything.
Doesn't taste like anything. Okay.
So like,
yes. So they put fluoride in drinking water to keep your teeth strong, basically.
Right. Oh, I thought it was to keep me stupid, so I wouldn't figure out that the
it also is to
raccoons
control the
everything.
population through mass
so.
media, through the lizards that
Yeah.
can convert us.
That's
to
what
all
it was.
genders.
Yeah,
They're
because-
putting estrogen. It makes you more compliant. It's like a form of estrogen.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, I grew up with I had a period where I wasn't allowed to have full fluoride toothpaste. I can't remember. Some naturopath related reason.
Oh no, that's like a big thing. Is that so? All the gurus. I'm the only person. You listen to Rachel has heard me complain about this over and over. But like all the people who are into toothpaste, they all are anti-fluoride, and it bothers me so much.
What do you mean?
This is how
into
weird I am.
toothpaste?
Into toothpaste. So this is
What do you mean into toothpaste?
So this is what there was a scene on what the fuck is that show where they offer deals? There's a bunch of businessmen.
I'm with James on this. Who the fuck is into toothpaste?
Like
they go to the toothpaste convention and you know, there's a big like Reddit post over mint or non-mint. You know,
I can bring. It's one of my.
Most
pet
of us,
peeves.
it's just something we buy in the store.
There's a toothpaste Facebook group too.
Can I tell you how annoying it is? I like brushing my teeth. I actually like it. I like that you get to just put. It's like free food because you get flavor and it's no calories. But what annoys the shit out of me, and I've searched long and hard for good tasting toothpaste. So cinnamon is the best. Like the cinnamon is the best mainstream
I heard something
I have
else.
found.
I thought.
I worry more about my dental floss than my toothpaste.
Sure, but see what annoys me
For
is
flavored toothpaste is what I heard.
That's right. But they could do bubblegum and cherry and all sorts of interesting things, but they don't release like full fluoride versions of them. They only release like half fluoride versions. Full fluoride versions. There's my conspiracy for the day. No, it's not a conspiracy. Capitalism, solve it.
I think Amy's on some really weird Reddit pages, you know, the toothpaste lovers Reddit page. Like,
I mean, but like with the shit that exists on the internet, would you really even be surprised if there was like Facebook groups, Reddit pages, just people dedicated to toothpaste, like toothpaste fanatics? Like, I've seen more bizarre things.
Well, I was looking around for a toothpaste site. It turns out r/oral isn't what I thought it was, you know.
Yeah, people go to fucking toothpaste con. When's that?
You screwed up there, Mark.
I have heard of people developing bad dietary habits around toothpaste. But I've also heard some urban legends about eating excessive toothpaste can cause brain damage. I don't know.
You should not eat toothpaste.
Yes, I can't believe I'm going to say this, but you shouldn't swallow.
Yeah, you don't eat. I was just going to say you don't eat toothpaste, but I like the way he put it a little bit better.
Anyway, can I bring it back on topic for a moment, just because I'm keen to get your guys' thoughts, if that's okay?
Yeah, sure, James.
Well,
please.
You know what? Fine. We can move away from toothpaste if we want.
We need a rescue here, mate. We need a rescue.
No, we are talking about, white thick substances. Anyway.
Oh, my. Listen to all of you tonight.
No, but
I love it.
Do you think that guys like this guy in the video or whoever, I don't know, adopt sort of homophobic views because it's part of it's a chicken and the egg thing? Do you think they gravitate towards it because they're compelled by their Christian doctrine, or do you think it's more got to do with, they are attracted to that component of Christian doctrine because they've got some sort of a pre-existing homophobia independent of their Christianity?
I think it's individual. I do think there are some people who perhaps, like many Christians will argue, are actually just homophobic people who use their Christianity as like a post hoc, sort of justification. But I do simultaneously think that there are people who are homophobic because of their religion that would have otherwise not been homophobic. And the only reason they can actually cite for there being anything wrong with it is it goes against God, which is evidently against the case if God exists, because multiple other species have homosexuality. Looking at you, giraffes and penguins.
specific.
Well, I know for me, like that was one of the things. Like when I deconverted, like there are certain political positions I had that were the same as before because nothing fundamentally changed, but the homosexuality, that was one of the ones that immediately had to change because I couldn't find any rational justification for, why it would be bad or why we should discriminate or why we should have any hatred for these people when they're just people doing what they want to do and they're not hurting anybody, It's nothing.
Yeah.
So that was one of the first things that fell.
Yeah.
In terms of as soon as you give up the religion, I mean, stuff like that, this anti-LGBT hate, that just kind of fades away immediately almost for me. Yeah.
I think obviously that people with sort of this homophobia gravitate towards these kind of churches. If they go to a church and they're not hating on the gays, they don't stay in that church. They kind of will move on to one that's a bit more fundamentalist. I think also that some of these people, a lot of it is learnt from their sort of cultural environment, if you will. So their sort of friends and family and their circles they run in, rather than the religion specifically. I think that even without the religion, they will be homophobes regardless, because their parents will say that thing, their friends will say that thing. There are non-religious people that are out and out homophobes, and I'm looking at you, Bogans. But yeah, it kind of gives them how would you put it? It gives them a authority to do so, because obviously, God, the authority is higher than man. So it gives them this idea of, oh, well, I've been sanctioned to do this. That's my worry. But I think that'd be homophobic anyway.
Yeah. No, I think what you're saying is right, because I think like for some people who are homophobic, for them it's just kind of a feeling of ick, and like I don't think they're choosing to have that feeling of ick. So like I don't know.
If you're a straight person, you probably don't want to watch. You might feel ick, but why would you want to stop somebody else from doing that?
Right. Yeah. No. So I think So exactly. So some people they're emotional thinkers and they feel this emotion of ick, and then everything they conclude is just that.
The problem is when you want to impose your ick onto other people who don't feel that way. That's where the problem comes up.
Right.
Also, I was saying no to the cat.
Even when I was younger, I never got the hatred of heterosexual guys towards homosexual guys, right? I never got that. And even when I was really young, I was like, I don't understand, because won't that mean there's more women around?
Yeah, I had that same thought as like a 12-year-old. I was like, I'm confused. Why is everybody like... And then everyone's always like speculating about whether or not another guy's gay, and it's like, oh, I think he's gay. I think this day he did this thing that made me think he might be gay, and you're like, is that a potential partner for you? Is that why you care, or like why? Right. Like, because I just don't see, like, if I'm not dating men and somebody's interested in men, what like difference does that make to me?
In fact, it's better for you if you're interested in a girl. There's less competitors there.
Right.
You're
less
not interested. Yeah.
But I want to say one last thing before Simos Funk, we'll get him in here, is that I do want to go over the classic, which is we had a little bit of Ted Haggard being completely heterosexual. Always being completely heterosexual. And I do think that there is this strain that you start out with the feelings. I think you start out finding people attractive, can't help it, you get a stirring, and then I think they get into a clique or find a religion like Christianity, and it teaches them that, one, there are bad things that happen in your life, and you go, wow, I've had bad things in my life because I'm a human. That definitely happens. And then they go, look, this says that you're gay and you can't be, and that's bad. And so look, bad things have happened in your life and you're fucking gay. And so this
Maybe that's
creates
why.
this syndrome where they need to go shit. It's almost like they're spitting the exact same mantra that they have been drilled in
It's a
from
feedback loop.
Yes, and so they become the ultimate anti-LGBTQ advocates. It's the only thing keeping them right now from sucking that big old D that has been holding on.
Oh.
Well, sometimes it doesn't even keep him from doing it. But I mean, because look, there was the guy who was running one of those. Is conversion camp the right word? The ones where they try to make the gay kids
Conversion
straight.
therapy.
Conversion therapy.
Conversion
Yeah.
therapy, yeah.
They running the camp, literally running it, ended up finally coming out as gay. So it's like, here we have an example,
admitting
like,
it didn't work. Yeah.
Like, you literally, everything we've been hypothesizing, theorizing is a real fucking theory. We know it's the case. It demonstrably is the case that sometimes people who are in fact people who are attracted to the same sex end up campaigning against homosexuality, and they cite their own same-sex attraction as one of the reasons for why they do this. Like, so we know it. Like, it's not just a hypothesis. We know this shit for a fact.
That is an element of it. I think one of the other elements of it is what religion is just notorious for, is dividing people, setting people apart, putting people in groups. And there's us and there's them. Christianity, Judaism, they do it. And so you're just setting a subset of people aside, and hey, they're the like scapegoating, like, hey, it's them, it's the gays. Like, you get that like with the Westboro Baptist Church, like, oh, the problems in our society, well, it's because we tolerate gay people because they're a thing. We don't follow what God said.
Tribalism at its finest,
it's a tried and true tactic that religion has done for centuries. They did it like in the Middle Ages with the witchcraft. Oh, it's the witches. That's why bad things are happening, because witches are casting spells and God is punishing us.
Yeah, and I saw something on why the witch has broomsticks and things like that they basically the people they were sort of accusing of being witches were brew wives kind of thing, women that brewed alcohol, and they kind of accused them of all of this kind of witchcraft and more or less took their trade away from them in some countries. And then, of course, it was the monks doing brewing from then on in. So, a bit of a weird thing that I saw. It might have originated there. Sort of an attempt to keep the crafts with the men rather than women. But
we should be doing crafts with everybody.
Yeah.
The Simos
on that note, that's what I was gonna say. We're gonna bring in Simos. We have 30 more minutes, and then we're gonna head to outros. But we are Skeptic and Ranting on how God deals with atheists. Simos Funk, welcome
aboard, Simos.
We are talking how does God deal with atheists. What are your thoughts?
Okay, thank you. Well, I'm going to keep my thoughts to about 30 minutes, so don't worry, everybody. Okay, no. My thoughts are
basically... That's a lie. You don't have that many thoughts, Simon.
I don't. You're absolutely right. I'm struggling to find one right now because I'm in your presence, Mark.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, it's the glare off my head, isn't it? That's what's putting me off. Yeah.
Okay. No, it's just you make me go wobbly at the knees. No. Okay. So seriously. Okay. So just two things. Shane. I think the guy you were talking about was interviewed by Louis Theroux, if I remember correctly, and this was before he came out, and Louis suspected. You could tell by the questions he was aiming at, this guy was already gay. So I think it was quite clear that he was in absolute denial. Yeah. But nonetheless, it also reminds me of the great Ali G sketch. Bruno sketch where Bruno goes to see a gay converter.
Oh yeah,
that was. And ends up movie. Just going, I'm thinking of becoming heterosexual, but before I do, could you tell me what the benefits are? Well, which is just a brilliant take on it. Anyway, for me, the thing about growing up and being around people who had Christian views and were anti-homosexual, because when I grew up, it was 70s and things were a different time. Was that it was very childish. The attitude was very childish, and it was part of the indoctrination to children into religion to be multiplying in a way which could give kids, and anything else was going to be bad. So I think there was, it comes from this place of we need to spread our religion, and at the same time then saying, well, of course nobody wants their son to be or daughter to be gay, of course, but for me it was said really well in the early 70s, and this is what I heard, which completely changed my attitude. Was John Lennon was asked when he went on holiday with his then manager Brian Epstein, who was known to be gay. He came back from this holiday weekend, 3 or 4 days in Spain, and said, one of the reporters said, "Oh, John, are you a homosexual?" And he said, "It doesn't matter. The point is, there's not enough love in the world." And I think
That's
that
beautiful.
just
Yeah.
actually says exactly everything that changed from then on in my life and in general in our society as people became more accepting. And the wonderful thing in the UK as well is that as this acceptance came for people's and human rights, the more the church pushed against it, the less popular the church got, to the point now where the Anglican Church is pretty much an atheist organization, as much as the Humanist Society at Conway Hall is anyway. So they do it to themselves, and that's great. But again, I just think it's extremely childish. It comes from people's deep-rooted indoctrination when they're children, and they never grow out of it. And you end up with people like, DD or Mr. Batman or a whole number of fundamentalists, which are absolutely grotesque people, and like to and also edgelords, right? This is the thing I've noticed in recent debates that I've seen. The younger people, when I say younger, those in their 20s, early 20s, they think they're being an edgelord by taking this countercultural position, and they think it's all very and you can tell they're just suffering from exactly the same indoctrination, and it's a childish thing that they learned when they were a child to be anti-gay, and they're just justifying it by saying, well, look, I'm an edgelord, I'm taking a countercultural position. Oh, look how brave I am. I'm a victim.
I wouldn't say that's a majority of. Sorry,
no. Of course, it's not a majority. No, absolutely not. I'm just saying that when you see it now, whereas before, the older people, it's a grotesque thing. They want to, have that kind of it's all icky. Whereas the younger people know it's not icky. They just want to be countercultural. They just want to be edgelords. Because they don't know how to justify their feelings inside of having this indoctrination where these people are bad. This is bad behavior. I'm not like this. Why are they like this? I can't understand. Right? Because they got no humanity. Let's face it. That's the reason they don't understand, because they can't identify with other people being human and having different opinions. Anyway, that's kind of my brief overview of it. I'll shut up now.
Was it Victor Sykes you guys were talking about? The pastor from portrayed by Joel Edgerton in Boy Erased? Is that who you're talking about?
I'm not sure. I'm going to look it up for you, though.
Yeah, it's been over a year since I've read the story, so I don't remember any name.
Does anybody doubt that Mr. Batman is gay? Does anybody doubt that?
Oh, he even comes out and he said he was gay. He just says Jesus.
He was gay,
yeah.
He still.
Yeah, he probably uses that.
Gay.
He probably uses that as a bit of a bludgeon, so sort of as a badge of honor that, I can overcome this.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. I was a
Anyway,
vile,
guys,
filthy pervert, and then Jesus came and saved me.
That's it. Sorry, everybody. I've got to run. But no, thanks for the chat. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, sure,
James.
Thanks so much, James. Good to see you.
Take care, guys.
Okay, I think.
See you next
Yeah,
time.
this is just for the name that I'm seeing that rings a bell. McCrae Game, the founder and former leader of the South Carolina conversion therapy program, came out as gay.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
And that was 2019. So yeah, that was a few years ago now. So.
And we're gonna hold on one second, Mark, or is it a point you can remember? Just add in Zellini. Zellini, welcome on board. We're Skeptic and Ranting on how God deals with atheists. We're glad to have you. And what are your thoughts?
Hello. Well, I just wanted to call if you're would let me rant for a bit about some esoteric information that I think is interesting.
Sure.
So, this topic has been developed in some circles. Protestants don't, Eastern Orthodox even less, but Catholics like to develop things in very small details. They like to really go deep and hash out their views and teachings. Yeah, go deep. And
go deep as you want. That's fine.
Yeah. They have this interesting teaching about something they call invincible ignorance. So that's a term that started even in the Middle Ages. Thomas Aquinas mentions it. So that if someone doesn't know that Catholicism is the truth and he cannot find out, their ignorance is invincible and they are not culpable for it. So they actually can be saved by just following the natural law that is written on their hearts, as Paul says. And later Catholic theologians actually developed this very, very they have a rich development of this concept, so much so that a lot of Catholic, shouldn't say a lot, some Catholic theologians actually say that most atheists would fall under invincible ignorance. So there's a mild form of invincible ignorance and there's a strong form. So the mild form is, you would say, not very educated, not very taught out atheist, rejects Christianity and becomes an atheist because he sees Christianity as Christians, to be more precise, he sees Christians as being immoral, mean, etc., etc. And so these Catholic theologians would say that actually they are not at fault for their own atheism. It's the Christians' fault because they didn't represent Christianity well enough. They misrepresented Christianity. Instead of revealing Christ, they concealed him. It's the wording that's used in this, encyclicals and proclamations of the church, because this stuff actually became kind of official teaching of the church in the First and Second Vatican Councils. And then there's the strong
more so after Vatican
version. Yeah. Vatican II developed it more. Yeah, and the strong version of invincible ignorance would be taking the strict definition and applying it to atheists who came to their atheism in a very thoughtful way. They researched it, they looked at the arguments, and ended up not being convinced by Christianity. So the strict definition of invincible ignorance is that you cannot, you did all due diligence to try to dispel it, and it didn't work. So you can't do any more trying to dispel that ignorance. It's still there. So in the sense, you cannot be at fault for rejecting Christianity, or because you are not cognizant of its truth. You are ignorant of the fact that it is true. You're simply not convinced that it's true, and by that, in that terminology, you're ignorant of it being true. So there's this weird loophole where actually most atheists are going to be saved according to these Catholic teachings.
Yeah, but it's that sounds like Romans 1 being rephrased in a more diplomatic way.
Yeah, but
Well,
I think
mean,
it sort of contrasts with vincible ignorance, where you could have sort of do a due diligence to find out the truth from the perspective of the Catholics, and you didn't. So I think that you couldn't use the loophole of invincible ignorance because they would see it as you could possibly find out the truth if you tried harder, basically.
Yeah, I mean, I think for
it,
most of them, it would be whether or not it's been revealed to you, you know, and I think a lot of people would say that, especially if you're somebody, for example, like myself, that started off, you know, you came from a Christian background originally, and you've had people preach the gospel to you, then for them, it's like you've been made aware of the gospel by people preaching it to you. So,
Right.
you know, like the fact that I ignored those people on Hollywood Boulevard that one time, it is my own fault.
Right.
No, that kind of weak interpretation of knowledge has been rejected even like centuries ago, because this thing about invincible ignorance started to be developed when the Spanish were conquering South America, and there were various and they were like we were preaching Christianity to these people, they reject Christ, so we have a right to conquer them or even to kill them in a war. And a lot of Catholic theologians were, no, that's not true. You're just proclaiming Christ to them. Doesn't mean you preached it to them. And they actually then in the 15th century developed a bunch of conditions where in order for their rejection of Christ to count as actually rejection of Christ, you would need to preach it to them for years and years and show good Christian conduct and give them good arguments that they can find convincing, etc., etc.
Yeah, but that position was very disputed within the Catholic Church.
You would have to show that it was adopted by a pope or by a council, because there's been Catholic theologians over the years who have postulated any number of things, but were they formally adopted or were they just conjecture?
Sure, yeah. Vatican I introduced invincible ignorance into official church doctrine, and Vatican II developed
that was in the 1870s.
Further.
So before the 1870s, it was just conjecture. It wasn't any type of.
Sure, it was just an opinion of some theologians. Yes.
Yeah, but if you look at Calvinism, for instance, which sprung off Catholicism, they don't have they basically you are always culpable, or it's always your fault whether you believe or not, because God just decides who's going to believe and who won't. And since God, whatever God wishes is moral, and then it doesn't matter. In a weird way, they're on stronger ground, because they're sort of, well, if God hasn't got you as one of the chosen people, it's tough. It's just tough, and there's no.
As far as I remember, that's an interesting case, because I think that Calvin actually mentions invincible ignorance explicitly and says that it basically doesn't exist, that every person has invincible ignorance. But that's an interesting example, because no Catholic doctrine says that, almost no Catholic theologians will go that far to say.
But the pushback on that, though, was that the Catholic theologians on the other side were saying, well, if that's the case, so if they can just be saved without Catholicism, why would we go preach to them? Because then all of a sudden they have the chance to reject it. So if they can already be saved, they haven't rejected it, but they haven't heard it yet. Why would we go and then preach to them and then give them the chance to pull away? If they can be saved following the natural law, then just leave them be. Yeah. Why would you even open this can of worms? And then, of course, the conservative position was the traditional position. No, they have to believe in God to be saved. That it was a different theological positions battling that it's still going on today.
No, that's because and I was I'm always inevitably just waiting for that part of this conversation where it's inevitably somebody has to mention the fact that if you could be saved by your ignorance, right? Then by preaching the gospel to somebody, you now put them in the dilemma of going to heaven or hell, depending on whether they're convinced or not, as opposed to where they would have been perfectly fine if you would have just not done that. So you're not doing anybody any favors by preaching the gospel to them. If anything, you're really threatening a lot of people's salvation.
Sure, but as you mentioned, that was brought up as an objection. No, that was, as you mentioned, that was brought up as an objection, and of course there was an answer that actually by preaching you make it easier for people to get saved, because it's easier to follow the natural law if you get convinced by Catholicism than if you remain ignorant of it. That would be their claim.
Well, no, actually, the best thing you could do is close up all the religions, strike it from the face of the earth, not have any kind of mention of God whatsoever, and then everybody through invincible ignorance would be saved by default.
No. The ignorance
justification doesn't hold.
Invincible ignorance doesn't save you. You have to follow the natural law still.
Sure.
You can still get damned even with invincible ignorance.
How else would you live if there was no religion on the? Imagine there was no religion. Speaking of John Lennon, how else would you live except through natural law? I mean, there's no other way to live if there's no religion.
Sure, but by natural law they mean moral law that can be found out through reason, and they have a specific view about it. They kind of develop it further than a secular philosopher would.
Sure. But you see, that's a contradiction, right? Because you're saying on the one hand, if it's written on our hearts, right, we have no option but to follow it, right? And those that don't are just bad people. Well, okay, psychopaths exist. Okay, nobody wants those people in heaven. Fair enough. However, if you're saying to me that it's not written on our hearts and therefore we've got to find it through reason, right? Well, isn't that what we do anyway, right?
Yep.
And you're just talking about an arbitrary standard, is the way I think most theologians like to put it. Then they accuse atheists of being immoral.
That's what they mean by written on our hearts. That we can get to it on our own without special divine revelation.
No.
Through use of reason.
No, you're missing the point. If we use reason, right, then it's an arbitrary standard that we're picking.
No.
That is very much the arguments that's leveled against atheists who have an idea of morality.
By philosophically illiterate Christians, yes.
No, that's not true at all. If you think William Lane Craig is a philosophically illiterate Christian, I think you're very much mistaken.
Yeah, he does make
you're
that.
Being extreme. In fact, if anything, you're using your invincible ignorance against the Protestants right now.
No, William Lane Craig does say many things which are philosophically illiterate. Yes.
Well, I don't think
theologians they would look at like an uncontacted tribe who would they would say that they're not going to hell because they reject God or the gospel. They never heard it. They would say the people there, they go to hell for their lack of charity and chastity and their
exactly,
or lust. That they're not being damned because they didn't know the gospel. They're just being damned for their sins that they committed against the natural law, their lack of charity and friendship and piety.
You just can't have it both ways. You can't have it that we don't need God in order to be moral, right? And at the same time say that the standard of God is an objective standard. I mean, you can't have both of those things. Those are mutually.
But Catholic theology doesn't claim divine command theory. Thomas Aquinas rejects that horn of the Euthyphro dilemma.
Want to point out you can have it both ways, but you need a man and a woman, preferably a threesome. You can keep going.
Yeah, no, I completely disagree that that's your interpretation. I think that it doesn't have to be divine command theory to believe that God is an objective standard of morality.
I think this iteration of invincible ignorance that's modern kind of because theologians have talked about it for a long time and mentioned it, but I think this modern iteration of it is just what we're seeing in all religions. It's an evolution. It is a way to liberalize the religion, to make it less condemnatory, just to be more open. And, because for centuries, the Catholic Church taught, hey, all Protestants go to hell. All Jews go to hell. All Hindus go to hell. They all go to hell because they're not Catholics. And, well, that doesn't really fit with the modern ethos, people don't want to go to a church and hear the priest or pastor saying that, oh, all these people are going to go into hell because they're not one of us. So this invincible ignorance has been used as a way to kind of humanize it, say, well, maybe they go to heaven. We don't know. It's up to God. So it's not, you're not making God this mean monster who is sending billions of people to hell just because they don't believe in him.
And I
Which
think it's
is
very
progress,
similar.
right?
Just a second, Zeleny, just a second. And I think it's very similar to the way that they came along and said, oh, well, babies don't go to hell, because people are really uncomfortable with that idea.
Yeah.
And they're really uncomfortable thinking about, oh, well, there's this guy over in, say, China who's never even really heard of the gospel, and he's going to hell just because of the circumstances of his birth. And so it's trying to address that intellectual, that cognitive dissonance that says God is just and loving, yet he's going to send these primitive people to hell just because they've never heard of the gospel.
Right.
It's a loophole, like a way to get around that.
Yep.
Right.
Hit it on the head.
Isn't that progress? Like, we should support
Sure.
progress. I mean.
In a sense,
Sure.
it's progress, but it's also like a pretty obvious catering for a pretty obvious reason. You know what I mean? And it's like if something is said to be divinely revealed and established at some point, then it's a little bit extra bizarre that seems to change and improve in time, right? Because it totally makes sense when, like, any human construct, you know, or anything that humans do improves over time. But for something to be divinely revealed and then be improved after that is kind of bizarre, because you would expect it to be, you know, perfect to begin with. So
upon saying that, though, I completely agree with you, Shane, with all your points. However, if churches and religion wants to be more progressive, please do so.
yeah, no, I mean, I do. I like that, and I'm with you, because, like, I'm glad to see, you know, I'm in Austin, so I'll see churches
Right.
that have rainbows on them, and then you know, they say we're accepting of all, to make it pretty clear what, you know, who they're catering to. And I am glad that LGBT Christians have those churches to cater to them, because not everyone who's LGBT is an atheist, and you know, some of them, they do kind of like have to, you know, find a place to help them reconcile these things. But
it does speak against, like, the absolute truth of it. Like, if it's absolute truth at one point, then it should stay the same, because the scripture says that God is the same yesterday, today, tomorrow. God does not change. And the scripture also says God does not, he is not a respecter of persons. He doesn't care what we think. So why is his truth catering to what individual people at one particular point think is good or moral? God's just going to be God, and he doesn't care what people think.
I just want to address something that Mark said.
Like,
go ahead, Zeleny.
No, I just wanted to say, like, to be honest, like, the doctrine of progressive revelation is a traditional teaching, you know, with regards to how they explain the change from the Old Testament to the New Testament, and you know.
Sure. Okay, so one of the things I want to just push back against Mark there, when he said, "Yeah, let's," you know, it all goes, you know, progressive Christianity is a really great thing, etc., etc. I mean, I understand this. Well,
I did not say Christianity is a really great thing. You take that
progressive.
back.
I said
never
progressive.
said that.
I said
no,
if they
I
want
said
to be progressive. You said if they want to be progressive, that's a good thing, right?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. So I just want to push back against.
Look. I'll clarify. I would rather a progressive Christianity than a repressive Christianity.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay. So let me push back first, anyway. Look. So the point here is, for me,
fine. Just straw man me. I don't care. Go.
Yeah, I didn't straw man you. I wasn't intending to straw man you. When you hear the rest of the point, you'll understand why I'm saying it.
I'm sorry. Go for it.
Okay. So, one of the things that happened in the Catholic Church, right, between Pope John and, say, Ratzinger, right, was John Paul II, I think it was very liberal as a pope, right, and he accepted a lot of scientific ideas which the Catholic Church hadn't accepted up to that point. He even accepted homosexuality as being a non-sin, a non-hell damning sin, right? And this is very progressive, okay? One of the problems is that after he stopped being pope, people stopped following him, is the church move back to the right wing again, more than John Paul II, which, let's face it, is not that hard to do. And so Ratzinger, therefore, claimed it was a sin again, and he claimed that there were problems with evolution. Okay, so I'm just saying one of the things that happens when these progressive steps get made is that it galvanizes the core fundamentalists within that organization, and that's happened in the Anglican Church as well. The more it gets pushed one way, then now we're getting creationists in the Church of England, right? The Alpha course has come in, for instance.
Okay,
And gets
but then
in
it
Anglican
swung back
churches.
again, and now you've got Pope Francis, who even said that atheists can get into heaven.
Right.
And I thought I would never see the day that the Pope of the Catholic Church would say, "Hey, yeah, atheists can get into heaven."
I think the overall trend is in the more liberal direction. There may be aberrations where they jump back and movements where they get more conservative, but the trend is.
But that's the same for culture. Like, culture's been going that kind of way for a number of decades. It's swung back to the sort of progressive side, and then people will come along and move it back towards stupidity, and then it'll go more progressive afterwards.
Yeah.
I think that's been a general trend over the last few decades. Absolutely.
Okay. And then the other thing I just wanted to say to push back against Zelinsky was when you said, I don't think it has to be objective morals. The Catholic Church doesn't believe God gives objective morals. I got to push back against that because it does.
He said it wasn't divine command theory.
Yeah, and I pointed out that wasn't necessarily consistent with that's not the only position for objective morality.
Correct.
And he didn't answer that back. So that's what I'm pushing back against now.
Yeah. Okay.
Well,
I mean, the second prong of that dilemma, it would be good to see. So if God's commands isn't what gives morality, then where do they come from? Is the question.
Yeah. Okay, so it comes from creation. But anyway, that's another point. So the point I'm making here is that it says, morality is written on our hearts, and we are in the image of God. That's where objective morality comes from. All right, even if you're not a divine command theorist. And so I'm just saying, to say that it's not the Catholic position that objective morals don't come from God, I don't think is a genuine position that many Catholics hold. And most Catholics would say, no, morals are written on your heart by God. That's the pushback anyway, to saying that it's, even if you say it's not divine command theory, it's still the case that most Catholics, I believe, would believe that objective morals come from God.
And so, guys, we got 4 more minutes. If you have a question or a back and forth for the panel, this is the time to do it before we move into outros.
Well, before Zeleny came on, you asked me to hold my point, and I said I'd remember, and then I forgot, and now I've remembered again. So I'd like to bring up the point that I wanted to make, and it's I was sort of inspired by Simos talking about things, and it was basically my favorite or the best story of a gay person contributing to society has to be Turing. I may have mentioned this on the show before because I absolutely love the story. Who was a real guy in World War II. He basically invented the computer. He essentially made the modern computer as it is today. He was a mathematician working in the intelligence segment in Berkeley, trying to crack German codes.
Bletchley.
Okay. Thank you for the English lesson. Thank you. So he managed to create the world's first modern computer, cracked the Enigma code of the Germans, which was their main military code, using this computer, which brought the war to a premature end and probably saved a couple of million lives while they're at it. So he was a guy that contributed an enormous deal towards our society. and he was gay. Now, after, yep, that's him, Alan Turing, a very great man, and probably without him, we wouldn't be sitting here talking to one another.
Or we'd be speaking German.
Or we'd be speaking German. That's
Possibly,
true.
yeah.
Possibly. That is actually in the realm of very possible. So after World War II, he was caught with another man in England. They were repressive, and being gay was illegal. He was sentenced to be chemically castrated, which is sort of given a whole bunch of chemicals to negate your sex drive completely. He ended up, we sort of believe he committed suicide by ingesting an apple full of arsenic, I think it was, and he died. And the loss of this man to the field of computing was incredible. Like, he was such a brilliant mind and contributed so much towards our technological age. It's a shame. He was posthumously given a pardon by the Queen in the last sort of 20 years or so. I think it was sort of just past the new millennium that he was given a pardon and acknowledged for the hero that he was. He was an absolutely amazing person. We don't know who among us is going to contribute to our society in a way that might have the greatest impact on it. And I believe this very firmly. You can't, the reason why, and these creationists, they talk about, but if you had your way, you would eliminate the disabled and you'd eliminate these people. No, that's not what humanists believe, because there's people out there like Alan Turing.
Not at all. Not at all.
Right. There's people who do have disabilities and do have things that are not normal, not everyday, that have contributed to our society an incredible deal. We can't start looking at people like, well, you don't fit the norm, we're going to ostracize you, because that person may end up coming up with something that may save our planet or save humanity or do something that's incredible. And I try not to forget that. Sorry, I'm just ranting.
You eliminate disabled like Stephen Hawking. Look at all
Hawking, yeah, that's who I was thinking of. Yeah,
Hawking.
Yeah.
So I just want to fill in a little more about Alan Turing, because I seen he said a couple of things in the side chat. So I think, to my memory, what happened, I read an autobiography, not an autobiography, a biography of him, and I think it said something along the lines of he'd split up with his longtime lover, and in a kind of act of passion, he went out and met a guy in a pub, took him back to his house. They had obviously passionate sex, and they kind of continued seeing each other for a couple of times. And in one of these times, this guy stole some stuff from his house. I think it was a watch, particular watch, gold watch. And basically, Turing reported this guy to the police for stealing. And the police then interviewed the guy. He then said that why he was at Turing's house, and they arrested Turing for being gay. So there was a kind of a
ridiculous,
a fool to himself in that respect, because obviously he knew in reporting this guy that there could be some backlash. At the same time, it was a passion. It was a thing of passion to meet somebody in a pub like that and just go take them back and sleep with them like that. Very much an early homosexual thing, obviously. There was a big class difference between the two, so there was that kind of disparity again of attraction, and clearly he was uncomfortable with his own sexuality, as anybody would in those times that had so much to lose. And one of the reasons he was he chose there was a choice. It was either chemical castration or imprisonment for a long period of time, and he chose the castration because of the treatment that he would have got if he'd been in prison for a long period of time, which he felt he couldn't bear. So he chose that. And then because of the drugs, etc., that they gave him, that he lost some of his ability in his brilliance, because it badly affected his mind. And through that, he became depressed, of course, because that was
Well, I think
his greatest gift.
What was happening is that they were forcing transition on him. Like, they did the worst thing like you could do. Like they put him on estrogen, and they're like, yeah, this will be a good way to make you feel manly. Make sure we're going to give you this estrogen and take it until you feel manly. And we saw how that worked.
Large doses as well. I think it's something more as well, but as I say, he lost his greatest gift, his mind, in the process, and couldn't live with himself as a result.
This is also the difference between a gay man and transgender, ladies and gentlemen. He was watching himself be forcefully feminized, and was like, "This is you're ruining my body."
He's not a trans guy. He's a
so
a
thank
man.
you, anti-LGBTQ. Once again, though, once again, at least we are getting to a society. People are waking up because of this.
Can I just address V57? He said a question to me. If they aren't able to contribute, does that mean eradicating them becomes feasible? No, of course not.
No.
That's not the only reason why we don't eradicate people. Under a God belief, they have inherent value. Under any belief, they have inherent value. I don't know why you would think that.
Also, we should only promote
you don't know
one thing.
who's going to be able to contribute or who's not.
We have one thing to promote: consent.
So
doesn't matter, hetero, homo, go do your thing. As long as you're adults and consenting, that's what we should be promoting. What were you gonna say, Shane?
So I'm just gonna be blunt about it. So I'm reading the comment by V57, and anyone who continues to make this point at this day and age is, like, there's no like more accurate, less blunt way to say it than just a fucking idiot. Because if you're saying, okay, if the whole world became gay, humanity will end. Okay, nobody's saying anything about nobody's trying to turn the whole world gay. Like, yes, heterosexuality and homosexuality both are always going to exist. And it's not actually the case that gay people are incapable of reproducing. We have things like artificial insemination,
right,
etc. There are actually ways in which, people actually and a lot of heterosexual people don't reproduce. And it's like, I've made this point earlier. Do you not know what overpopulation is? It's not the case that everyone in the world should be having 5 kids, and then all of those 5 kids need to be having 5 kids, etc. It's not good for the fucking planet, and it's like I don't know how
it's not sustainable.
Can continue to make that argument, make that case. It's just
I just honestly think we have an underpopulation problem. That is, I hear it day in, day out. We just don't have enough people on this planet.
Because some people, they cling on to these, like, kind of like insinuations from these religious texts that are promoting the idea that everybody should be reproducing. And these ideas made sense when there were like fucking a few thousand people on the planet. It's like, hey, everyone have kids.
Right.
But
I guess if there's only 8 people,
you need a big army to fight.
But there's a lot more people now. So
they're going to have more people in their army, so our tribe needs to have a fuck ton of people so we can all kill each other for our tribe.
I love the argument. This is real quick. I love the irony that they want to have so many children and people on this planet, and yet they want to restrict the number of people that go to heaven. Oh, no. The Catholics are the only ones that go to heaven. Oh, no. The Calvinists, there's only 144,000. They've got limited numbers there, right, in this eternal place. And yet they want to put billions of people on this planet at the same time.
God just wants a lot of people in hell. He wants
just one of those big ironies.
Well, the stupidest argument I've heard recently against overpopulation of the planet is something like, if you took all of the people kind of thing in the world and stood them shoulder to shoulder, they'd fit them in this state or that state. So how could the planet be overpopulated? It is the
stupidest... say Jacksonville, Florida.
Yeah.
But everybody in Jacksonville, Florida.
Yeah. which is the single dumbest argument, because when we're talking overpopulation, we're not talking about the size of square feet or square meters that people actually fit into. We're talking about the resources they use. You absolute idiot. When
Grow your food, your electricity to make all your stuff that you need. Yeah.
We're talking about their drain on resources, not the physical space they take up. You idiot. Yeah.
Well, and even if it was just about the
need.
physical space they take up, though, of the space on Earth, not all of it's fucking inhabitable, right?
Right.
So, like this idea of like, oh, well, if everyone was standing shoulder to shoulder, but everybody can't fucking stand shoulder to shoulder, though, can they?
We can't live like that.
We do a little bit more. We walk around and shit.
We also live basically very much where nature allows us to. I was watching a video why like 80% of the United States lives. There's like a direct line.
Yeah.
And 80% of the country lives on this side of it, and everyone else is maybe just on this one coast. And if you look at just there, it's where water is. Water. You have things like deserts that just are natural barriers. All the people are populated in these giant, massive hubs. That's going to continue because it's hard to make water in a desert.
I think that might be Jill. Yeah, I think you're right. I think Jill's become a bit romantically inclined towards me lately. I think he's a bit gay and he wants to get my attention. Yeah. I think Jill's sort of
Jill. I have always wanted to talk with Jill. Jill will not talk with me because I am a trans, or I'm a feminine trans. Maybe we'll talk with a male trans. I don't know.
Maybe.
I would take that as the highest compliment. I would take that as the highest compliment because Jill is famous for not talking to women. So
I guess so.
I wish Jill wouldn't talk to me. I mean, I'm actually quite jealous that Jill doesn't talk to you.
Put a wig on.
There you go.
I should
get some lipstick out, and you're done.
Well, I did have that gender switch picture of myself. If I could just somehow
Let's see that. I'm curious.
When he feminized Ken.
I'll have to find it.
The
there it is. Yeah. You want to say that again? All right. I got it.
I'm going to be queuing up, I think, the outros.
We are
peerless. We're heading out. We have been on. I feel bad. I will almost want to send. Oh, I see something link. The StreamYard link out.
Oh boy.
Are you sharing something, Mark?
Oh, he's stopped. His screen stopped. So.
Oh, his screen stopped. Huh?
But yeah, he's sharing a picture.
I'm having
We can't hear you either, Mark.
Soros, don't take him. Are you going to have to shut us down? We are about to be, but...
Problems. Okay. I don't know. This has happened.
Oh, I see something.
You might need to refresh, Mark.
We're going to wait for him to come back, and then 30 more seconds or so, and then we're going to be moving into our outros. It has been fun. I don't think any of us have been convinced of a god or that being gay is
how
a
God
bad
deals
thing.
With atheists.
What?
Or how God deals with atheists.
Yeah. I just miss Chappelle.
It's jealousy. It's just jealousy. They know. It really is.
Well, God is jealous. That's how what we heard in the video.
Oh yeah, that's true.
God's he's a
I always
God.
remember when I was like an early teenager, the number of the gay guys in my class and my friends that I knew, just 13, 14, they used to be hanging around with all of the hot chicks.
In high school
they were magnets.
I remember that.
Can I?
There you go.
Well, no, but I've actually had. I don't mean to interrupt. I was just gonna say.
No.
I've actually had, and more than one gay friend tell me that like they've been like totally used in like fake like friendships because guys know they're like, okay, all the hot girls hang out with him.
The chick magnets.
So yeah, and it was like, oh shit, well that kind of fucking sucks. It's like now you don't know who your friends are.
To guys, and that's true. You can't. They can kind of use it. Well, guys are sluts. I still stand by this. And women, you should also be sluts. We should all be sluts. Let's all be sluts together. Pro slut.
Amy uses those. And girls.
But all of the things that guys make fun of other guys for being quote unquote gay is a chick magnet. Like, just think of anything like, oh man, you paint your nails black, so fucking gay. And girls look at that and they're like, it's like a kind of like goth kind of vibe. And so same with guy liner, same with sometimes long hair. So there's all sorts of you don't have to go over the top feminine, but some of the things that guys kind of be like, oh, what are you being a fag for, is actually kind of like, oh, what are you doing? Trying to do the exact right things to turn women on?
Pretty much.
And what about feminine drinks? Like, would that be in the same category?
Martini. Yes.
Yeah.
So
okay.
So all of the things, just think like, would a woman love this? And if the answer is probably yes, that's actually a conversation starter. That is basically like, oh, this guy likes what I like. And so it is actually the exact. Now, I'm not saying that a guy wants a woman. That's not what I'm saying. Don't like it. It's just, if you do like mixed drinks, like if you, and you're fighting it because you want to be manly, don't.
No, I've seen that a lot. No, I've seen, like, I've literally like had guys not like sarcastically basically be like, you're drinking something that tastes good. What a fag.
Exactly.
Remember
I'm gonna sit here in pain and suffering.
Did you see the interview with Kim Jong-un? And he's like, do you think drinking margaritas makes me gay? He's like, come on, if drinking margaritas is gay, who wants to be straight?
That's right. But see, and I swear, once again, maybe that won't impress Christian women, okay? But I guarantee you, any fun time woman, she's gonna lean into that shit and eat that up. She'll like you being a masculine guy, and then getting a Long Island iced tea, something that actually tastes good. Maybe again, a little bit of a Cosmo. What were you saying, Simon?
Well, being a kind of musician in my life, I've recognized that dressing up on stage has other benefits besides just looking good on stage.
Oh, absolutely.
Right? There's a reason why most of the stage costumes I used to wear were extremely feminine.
Because you get to do fun, throw glitter, have all sorts of party times.
Yeah.
And for all the straight guys out there as well, do you know the main consumers of gay porn?
What?
Women?
Who? This is a pop
straight women, yes.
Yes.
Yep.
So I could not stress that point enough, is that in the same way guys oftentimes find lesbian porn, women will oftentimes, I know gay women,
I've always heard they did
just get off to gay men porn. I'm like, I don't even know how that works, but good luck, and it doesn't feel so. Yes, women absolutely love. A
bit of
also,
gay, yes.
There's a Chippendales movie about to hit that they just released a trailer that looks fantastic. The Rise of Chippendales.
There you go.
It sounds like, Shane, you were about to say something, but then Simos, you're going to start us off on our outros after Shane.
Okay, so I was going to say, so basically, if she has a boyfriend, invite him too.
That's
is the
right.
takeaway. Kind of, not really, sort of.
Look, it can't hurt.
What we're trying to say
I know
is
what
that
porn you watch.
And I always like to say...
Look at Jill. Women don't watch porn as much as men, so fakes that. It's like
they read it.
Yeah,
that's also very true. Let me tell you,
they're not mutually exclusive. You know that, don't you? Like,
Whatever. Poor Jill.
You need
But
to
that's
get out a
just-
little more, Jill. You really do.
Hey, let me try and share my screen again without it crashing.
Sure. And I just
Let me
want to
try.
just say this. I want to give one more advice to all you guys out there. When you are lucky to get out there with a lady, you absolutely make sure that she's first, okay? Want to hear none of this shit. I don't care if you're dominant. I don't care if you're submissive. I'll let you, or you better work your ass afterwards. There better be two people coming. Okay, that's my message.
I just got to put out there a little joke which I heard a while back, which is to say, my girlfriend came to me, said, we've got a problem, premature ejaculation. I said, I don't have a problem with premature ejaculation.
It's more of a you problem. I forget who said this, but another comedian. So there's no such thing as premature ejaculation. I came exactly when I meant to. That's not my joke. I am quoting someone.
Mark Reid.
Wow. All right, Mark. I am okay with this. We're
yes. Yes.
I think we're all okay with
this. All right,
this.
Joe, this is what I want to. This is what I want you to think of every time you talk to me. Every single time. This is. Just get this in your head.
It's your new girlfriend, Joe.
It's your new girlfriend. This is what you're chasing after, Joe.
Oh dear, I have yet to try that, but I'm not sure I should. Looking at that, because I'll probably end up falling in love with.
It's hilarious.
I'll fall in love with myself again. That's the problem.
Well, you should love yourself,
or
Simon.
V57 or whoever they are.
Yeah.
I'm bisexual. Which I like to think of it as less of a badge and more as me just trying to emit a aura that consistently makes people bisexual the closer that they come into proximity to me. But like, I just try
like
to
a
make
pheromone, like a bisexual pheromone.
There you go.
But the joke is just treat your partner right. Just make her come. That's what, because the thing is that every young guy, and I assume young guy, hopefully you've learned by the time you're old that or older that if you just get off and then pass out, you're gonna have divorce papers.
Yeah, that's not acceptable. That's not acceptable.
On sex all day. This is the street. This is the for once. We are on topic. That has been the actual topic. Has been sex and LGBTQ and yes, and that. You would think it would be atheism. You would think that would be the name of the game, but no. This guy's dude was clean shot on what he thought about. It was a high D count, and not the vitamin.
6 a.m.
Exactly.
Just hit 6.
All right. With that, and like I said, I always know it's hard when it's like the panel versus someone in the chat. That's like when you're in a comedy thing and the comedian versus the heckler. It never works because the person with the mic is always going to win. So, but we welcome you. We love having our theist brothers and sisters on. Don't you realize how much of a loser you are? We're not idolizing sex. We're saying that we should have a healthy sexual relationship or have a healthy mindset. It's that we shouldn't have, you don't have to go overboard in either way. You don't have to have the STD Olympics where you're trying to get things and you don't have to be a prude. Like there's actually a little bit of like wiggle room.
There's balance in life. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
You talk about it all day and your insults are all based on it. Have you been to this channel? We talk about theology. Like I defend LGBTQ subjects almost because I cannot get them off my junk. Like the joke is always like, all right, and we have a question. The subject is, did Jesus come back from the dead? And the actual question is, why do gay men have gay voices? Huh.
I remember that.
You remember that one?
It's like
that was an epic episode.
That was a sunflower one, wasn't it? That was sunflower. Just innocently questioning why gay men talk. the way that they do.
And like every episode for like a dozen episodes, it doesn't matter what the
Yeah.
subject it could be. It could be like why the Kalam sucks. It could become like why Jesus was a hippie. It doesn't matter what it was. Somehow it went bound to Cox. It's like kind of like this theme of this show, of this episode. I raised many questions, e.g., is it scientific to hold no hypothesis?
That's kind of a weird question. I don't know.
That is a weird question. I don't know what that means. No hypothesis on what?
I mean, I guess you're not really like doing the scientific method absent of having even a hypothesis.
It's
but you're
skepticism.
not. You're not
I
being
just-
counter-scientific by not having.
I just have to say, in the very fact that you hold no hypothesis is in fact a hypothesis.
But like, it's a no
So it's not-
hypothesis on
Just not
what?
possible. Just not possible.
It is. It does. It feels like a half a sentence. It feel like I get that it has a period and a capital and all that stuff, and there's jelly in between. But like, it'd be like I raise many questions. Is it scientific to hold no hypothesis that the sun is round, that the Earth is round, that germ theory of disease is true?
So in science, there's actually two hypotheses. There's the alternate hypothesis, which is the one that you're investigating, and then there's the null hypothesis, and that's the one that you default back to if your alternate hypothesis is falsified, right? So you might be investigating, does this have an impact on this outcome? And if you falsify it, you go back to, it does not seem to have an impact on the outcome. That's your null hypothesis.
And so he made, okay, so this is a claim then. I mean, well, it's not nothing, so now we're actually talking. The first step is to a hypothesis. Atheists have no hypothesis, but then claim to go by science. First of all,
That's just not true.
yes, well, let's break that part.
This is how we know it's
atheist
chill, by the way.
does not equal science. Like, you know, I have Beamsy come on here day in, day out as a theist trying to explain geology to anti-evolution people.
No,
But,
first
like,
step is not a hypothesis. First step is observation, dude. What is wrong with you? He doesn't have a clue what the scientific... I'm sorry. Go
That's
for
how
it.
we know
Sorry.
it's Jill. That's how we know
Yeah.
it's Jill.
Yeah.
Because he doesn't
But
have
like,
a clue.
we are convinced that a god or gods don't exist, or we do not believe.
It's just everything about that comment is just not true. I mean, it's just like Mark pointed out that that's not the first step. The first step is observation, and then on top of that, saying atheists have no hypothesis. It's like sometimes it's hard to say something other than like that's just not true. Like it's just not true.
Well, the joke is also you're not even wrong.
Yeah.
Oh, listen to this. My point is this. Well, I'm glad you came to a point. Unless you have a hypothesis, you have no place to discuss or debate my hypothesis. Yes, my hypothesis is you're an idiot, and I will falsify this by putting that out there and seeing your response. Can you falsify my hypothesis that you're a complete idiot?
Well, this point is also just wrong too, because if we're saying like, okay, we don't have an explanation for how something happened, who did something, let's say committed a crime, right? And then you arbitrarily say this person did it. You have no evidence. You just arbitrarily say it. And I say, okay, but you have no evidence to support that. You say, okay, well then who do you think did it? And I go, well, I don't have an idea who did it. It's not an argument for your accusation that I don't have somebody else to accuse. If I can counter your bad reasoning, absent of having my own idea of who I think did it, which is stupid.
Yeah, kind gets it right. Mark, do you want to just explain Jill's idiotic thing? By the way, Jill is the guy that said that the Neanderthals built the Tower of Babel. Just to show how idiotic we can go.
Neanderthals built the Tower of Babel.
I don't know what to say sometimes. I
know. Mark, just go through there when he says the first step of the scientific method is an observation. No, it is to form a hypothesis that explains the observation.
Then how did you get the observation without observing it?
He's just a fucking idiot.
Yeah, so it's observation questioning. Like you have to form questions before you even implement a hypothesis, where you
You're not
structure the
Christian.
question.
He's saying they're not Christian. Are you a?
No. I don't believe him. I think he's just lying.
Still haven't falsified that idiot hypothesis that I put out there. Just saying. Just saying.
And he says to Shane, then fuck off out of the conversation if you don't know who did it. That's one of the criteria in having a conversation.
Yes, I'm sure.
The answers.
I'm sure that the police should just fuck off out of the conversation and never address it again if they've got no idea who committed the crime. They should just leave.
Well, no, but his point is really like, well, you fuck off. Like you can't say there's something wrong with me arbitrarily accusing somebody if you don't have somebody that you're accusing too. And it's like, can you say anything other than that's just fucking stupid?
No, you can't. This guy has repeatedly said stupid things. So
still failed to
we're there now.
Failed to falsify the idiot hypothesis.
No, well, I think it's become to a theory at this point. It's been tested, replicated, and verified. So
and peer review, we all agree on it. That's.
We have
I'm
found
so sorry.
a scientific consensus. Mark, are you about to say you have to leave?
Yeah, I gotta go. I'm so sorry.
Do you want to go? Do you want to do your outro?
You have time for an outro.
Yeah,
do an outro.
You don't have to.
Let's just quick, real quick.
Sounds good.
I want
to
see your face full screen.
We've been skeptic and ranting.
Thanks, Simos. You're the
why
best.
God is so jelly. I mean, how God deals with atheists. We are going into our outros, and Mark Reid is starting us off. Woohoo! Thank you very much, Mark, for joining us tonight. We want to send you love. We want to remind everyone that he just did a debate with the Holver, and we want to know, what are your final thoughts? How does God deal with those atheists?
I don't know how God deals with atheists. I know how that religious people don't deal with atheists very well at all. Look, we're all just people. We all generally have the same values and beliefs. That, they vary a bit, but sure. I don't know why you have to, God has to deal with atheists. According to the current Pope, God deals with atheists just like any believer. They can go to heaven and stuff depending on their works. So according to the Pope, he deals with them just like everybody else. According to other things, he always hates them. But it all depends on what you think God is and where he's coming from. This guy, I loved his sexually charged language as he railed against, homosexuality and stuff. It just seemed a bit, God will come into your life and God, it's just so great. But thank you so much for having me on. I really enjoyed it. Thank you to Simos and James Wolfe and Shane the Skeptic. It was great to see you again. Haven't seen you for ages. It's been too long. And of course, Amy and James, thank you so much. And of course, what's the other guy named? Zellini, I think it was. Thanks for coming on.
Zellini, yes.
Yeah. Thanks for coming on and sort of, presenting a conundrum and stuff and the sort of Catholicism debate. But yeah, Caterpillar, always lovely to see you. They're amazing. They're absolutely amazing. Actually,
Mark.
Yeah.
You need Jesus inside you.
I need something inside me. I'm getting to that point. So what was I going to say?
Yeah, you like, Mark?
Sorry,
your feminine version. What would be a name for your feminine version?
Mary.
Feminine
for
version.
Your Jill version.
Mary. You just got one letter right there.
I don't know. I haven't thought about that.
Can I suggest something?
Yeah.
Brian
for the feminine version. Okay. That's meta and ironic. I like it. I'll think about it. I'll tell you next time I'm on. But yeah, you know what? I sort of when I went through school, I got a lot of crap for being gay. Right, a lot of crap for being gay, and I've been on the receiving end of that kind of prejudice. And you know, as it turns out, I wasn't gay, but apparently that doesn't matter to bigots and prejudiced people. It's sort of horrible the way these people are treated, the way we treat ourselves. It always worries me when people go, they are bad and they do this and they do that. It's sort of, they're us. Like, I don't understand why you're segregating a group of people. That they're us. They're the same as all of us, and what the gay community do should be normalized in society. There's nothing wrong with what they're doing at all. And you know, to the you know, super straight guys out there, other men being gay is actually good for you. It means that more women are available. So, you know, just accept it, go with it. I don't get the big problem, but thank you so much for having me on. Thank you, James. Thank you, Amy. And yeah, I'll see you next time.
Thanks,
Stay
Mark.
safe.
Good to see you.
On the next episode
you.
of Dragon Ball. Thank you so very much, Mark.
Great job on
It
the
was
debate.
lovely having you all. You guys should all go check out Mark's channel. In fact, we have a lot of fantastic content creators in
He's
here.
coming
You should go
up
check out
on
Mark.
like
You
500
should go check out
subscribers now.
Shane.
He's getting up there. He's starting to build
I
himself
know.
up.
And all right, we are going to keep on going down the line. Lovely having the entire Skeptic panel on. Simos Fung, we have been Skeptic and Ranting. We have been asking ourselves how God deals with atheists. Hope you had a lovely time. And what are your final thoughts?
Thank you so much. I'll be very brief. How does God deal with atheists? He doesn't, because of course it's a fictional character made up by Iron Age goat herders and carried on by those that can't think for themselves. So there we go. Those that get indoctrinated, I feel sorry for you. But I would just say this. Don't always believe what your mummy and daddy tell you, because that doesn't make you good people necessarily. In fact, there seems to be some evidence to the contrary. Okay, that's that done. I am Simos Funk. I have a
Thank you,
program
Simos.
called Fabio Funk, which will be on tomorrow, Monday night at 9 o'clock UK time, and that will be on the Mexican Grand Prix 2022 F1 race. That's one of the
Formula
things I
One.
do on. I also do Daisy content, Hell Let Loose content, and I will be starting an F1 management content soon. So thank you very much for having me on. Really appreciate. Great
Thank
to
you.
see Mark. This is Jane again, and thank you, Amy, and thank you, James, very much indeed.
Thanks,
Woohoo! And we got Simos's YouTube up on the channel. We want to get him his 1,000. We want to get him monetized. So go to youtube.com/SimosFunk. That is SIMOSFUNK. Simos, it was lovely having you on.
Thank you so much.
And all right, we are going to our panel headliner, the first one to join us, which means Shane. We have been Skeptic and Ranting. We've been asking, how does God deal with atheists? What do you got going on? But really, what are your final thoughts?
Well, my final
Good to have
thoughts
you
are
back
not
on,
too-
Shane.
Thank you so much. Good to be back on. My final thoughts are not too different from my opening thoughts, which are really that, look, if this is what I know, because people like to lie to atheists and tell us that we didn't seek God, or we're not really looking for God. But there's no amount of lying that you could do to me or trickery that you could do to me that's going to make me think that you know more about how I think than I do. So when I know that I started off as a Christian and God was not revealing himself to me, and I seeked God, and God would not reveal himself to me the way that everybody else was claiming he was revealing himself to them, like, you're not going to be able to convince me that I didn't go through that experience of feeling abandoned and not knowing why I didn't find him when I seeked him. So it really, when you actually posit a God that by definition reveals himself if you seek him, you actually falsify your God in the eyes of anybody who's actually honestly seeked him the way that I did. So I appreciate you making that claim, because of the fact that all you're doing is falsifying the Christian God. And I think that's awesome. So, similar to the first thoughts, if somebody wants a relationship with you, they'll let you know they exist. People aren't just going to be. I got a girl's number last week. I texted her. She didn't reply. I'm gonna leave her alone. That's what you do. If she wanted to talk to me, she'll reply, and she has that option. But I genuinely feel like that is the right way to go about somebody not responding to you when you talk to them. You just leave them the fuck alone. So I don't see why I would treat God any differently. But yeah, I have my own YouTube channel, Shane the Skeptic. I'm on TikTok. My main TikTok got banned at 8,000 followers, so that kind of sucks. And I'm on Twitter, and I got an OnlyFans too. So check out what you will.
Can I ask, was it any, out of curiosity, was it any type of theist or apologist going after you?
So as a skeptic, I don't have a conclusion, but what I mainly think happened. So there was a video that I made a duet where I kind of, there was a video of a bunch of girls going, "Ew, what is that?" And I duetted it holding a Quran. And right before I got banned, I was getting a lot of comments and attention on that video.
Gotcha.
So not shortly after posting the video, but shortly after that video seemed to start getting a lot of attention, my account ended up getting banned. And
correlation isn't always causation, but
right.
Sometimes it is.
So correlation. So I was actually talking about this. So a lot of people make this mistake with the false cause fallacy, where because they correctly are aware that correlation does not entail causation, they then go to anytime they hear somebody make an inference about correlation, they're like, "Oh, that's the false cause fallacy." But it's not, though, because correlation is still a reasonable inference to make. If the walls are moving and 45 minutes ago I took acid, that totally makes sense, right?
And there's a reason that we have that statement is because so often correlation is causation. The reason we basically are saying that is to remind ourselves is that the few times correlation is not causation.
Yes, because causation does always lead to correlation, right?
Yes.
But correlation is not always causation. So, but again, if you see there are just certain instances where you could say, okay, there's correlation here, and I would expect this to lead to this, so I now feel more justified in thinking that this is the case. So people kind of mistake that a lot.
Yeah, also sometimes the causation is not direct. Sometimes it can be through various other means that the correlation turns out to be a type of causation. It doesn't have to be necessarily the precursor causation. It could be several steps before. That's quite often the way in medicine as well, I believe.
Yeah.
But thank you so very much, Shane, for coming on the panel.
Good to talk to you.
You guys should go check out Shane the Skeptic here on the YouTubes. Apparently not on TikToks. However,
no, I am back on TikTok. I made another account.
On TikToks?
Oh, so back YouTube.
I want to start doing TikTok debates, but I know you got to get 1,000.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm still. If anybody could please go follow me, because I had over 8,300 on my last one, but now I only have 300, so I can't go live yet. So if I can get back to 1,000, I could start live streaming. So follow me on TikTok.
Go check out Shane the Skeptic on YouTube and on TikTok, so we can get him back to live streaming.
All three.
It's such a weird thing that TikTok only lets you to me. It's like you're a short stream form podcast, and then you're also going to be long, endless streams. That just seems like two very big streams.
Yeah. I've done TikTok lives and planned on doing them for 10 or 20 minutes, and then 3 hours goes by and I'm like, oh shit, what the fuck am I doing?
Exactly. Which is so weird because you'd think TikTok is it's 30 seconds. So the two options are 30 seconds or 3 hours.
Right.
But yes, thank you so very much, James. Thank you so very much, Shane. I had James up in my head. Before I get James up, I just want to say very quickly, define atheism would be very simple. It would just be, no, I'm not convinced in a deity. Agnostic to me is that I lack knowledge. I lack knowledge in a deity, but I am not convinced. I would even say I am a little bit more convinced in the other direction. I think I have good reasons for that. Dealing with we'll put the lacktheism, as you guys call it, as the foundation. The fact that there is no good evidence, going back to our correlation thing, that when we should expect some means that it actually points to no God. It actually it would also be weird that a deity came from a deity, that natural laws came from an agent. So a deity would be kind of strange, because the physical laws of nature are just recorded physics. It's not like someone is going whoom, 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 whoom. The speed of light is the speed of light.
Light is not trying to go faster, and God is making it go a certain speed.
And then,
that's just the speed that it goes at.
Exactly. We're being descriptive, not prescriptive. We are just describing what is going on. We are not prescribing what we want the speed of light to be. Well, my opinion on the speed of light today is, who gives a no one? It's not an opinion. Not you, lovely theist out there. And then finally, to be my shtick, is that consciousness needs a physical medium, as far as I can tell. And so because the consciousness needs a physical medium, a floating, and I know they hate maybe that even term, a non-substrate mind makes no sense to me. It just is not heavily motivated to exist. We have a job to do. We need to go out
like
and
the
eat
concept
food.
of a boltzmann's brain.
I
know I've told you before, that's a brain that just appears out of nothing.
It appears
just
for a
appears out
second,
of nothing due to quantum fluctuations. No, it doesn't have to.
I
appear for a second.
understand it in like an abstract sense, just like, because that's saying that anything. I actually think that possibility would have to be demonstrated, but maybe, who knows, in a probable.
Give it enough time
in a multiversal type of world. But I will say that our type of physical brains, like, we have them for a very specific. It would be like saying a refrigerator could maybe randomly pop up, or a tree could randomly pop up. So bring something both artificial and natural could just randomly pop out of air. But it's important to us because we say, well, a brain could randomly pop into air. But it could be any object. That would be my point, my counter.
Or William Lane Craig always says, why not Beethoven or root beer?
Yeah. Just have whatever you want. Sounds like
Matt Powell wearing a tutu?
Name for Frankenstein's monster. All right, and this is my last thing, and then I really do have to give it to James, and then we're wrapping it up. Though the after show will be
Matt Powell
opening
wears
up
the tutu.
On Discord. How would you create a scientific experiment to falsify consciousness needs a physical medium? Well, in my opinion, you would have to recreate a consciousness. I think that we are going to be able to recreate. I think we're going to have artificial consciousnesses. I've named my model recently, and it has a funny mnemonic. But I have to lean into the funny.
Oh boy!
But I have it's the BM CSI model. Brain, mind, consciousness, sentience, introspection. That's my model, and I'm sticking to it. That's what I'm trying to push forward as I move forward to hopefully get a. I'm not even in the PhD department yet, but I've been looking at the certain programs that I think are. They have one has a human computer interactive lab, where you can get a degree, a PhD in human computer interaction.
There you go.
I mean, quantum fluctuations are a result of independent. Okay, I really am going to have to make. Can you just? I mean, quantum fluctuations are a result of independent consciousness. Yes, I don't see any good reason to see of an independent consciousness that would create quantum fluctuations. I do dispute that. I see no good reason for that. It goes against everything that we know about consciousness. Animals are the only branch of life that we know to have consciousness, a natural form of consciousness.
Oh boy.
It may be that there are other beings out there.
An idiot.
but of the it's literally just that branch of life, no other branch. Recreate a consciousness without a physical medium. No, I mean recreate a consciousness with a physical medium. Like it may be silicone, it may actually just be carbon rearranged in a artificial manner. But I think you would have to have a nanotechnology at a foundational level. I don't think they have to be. I think they should be alive. I think conscious agents, it's an ought statement, because being alive just has so much benefits. You have no idea how beneficial it is to consciousness to be alive. It's just, it does. Our micro world is just doing so much for us. Like the fact that we don't need to control our heart, and that's even kind of macro. That's just the non-conscious. That's the brain on the non-conscious. Can you imagine if you had to sit there and go beat, 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 beat? Like we would not get shit done. So how would you evaluate it's actually conscious without a medium to assess? Oh, so I'll say that I have 3 tests, and then I hear Simus wants to say something. But my 3 tests for my the CSI part of my model, the conscious, sentience, and introspection. The conscious test would be the Turing test. The Turing test is that once it is interacting in a manner in which it seems like a conscious and a conscious is interacting, we're almost going to have no choice but to treat it like it's a conscious agent. The problem with that, of course, is that you can have false positives with a false conscious. You can give kind of you could just create responses and create a smart enough algorithm to kind of, but an actual conscious is just going to be generating. It's just going to be generating stuff. It's not going to be just waiting for like the telltale answer to answer. But
he can pay us if he wants more questions answered.
Yes. Well, we'll go on an after show. We'll go on all sorts of if you want, or and to many on. We're doing Freem for another consciousness stream. Sentience is the Pavlov's test. I think sentience is very specifically feelings and thoughts, and using both of these to be able to make correct predictions. I think that thoughts are just the narrative that we have going on, but feelings are labels on data. My example of this is it's raining outside. How you feel about how it's raining outside is the label. I love when it's raining. I really dislike that it's raining. It doesn't, the fact I can think about this, but how does it actually make me feel, and how does it change my brain state? And you can use that through Pavlov's to get a conscious agent that can go through mazes, can make accurate predictions, and actually get cheeses instead of just getting buzzed. And then the final is introspection. Introspection is metadata. It's data on data. I use this test, the mirror test, because what we're doing with the mirror test is we are actually there are 3 phases of looking into a mirror as a conscious sentient organism. When you first look at it, you just see nothing. Like it's just a scattering of colors. It's hard to even understand that pattern. As you are really leaning into sentience, you actually seem to see another person. It's not the tiger seems to see another tiger, and they'll react as if they are seeing another tiger as a threat or a mate or something. As you really hit this introspection layer, as you really are able to pass the mirror test, as you are really able to gain a sense of self, that is what I think they are doing in the mirror. They are going, this is me. I am not only here, but I can see myself here. I understand this, and I can use this data to interact with it, and I can wipe this off my head. That is where I get from my brain, mind, consciousness, sentience, introspection. Introspection is what gets us on the moon. It's what it's a hallmark of many other animals: crows, elephants, other apes, dolphins, which include whales. But we could go on like this forever. We're going to do into probably the 6 hour just because I did it. So I'm going to hand it over. Like I said, we really do love when our theists join us. So keep on asking all the questions.
He can put any of his silliness in the form of a super chat if he wants to address any more.
Yeah, the guys just
there you go.
The guys down to inform.
Well, I think we've had our. I'm sorry. Finish your statement, Seamus.
I'm just saying the guys down to inform policies now, so you've got to rock bottom when he starts.
Indeed. And okay. James W. It was another fun night. We have been skeptic and ranting on how God deals with atheists, and we just need to know. He
makes them gay.
There you go.
Yeah,
makes them gay.
By the way.
Anyhow, yeah. Thanks, guys. It was a real fun broadcast, and just tacking on a little bit to something Shane said. This is one thing that Christians, if they've always said that, at least I've always heard, like you tell them you used to be a Christian. And they're like, well, you couldn't possibly have been a Christian. That's impossible because the Bible says if you were a Christian, you'd still be a Christian. And I can say, well, that is just one more bit of evidence to me that the Bible's not true, because if that's what the Bible says, it's wrong. So there you go. I can just turn it around on them and say, it's just one more bit of proof I have. The Bible's wrong again. It's wrong all the time. And it's definitely wrong on that. Anyhow, thanks, guys. And have a good night.
Thank you so very much, James. I do want to send out a quick extra shout out. All these down below. Keep on making this stream so amazing. But I do hope you enjoyed this episode of Skeptic and Ranting, how God deals with atheists, where tonight we watched a video from the channel Relearn called Romans 1:24 to 1:25. How God deals with atheists, for a good time worth roasting for. However, I do want to thank my co-host, James W.
Roast away, Newman.
Along with our
Peter.
guests, exactly. Shane, Mark, Wolfe, Simos, Anzolini, woohoo!
Thanks, guys.
As well as all of the lovely people in chat, our awesome mods who make this stream so great, and of course, fantastic viewers like you who make this channel even possible. If you enjoy the show, please do not forget to like, follow on Twitch, or subscribe on YouTube, or hey, why not leave a comment once the video's done? You could also set that all button icon to all, which will send you reminders to see our premieres. We have a whole bunch of new shows coming out, a whole bunch of new content. We're getting excited to premiere, as well as a whole bunch of more fun live shows. You can also leave a super thanks, and we'll read it back as thanks on the next episode. After the show, we will be opening up the Skeptic and Ranting Discord server for anyone who's looking for an after show of fun. The link of which is in the description below, along with our fantastic channel members, though the best way to help us make even more content and unlock some unique perks is by checking out our Patreon at patreon.com/skeptic Amy Newman. I'm Amy Newman, and we will see you all on the next episode of Skeptic Ball Z. Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Mwah.